I can. Yes? Okay, one more.
A guide that helps you make decisions.
Those are all sort of principle, and one of which reflects exactly what was said right here. It's a fundamental personal statement that's intended to guide one's actions. Expected to be very fundamental, but things like I only eat vegetarian, I only wear black clothes, I call my mother every day. These are things in which people decide they are personal principles. These are things they're going to live by, and they're very important to them. One key thing about those principles is that you can change those principles. You can actually say, well, I'm going to wear pink clothes or white clothes today in the future. You can change those principles. They're personal principles. You choose how to live by. The second concept of a principle is relationships found in nature. They're embedded in human nature, and they come in the form of if this, then that. So in the sense of gravity, you've got two bodies. If they're of certain masses and a certain distance between them, the gravity, the pull between them will be determined by the principle that's identified there in the relationship, which is very, very simple. You multiply by the mass of the objects and divide by the square of the distance between them, you will get the answer, and it's the same every single time. So you take electromagnetism, photosynthesis, these things in a physical nature, they never change. They're always the same. So that's a kind of a relationship that I like to talk about a little bit more. So this understanding of what principles are, and the second they call a natural principle, is also humans have a nature. So what's the nature that they have that just won't change? So I've got three axioms, three what I'd call truths. One is that people desire to be happy. As individuals, people desire to flourish and to be happy. And it's their fundamental mission. Dennis here chose a certain meal for breakfast. Why'd you choose those things, Dennis? You know, you look at things and it's like, I like this, I don't like that. It's got positives, it's got negatives, but fundamentally, what's going to provide me with greater flourishing or happiness in this decision? So that's number one as far as what human beings want. And now from a social perspective, social philosophy is simply a concept of how things work, study of how things work. How does a chair work? It's not this highfalutin stuff, doesn't have to be. But it can be very grounded, and it's simply how do things work. So now interaction, social interaction between people, how do people interact between each other? They trade. There's two ways to trade. Do it voluntarily, or you can use force. So when someone uses physical force against you to get what they want, does your happiness go up, down, or does it stay the same? On this side of the room, I guess they don't know. Not sure. Up or down? But now, how often? I mean, like if somebody slaps you once, but the second time it's okay? Every single time, your happiness goes down when one human being uses violence against another person. Number two, your property. Why do you have your property? Well, you have your food to eat, your clothes, your home, cars. Why do we have property? To advance our human happiness? What happens when someone takes your property? They steal it. Does your happiness go up, down, or stay the same? And how often? Every time. So you've got a relationship here. People want to be happy. They want to flourish. And from a social perspective, whenever someone uses violence or theft against another person, happiness goes down. So I see this as a relationship that's embedded in human nature. It's embedded in the objective reality of human nature. So I call it the natural principle of human respect. The corollary of this would be then what I call a moral principle of human respect. So for a person to then take their morals and consider to advance the human happiness, the happiness of myself and others, I'll not initiate force or theft against other persons in any aspect of my life. That's interesting. What do you mean, any aspect of your life? So you've got social relationships, you visit with people, such as in this room perhaps. You've got commercial relationships where you buy, sell, trade goods and services. And then we have politics, where we affect other human beings. We do that through voting, typically in our system of democracy. But without understanding the fundamental principle here, we're no better as libertarians than Republicans and Democrats. So what are the principles of Democrats? Oh, we want equality. We got a living wage. What are some principles of the Republicans? And we should respect tradition. We should respect authority. And what are the principles of classical liberalism and libertarianism? The rule of law. Where does that come from? Is that any better than we should have equality, everybody should have a living wage? My point is, if you get down to the fundamental principles which the vast majority of classical liberalism emanates from, it's this principle that I've identified. And you can build a society based off that principle. So this is the key thing that I like to get across as far as what I believe is to be a basis of a different social system. Politics. So a few facts. So a state's defined as a geographical area in which certain individuals have the monopoly on force, physical force. Well, not to a lot of people in this world. In fact, most people think it's great. So governments are set up to administer a state. And those governments, they have different forms. You've got kings, feudalism, you've got dictators, you've got communism, you've got democracy. Politics is a process of selecting the people who are going to determine when and how physical force is to be administered. All governments, all government laws are backed up with what? A gun, eventually. Eventually. So therefore, the concepts and practice of state government politics are in fact based on violence and theft to advance personal values of those in power and operate directly contrary to what I describe as a natural principle and a moral principle of human respect. So we've been suckered into believing that by selecting political representatives to be our agents and through systems of majority vote, rule through majority vote, we can sanitize our unwitting acceptance of violence and theft to achieve personal preferences. Thus, any of these types of governance systems, from feudal kingdoms, dictatorships, communism, and democracy, can't advance human happiness relative to a governance system which is based on these principles of human respect. So I term it the philosophy of human respect as a governance system. So it's not non-government, maybe non-government in the traditional sense, but it's a governance system. Its prescription is that people can and should do anything and everything that they desire to advance their personal happiness. However, critically bounded by a moral principle of human respect. We're not going to initiate violence against others and steal their property. So how do we move the minds of persons to a new mental model is our chore. So one of the things we do at our foundation is trying to figure out and explain just how, and all reasonably, practically, we can move from where we're at to a system where we can truly advance human flourishing. We've got moving to a little bit more on the messaging. There are some cards, and I'd like to go through this on a slide and to walk through it, but we call it the political affiliation quadrant. So if you just ask somebody, very simply, you know, what are your personal values? And I separate out political values from personal values. If you can do that, you can gain some insights, I believe. So what are your personal values? And they may float there from a conservative, quote, liberal / progressive perspective. But these are personal values. People have their personal values, and that's how they evolve to their political values. But if you separate them out, look on the left and choose, your personal values. It really doesn't matter, because what's important is your ethical values relative to how do you react to other people. So what are your social values as you relate to other human beings? There's only two ways to get something from somebody else, whether it's kisses, cars, clothes, money, whatever. We trade. And you can use persuasion, or you can use coercion and force. So in your relationships with other people, what is your choice? How do you get something from somebody else? So just answer that question. 98, not 100, 98% will answer persuasion. I ask. I try to persuade someone to trade what I have for what they have. And if you look at that quadrant, virtually everybody answers persuasion. Now, if you're conservative and you believe in using force, what political party would you affiliate with? If you're of a liberal personal persuasion, your personal values lean you to liberal or progressive, but you believe in using coercion, what party would you affiliate with? A Democrat. You can see that if you believe in persuasion, two quadrants are filled there, and it doesn't matter whether you are of a liberal or conservative personal persuasion. You should be a libertarian, or I would call a believer in human respect. You can see from this quadrant, though, if you look on it on the right there, in all reality, if you consider the personal values of people, politics is a system which we've termed in our outfit a conflict machine. You can see that liberals, Democrats are really liberals, trying to persuade Republicans who are conservatives to change their personal values and go along with their personal values. And the flip side, how long is it going to be before people change their heartfelt personal values? Never. So what do you got when you've got politics of Democrats and Republicans? You've got a never, ever ending conflict situation. And who wins out of that? Well, the politicians, the ones who go there for their reasons. You've got the lobbyists, et cetera, but it's a continual conflict machine that ratchets down, and we're seeing it today. Conservatives get in office, and they pass laws, whether you call it gay marriage, no marijuana, et cetera. They pass laws in their favor, which slam the liberals' personal values. And then they get whipped up, and then you get Obama elected or you get Biden elected, and they pass laws which are along their personal value system, which slam the conservatives. And you get more and more laws, and what do you get when you get more and more laws? I mean, if I like chocolate and you like strawberry, and I win this year, and it's strawberry, there is no other ice cream in the stores. Does that make you happier or more happy? Less happy, more happy? Okay. All right, so Larry's not going to get any chocolate if the strawberry team wins. And so this causes more and more dissension constantly. The only way to get through, the only way for our society to really work is, if you want to call it political affiliation, is libertarian. It's the only way to go. And we don't have to be trying to change other people's values, which I think is a big selling point that we have if we use it. Messaging is something I think as libertarians we really need to work on, big time. We need messages to attract more, quote, women, quote, liberals, people of different personal values. We need to get them. We're associated with Republicans and conservatives, and we need to. That's fine in one sense for them, but It's turning off other people. But we have a message. If you look at the quadrant there, we got a message which will suit everybody. And who doesn't want human happiness? Ask yourself, what provides you with freedom? How are you free? What's your name? Christian. What's your name? Kyle. Kyle, what's preventing Christian from getting up and punching the head? Three-quarters of the people will say laws, police, etc. But you've got the point. Our freedom is not inherent in us. We can talk about rights all day long too, but and deal with that. But what really is your freedom? Your source of freedom is the values of Christian. It's your values. It's the values of other people that are important to our freedom. Not it's all us, we're born free, I have my rights. Bottom line is we have to educate people, change people's mental model on how the world should work. So when I said any aspect of your life, the politics affects other people. And when we vote to force our values on other people through coercion, all we get is more dissension. I think selling the idea of liberty and freedom is not where we should be, fine, but that is a tool to get to where we really want to get to, which is what? Human flourishing and happiness. So why are we pushing, and I'm all for this properly understood, for liberty, freedom, etc., but in messaging, shouldn't we be pushing what we really want and what everybody wants, which is human flourishing? They want to be happy. And how do you get happiness? You do what you want to do. You make your choices, what you're going to have for breakfast, what clothes you're going to wear, who you're going to associate with. The key is understanding that freedom must be bounded by its moral values of not initiating force and not stealing through any aspect of our lives, including using politics to sanitize our desire for theft. Another thing you have to have when selling is a unique selling proposition. What is unique about a libertarian message? Let's cut out marijuana laws. Is that unique? Oh, progressives over here and liberals over here have that. Or we want fiscal responsibility. Well, somebody else has that. So there aren't any positions out there that we have that are truly unique from a political perspective, issue perspective. None of them are unique. What's unique is we're advocating for persuasion and voluntary cooperation versus coercion. So you can take in a debate or a discussion with other folks, conservatives, liberals. You can take the position that the intent of what they want, which is everybody's got a living wage, everybody has clean water, equality of some sort. You can take the intent and agree with the intent because they are good intentions. But make the separation that it's our methods that we have here is fundamental libertarianism, or what I'd call a philosophy of human respect, which is different than libertarianism in one key respect if somebody wants to ask a question. The uniqueness we have is the persuasion versus coercion, and none other. And so we should be pushing on that and identifying that the methods that others are using incorporate coercion. They incorporate either violence or theft. So we should be emphasizing choice. Choice is a path to human flourishing. As far as my advice for libertarian candidates, it incorporates those messaging. But we should move forth with an attitude of winning the hearts and minds of the people we're talking to, of our fellow citizens. If we win election, great. But you know now that if we had this is Saturday, on Monday, somehow enlightened, whatever happened, but we had 435 congressmen, all libertarians. We had 100 libertarian senators and a libertarian president. What would actually happen if we actually implemented our philosophy, our what you call the North Star of our philosophy? Is it really? There should be none of this government support, no welfare, no Social Security, no taxes. We'd be shot. Literally shot. So you've got to change the mental model of people in this country first before we can actually get much action going. So the chore for me, my perception is the chore of our Libertarian candidates is marketing ideas which are good, marketing human flourishing, marketing what really can sell to virtually everybody. And that's our prime mission. Our research shows that Rand Paul and political campaigns are the prime source of new libertarians. It's not the only, by far. You've got friends and family show up quite a bit, very strong. Ayn Rand shows up a lot, and the world's smallest political quiz shows up a lot. But presidential campaigns and people like Ron Paul, we can get another Ron Paul, but the presidential campaigns and campaigns in general are the prime source of new libertarians. Questions? Thoughts?
How do you use moral suasion to convince somebody who's, let's say, playing around the bully from his bad behavior? How do you convince someone to get joy from his bad behavior against others? How do you persuade him not to?
I don't think there's a lot you can do if they're that committed. The question is, what do you do for somebody who's committed to coercion, violence? They seem to get joy out of that. I don't know how you convince them, but if their actions, and in a libertarian, what I consider more of a libertarian world where you'd actually have some performance instead of the government world, and the judicial system we have today is sickening as far as its time. I don't know if you can convince them, but bottom line, if their actions end up being exhibited through violence or theft, they are taken, I prefer restitution versus retribution as far as curing things. But if they're consistently, the only reason to go to jail is that people they need to be taken away from society because they consistently will violate other people's values. They should be subtracted from this world and not through capital punishment, but at least put away until they can seem to be a decent citizen. I don't know how you actually convince that kind of person to do it, other than showing that's the wrong thing to do and persuading and talking to them. Sir. Yeah. Yes. You should end all taxation and all coercion. So one thing, messaging-wise, we talk about government does this, government does that. Government doesn't do anything. Government is an abstraction. It's a concept. It's a concept that coercion is okay, theft is okay. It's okay that we can transact our affairs through coercion. That's what the concept of government is. The concept of capitalism is a voluntary exchange of goods and services, a voluntary production and exchange of goods and services. So using the term government's one thing to watch out for, because government doesn't do anything. People do things. So convincing them that other individuals shouldn't be doing these things is the only way I can really look at. Personalize the situation. So I'm not the greatest persuader in the world, but and that's a real tough one as far as how do you change people's views on should we have government to do this, to do that. To me, it's logic. There's only one way to go. If you use coercion and force, it doesn't work. People go backwards. So all you can do is use logic. As far as the concepts there, I think his bottom line is on the card, the political affiliation card that you've got there, is identifying that the source of conflict is coercing other people to live with their values. And it doesn't work. So personalize it's the only thing I could say. Other questions? Sir. On a personal persuasion basis, I say what I said up there. I don't know what else to say. To me, it's logic, and if they can't get through the logic, then I don't know where to go. There's no other tricks, and if you play tricks on people and you're just trying to swage you sale your solutions, it doesn't work long term. So, I don't have an answer for that, Larry. Yeah, yeah, no, that's very good right there, but you're personalizing the situation on, are you going to use force or theft against another person? And I said, well, no, I wouldn't. So if I got a chalkboard, what I do is I put up some houses, and I do exactly the same thing. So you're right here, and your neighbor over here does something you don't like, or they've got a toy your kid wants, and would you go steal it? Well, of course not. But would you go to the other neighbor across the way and vote for him to go to a legislature to steal from your neighbor and personalize it such a would you do that? Well, that's what you're doing when you vote in politics for a Republican or a Democrat that advocates, stealing. It's a good thing to do. Anything else? Sir? Would be what?
Would be could be put in the cage. If you're personalizing it, if you saw that. And it was a Jew. I'm just saying. I understand what you're saying, but there is a cruel reality also.
The cruel reality is what?
There's a cruel reality of what's going on.
In the short term, we need police. I prefer they be private police that actually would work. 3 times, my wife or what you call the police. Frankly, I'm sorry, but that issue is not big enough. Minor theft. That's not big enough for us to worry about. And the judicial system of years and years and years of people, even months and months of people being in jail without even being accused, and years of lawsuits and things like that going on. The system is broken. It's inefficient. It's not responsive to human beings. So if you actually had an efficient system where things would work, we'd be a lot better off. Yes, sir.
Our big problem is that most of the people in the world believe there's a certain, admittedly minor level of coercion that's necessary for us to have in civilization. And I'll be damned if I can figure out a set of arguments that can break them of that.
In the short term, that's true. You've got people believing that a certain amount of coercion is acceptable because it's a very obvious short-term solution. So where do we want to go long-term? Where do we want to go long-term in our human relationships? Talk about that, and how are we going to get there? But we certainly got the short-term situations which people perceive with the need for that, and there is. I just wish it was in a private sense where people had an incentive to perform and do things well. I've got one concept here. If you try to talk to people this way, or this example, you take a person, split them in two, okay, conceptually here. Split them in two. They have the same physical, mental, psychological capabilities. Now take one of those people and put them in a situation whereby if they don't perform, they're a mason, and they don't do a good job, a poor quality job, do they get another job? What happens to their business or their job? They lose their job, or if they're independent business, they lose their business. What if they perform a great job, but the expense is just too much? They got $12,000 for putting up this wall, and it costs them $15,000 to do it. What happens to that kind of a business or a person? You go out of business. Now the other person, the split person, the twin over here, they work in a system whereby if the quality's not there, they still have a job. And if the costs are substantially higher than what the value is that they provided, they just raise their rate. Which person is going to perform better? It's pretty clear. This is what you've got. You've got private enterprise where people work voluntarily together, and here's government where if they don't do a good job, we got 9/11, we got a couple of big towers shot down. Who got fired? Nobody got fired. And what happens when we go over our expenses and we're doing we're performing an activity that costs $1 billion and you only got $100 million of value, like education system? You raise taxes. So it's so clear that you take this person, just split them apart, and working in different systems, they're not going to perform as well. Many of them are extremely well-intended. Government workers, vast majority are very well-intended, if not all of them, virtually all of them. But they're just in a system whereby, it's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. And I come to work at 8 or 9 in the morning. And that's the amount of work I do, and that's it. But if it's you or I in a private business, I'm sorry, the job's not done at 5. It's 6, it's 7, it's midnight, it's 2 in the morning. We're here. We get it done. You're about to start the session, so if there's any other quick question? Thank you very much. Take care.
All right, it's now or never. You know it. Let's get it done now.
And then, okay, so you guys know what you're doing over there, right? Oh yeah, it's on the other side if you want to do that. So if you go through Fountain Terrace and come up, you can do it that way. So it's the double doors on the right-hand side. It's up to you, completely up to you.
Because of the feedback I had from various county chairs, and some proposed.
I'm gonna gracefully do this.
I don't know if I've given that to you electronically or not.
Yeah, you
That
can
would have been
sit,
easy. Am I sitting here? Yeah, I should sit
yeah, you
here.
can sit here on this side. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
I'm Rich.
Hi, Richard. Nice to meet you.
Mike Richardson.
All right, testing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Everyone hear me okay? Of our notable speakers and guests. So we do have a lot of LNC members here and out-of-staters. So we do have Meredith Hayes, our LNC Region 4 rep over there, who will be taking your nomination ballots later. We do have our vice chair here, who is also the LNC Region 4 alternate. They kind of have to be here, so not as impressive. Nevertheless, we do have Mr. Ramon Garcia, the secretary for LPAZ. We have Hannah Goodman should be joining us, the chair of Colorado. Mr. Adam Heyman, the LNC Region 1 representative, Ms. Kathy Yanuskavich, LNC at-large representative, the great pink flame of liberty, Ms. Karen Ann Harlos, the LNC secretary. We do have, of course, Angela McArdle. She is a speaker, and the chair of the Libertarian National Committee is also here. And the first baby of liberty, baby Arthur, is joining us here today. So really glad to have everybody there. Glad to see so many well-dressed people today, and also Karen Ann, so that's also nice. So very good. So as I'm sure you guys are all aware, I've already sent out the email and covered some of the stuff ad nauseum, but I would just like to cover some basic ground rules to just ensure everything goes smoothly. We do want to have a smooth convention, and we want to, plug and move things along. So just again, general nonsense, dilatory motions, disruptive actions won't be tolerated. Bylaws amendments not submitted. Bylaws amendments from the floor will not submitted to the secretary in writing and signed ahead of time are going to be entertained at my discretion. We have to move things along. We're not here to debate how a bylaw should be crafted in real time. That's why everyone hates these things, so we are going to move things along. We have plenty to vote on already. And again, only credentialed delegates are allowed on the credential floor. So convention floor, apologies. So here, all the tables in the front, so make your way to the front. If you are not credentialed or here to just kind of hang out and see how business works, we do have a gallery section for everybody. It makes things easier when it comes to voting and counting, and that'll all make sense to those of you who have never been to one of these before. I think that's it. Oh. My parliamentarian has reminded me that I should introduce him. So we do have Mr. Richard Brown, please pat yourself on the back for being humble. And of course, we do have the, I am the presiding officer as the chair. I am Adrian F. Malagon, for those of you that don't know. We also have, of course, again, the vice chair. He gets 2 shout-outs. I don't want to get his head too big, but we do have the vice chair, Mr. Gary Alvstead. We have the Libertarian Party of California secretary, Mr. Chris Edgar, and our new treasurer, Ms. Trendalyn Hallisey. So we will be entertaining you for the next few hours. I use that word very, very loosely. All right, so I think we're as good to go as we are going to be. Actually, only 2 minutes behind schedule because my welcome address was not 10 minutes.
Yes.
So I think we're good to go. We have at least 4 credentialed delegates up here on the stage. And with that, Mr. Secretary, I am calling the 2024 Libertarian Party of California Annual Convention to order at 8:12 a.m. All right, so first thing on the agenda here, there are handouts in the back there by the credentialing table that go over the national delegate election process. I will cover them very quickly here. So again, and this is per Rule 9 in the convention bylaws and convention rules, party officers, chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer are automatically nominated by virtue of their service to the party. Only credentialed state convention delegates shall make nominations. Only current state central committee members in good standing shall be validly nominated, whether you're present or not. Those validly nominated and present shall verbally confirm their acceptance of their nomination and their intention to serve as a California delegate at the National Convention when asked. So this will periodically be done throughout business on Saturday and Sunday by the Secretary or anyone he designates until voting commences. Those validly nominated and not present shall have their nominator verbally confirm their intention to serve as the California delegate at the National Convention. Again, this will be periodically done throughout business on Saturday and Sunday by the Secretary or anyone that he designates until voting commences. Nominations not verbally confirmed by the time voting commences on Sunday shall be removed from the ballot. Nominations shall be written on a ballot approved by the Secretary, which will be handed out to delegates by the Credentials Committee upon their getting credentialed on Saturday. So what that means, if you guys have not gotten your ballots already, they should be sitting on the credentials table in the back. We have over 300, so plenty for everybody to be able to grab something. Let's see here, where are we?
Mr. Chair, one question. If the AV people could put the my monitor up on the screens, please. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Ask and you shall receive. If you ask nicely. I'm just kidding. All right, so nomination ballots shall be handed out throughout business on Saturday and will be easily accessible for review. So all the ballots, once you get your nomination ballot and we officially open nominations, which will be after I give the spiel here, you will go over to where, well, we did have the LNC Region 4 rep. Where is she? Where'd she go? Well, that table, our Region 4 rep, there's a ballot box there where you will have to just verify that you are a delegate. Then you can go ahead and place your nominating ballot in the ballot box. And then Ms. Hallisey, I believe, will join her at some point after her treasurer's report and assist with that. So make sure that when you do fill out your ballot, so again, this is a nomination ballot. This is different than the actual voting ballot. You must put your printed name and sign it while you're making the nomination. So there is a space for you to print your name and sign on the nomination ballot. It will not be valid unless you do that. We have to verify that the person who nominated anybody is in fact a delegate. So that's really, really important. This is not going to be as big of an issue tomorrow. Tomorrow you will have to sign in similar to how you do it for credentials because unlike last time, we are going to have secret ballots this time around. You will have to sign in to make it clear that you have actually submitted a voting ballot, but the actual results will be kept secret. This was not done last time, and we are going to do it this time. Last call for all nominating ballots shall be at the close of business today. So whenever we adjourn for evening, that is when the last ballot is allowed to be handed to, that's when the ballot box officially closes at the end of business today. Invalid nominations shall be removed from the ballot And a printed list of all nominees shall be provided to all state convention delegates upon getting credentialed on Sunday. So instead of picking up a nomination ballot tomorrow morning, you should be able to pick up an actual voting ballot. Additional nominations may be made from the floor on Sunday at the appropriate time. Anyone validly nominating must verbally confirm their acceptance of their nomination and their intention to serve as a California delegate at the National Convention in real time. Each state delegate shall cast up to 1/3 the votes of the California allocated delegates. The allocated number of delegates for this convention is 103, which means that the number of votes for this convention is 35. This is subject to change based on some bylaws proposals that are being presented, so that may or may not be relevant at tomorrow. Each delegate may cast a yes or no vote per nominee up to the aforementioned number calculated. That again is subject to change based on what we passed today here for the proposed or the bylaws proposals that are being presented today. Again, votes shall be cast by secret ballot. State convention delegates must submit their own ballot. Only one ballot per state convention delegate is allowed. Delegate status will be confirmed and checked off in real time before the ballot is accepted. This will again be done by our LNC Region 4 rep, Ms. Meredith Hayes, and our treasurer, Ms. Trendalyn Hallisey, at that table, the big one that says ballot box on it. Officers will assemble virtually shortly after convention, tally the results, and release them to the State Central Committee and the National Party Secretary within 30 days. Okay, so I hope that is clear to everybody. This sheet is again available back there at the credentials table. Feel free to take one if I bored you by reading it. Even if I didn't, take one. All right, next item of business. So with this being done, I am officially opening nominations for National Convention delegates. Our AV gents, we're having a trouble with that mic apparently. If you could wait till the mic actually, so we could all hear. And that brings me to a point. When you come up to the mic, please say your full name, the county that you're from, and then you can make your motion or ask your question.
Request for information.
Again, so your name, county.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to wait for it to be acknowledged by you. Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara County.
Mr. Lieberman, go ahead.
Am I under the impression that in addition to handing in a nomination ballot for delegate, that our name will be announced at some random time during the day, and if we do not verbally acknowledge that we wish to be a delegate, that we will be rejected from the delegate list?
You potentially could be, yes. So you need to, we will ask you, we will make every effort while we go through the ballot box at random times to make sure that you verbally confirm whether to someone taking the ballot, an officer, or to the delegation as a whole. But we need to have confirmation that you are committed to going to Washington, D.C., that you accept your nomination. Otherwise, that's the point of a nomination.
Can we do that when we hand the ballot in?
Sure, you can do that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
All right. Moving on. Where are we at here?
I have the credentials report.
Okay, will the credentials chair please make her way to the podium?
What podium?
I guess you can give it from there, that's fine.
Okay. We have 95 credentialed delegates. 50% majority would be 48. 2/3 majority would be 64.
Mr. Chair,
All right, so I'm just waiting for
I was asked to repeat it.
I'm waiting for the secretary to put it on the, I will go ahead and read it after that.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 95 credentialed delegates.
Sorry, a majority is 48.
A majority is 48, and 2/3 is 64,
I have a motion, please.
which makes a standing second 10. If we could just add that for the, and just to be clear, it is 10%, so moving forward, I kept getting it wrong in 10. So, yeah, standing second will be 10% for all seconds. Ms. Brierly.
Yes, I move to seat Richard Fast and Janice McKenzie Fast.
Ms. Brierly, would you please go ahead and say your full name for everyone to
sorry,
hear,
yes.
along with the county?
Yes, Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rule that motion out of order. That is not on the agenda, and we are not here to
The agenda
seat.
is the credentials report, and
We are
this
not
is
here
in
to
order.
seat.
This is in order based on bylaw 7, section 2, I believe it is. And Mr. Starr, to my left, has been nodding vigorously. Thanks, Aaron. One moment.
Ms. Brierly, can you cite the bylaw again?
Yes, bylaw 5, section 7. B, section B, subsection B.
Actually, can I borrow that for just a minute?
Would you like me to read it aloud?
No, that's okay, Ms. Brierly. So the reason I'm ruling it out of order is Section 7, subsection 8, any individual wishing to renew their membership, having previously requested the termination of their membership through the means prescribed in Section 4 shall do so in an associate non-voting member role and shall be eligible for full reinstatement as a Central Committee member following a period of 12 consecutive months. Neither of the people that you mentioned, Mr. Richard Fast nor Ms. Janice McKenzie Fast, has requested to have their associate membership, and therefore that would make it out of order. That is my ruling. We have, can we go to the mic for that, please? And can you introduce yourself?
Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County.
Okay, and your motion is?
No, I'm appealing the ruling from the chair.
All right, so we have an appealing of the ruling of the chair. So this would require a standing second of 10 people. Are there 10 people that wish to appeal the ruling of the chair? Everyone else, please be seated. If you're in the back, take a knee if you could. I don't know if you're a credentialed delegate or not. So where are we at? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Barely made the 10. All right. No. Mr. Fast, could you please exit the convention floor? You are not a credentialed delegate.
I am making the request you referred to earlier. You said neither Richard nor Janice made that request.
Mr. Fast, you are out of
I am
order. You are
request-
not a member. Please leave the convention floor.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, so we are now here at the appealing of the ruling of the chair. So again, this would require a majority, is that correct? A majority to overrule the chair, correct? Right, okay, so everyone please take a seat. If you're in the back and you're not yet credentialed,
This is debatable.
yes, I understand. So just to make sure we have, it's going to be a majority to rule that I can have the last word. I'm sorry, I can have the first word on this.
First.
I can speak to it first, okay.
But it is debatable. Yeah.
But it's only one person.
One speech per person.
One speech per person, and that's it. It's a max of 2 minutes. And I get to finish and start. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and exercise my right as chair to speak to my motion. I'm sorry, to why I made my ruling. This is absolute nonsense. At this point, to stop an entire convention like we have now to placate 2 people who quit in a very disorderly fashion, sent nasty emails to both me and the secretary denouncing libertarianism, denouncing the pledge, both on the national level and the state level, and now having to stop convention to appease these people is abhorrent. You could have, I don't know, just not done that. And this is just absurd that we have to stop convention, that everyone is held hostage by 2 people. It's absurd. So I just don't feel the need to entertain this for any other reason. And in addition to that, they haven't actually made a formal request to do anything. There was no email to do that. So, okay, so that's just where we're at here. I'm assuming that Ms. Robson is going to be for her moment, or for her challenge. So you are welcome to speak to that now.
Yeah, I get to speak to that. So they both have joined again as associate members. They sent their dues they're registered libertarians. Per that bylaw, it states that a central committee member can in fact resign their membership. However, per bylaw, the bylaw cited in section B, they can get reinstated by either two things, a majority vote of the executive committee or a majority vote of the delegates convention. We've got the delegates convention here. This is per our bylaws. This was passed in 2022, and it was specific that it could be done with a simple majority vote. And so therefore, your ruling, regardless of if you want to say that they were disorderly or they were mean, that's not part of our bylaws, that's not part of our rules.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. You can do it. Mr. Starr? I'm sorry, name and county.
Aaron Starr, Ventura
I'm sure
County.
no one knows who you are, so I just want to make sure.
I'm an enigma. No one knows who I am. I'm actually going to speak to uphold the ruling of the chair in this case, but I have a question first.
Yes, sir.
Which is, so as I understand your ruling, because on the premise that because these two individuals are not associate members currently, that it will be out of order this time to reinstate them. My question to you is, once those two people actually renew their membership even here presently as associate members, at that time, do you think it's in order for this motion to be brought up?
It would be during this report. It wouldn't be otherwise.
I think,
But they still didn't, I would argue that they still didn't satisfy the actual requirement because becoming, I mean.
so let me just read it out loud and let me just make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. So it says, any individual wishing to renew their membership, having previously requested the termination of their membership through the means prescribed in section 4, shall do so in an associate, non-voting member role, and shall be eligible for reinstatement as a Central Committee member following a period of 12 consecutive months. So, as I'm reading this right now out loud, so it sounds like even if they were to rejoin today, that they couldn't be an associate member until at least 12 months have passed.
Correct. There's a seasoning requirement now attached, 12 months, which has not taken place yet.
Hold on. So is it your position then that for section B, where it says full Central Committee membership status may be reinstated at any time by a majority vote of the Executive Committee or by a majority of those Central Committee members present voting at convention, is that contingent on them first being an associate member in order to be reinstated, or is that a requirement that's not required?
It would be required. The seasoning requirement still applies.
Okay, so that's
my reading of
so
the.
that's the bone of contention then. So the bone of contention is, just so everybody in the room is clear, is that Section A appears to require that you be a member for at least associate member for at least 12 months. But Section B says that the full Central Committee membership status may be reinstated at any time. So I guess what we as delegates in this room have to weigh is whether B requires that A happen first, or is B a separate path, if you will.
Correct. So yeah, what's being determined at this point is whether or not someone can just go ahead and quit their membership in a huff and then decide that they want to be a member again and then just come crawling back to the executive committee, even the same day, or the delegation, if that's the case, because they now want to be a part of the party again.
Okay. So I guess at this point then, now that I've asked the questions, I understand where you're coming from, I'm actually going to change my position that I think that the chair's ruling should be overturned. And the reason for that is that because the paragraph talking about somebody being reinstated any time by majority vote of either this body or the executive committee, because that's more specific than the language that talks about associate membership, and because the language in B doesn't specifically reference a requirement that they be an associate membership before they become a full Central Committee member, I'm going to be voting to overturn the ruling of the chair, though I think your ruling is very rational, and I appreciate it. I think that my interpretation is that it would be appropriate to have a vote to reinstate these folks. That doesn't mean that the body should reinstate these folks, because there may be other reasons why we don't want to do that. But I think it's still in order for us to, as a body, consider the reinstatement. So that's my position.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So we're going to do something a bit unorthodox here. As you can see, security is very high. My life is precious, people. So we can't have the vice chair go down, or any officer really go down to the floor. So if they wish to speak, they'll let me know, and they'll be next in queue. The vice chair has requested to speak to uphold the ruling of the chair.
Yeah, hi, Gary Alstead, Orange County. I just want to respond to Mr. Starr's argument. One of the concepts behind the parliament procedure and the bylaws is no word is in there. No word is in there superfluously. And so the whole section about being eligible to be reinstated would be meaningless if it was just a matter of getting a vote by the ExCom or the delegation. So by that theory, Section A has to apply, or else it's just wasted language, and the assumption is always that none of the language in the bylaws is wasted language.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
We have a point of order. We need Daniel Hayes to go to credentialing.
Daniel Hayes is requested to go to credentialing. Daniel Hayes. All right. Name and county, please.
Yeah, this is Graham Brown, Alameda County. And I'm looking at Section 7 and A and B, which is what we're talking about. I've heard some people argue that Central Committee members can be reinstated any time by majority vote by the Executive Committee, but that's a separate item from item A. Item A is talking specifically about people who have requested to terminate their membership. So I believe that the correct reading is for people who've terminated their membership, there is a 12-month seasoning requirement. People that want to be reinstated for other reasons or have other issues, that can be done with a majority vote. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Brown. So I'm going to have the quick last word on this. We're going to close it. We're at 15. We're at time for this motion. It's been going on for 15 minutes now. So I think that Mr. Brown and Mr. Alstead have already said everything that needs to be done. Again, we've wasted 15 minutes on this. We have a tight schedule just to placate two people.
Motion to extend, because I was at the mic and they forgot to get my signature.
Okay, there is now a motion to extend time. That would require a standing second.
Second. How long? 5 minutes.
Okay.
Motion to extend time by 5 minutes.
Can you identify yourself, sir?
I am Daniel Hayes, Riverside County.
6, 7. Do we have 10?
I'm also standing here, sorry.
Okay, looks like we have 10.
Thank you.
Extension of time for 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
So,
or is there any objection to the extension of time? I guess I should have asked. Sorry. Now there's a standing second. Is there any objection to extending time to 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Mr. Starr objects, so we'll go to a vote. And that means it's going to be 2/3.
Voice.
Okay, so that would require a 2/3 vote. If you're in favor of extending time for 5 minutes, please say aye.
Aye. Wait. Why is that 2/3? That's a simple majority. It's a simple majority.
No, it's not.
Why not?
It's 2/3.
Why?
This was
Extension of time?
Suspending the rule.
suspending the rule. So
I understand. My
yeah,
bad.
no problem. So let's just do this by a show of hands. To extend time, if you're in favor of extending time, please raise your hand. If you are not in favor of extending time, please raise your hand. Okay, that is not 2/3. So motion to extend time is denied. All right, I've already given my last word on this, so we're going to go to a vote. A yes vote is to, this is the one where, right, a yes vote is to to overturn.
The question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained?
Correct. So, okay, so a yes sustains my ruling, which is to move on and not entertain any further nonsense. A no vote or a nay vote is to, I'm sorry? What are you objecting to?
Your comment.
That's fantastic, Mr. Hinkle. I'm sure we're all very proud. So let's go ahead and let's do this. So a yes vote is, a yes vote goes ahead and sustains my ruling. A no vote overturns my ruling, and we will go to the suspension of the rules. I don't believe that, well, actually, no. If I remember correctly, Ms. Brierly made the motion to suspend the rules and do the motion at the same time. Can, instead of having multiple people just yell, can someone come up to the mic? And Ms. Brierly, you're the one, Ms. Brierly is the one that made the initial, if she could come up and speak.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. This was in order as part of the credentials report.
That's right. Thank you, Ms. Brierly. Just wanted a little clarification there. All right. So again, yes vote sustains my ruling, no vote overturns it. Let's do this by hand raise. So all in favor of sustaining the chair's ruling, please raise your hand.
Majority to overturn your.
Okay. All opposed? It's too close to call. We're going to do a standing vote. So we're going to call it off. So everyone that is in favor of sustaining my ruling, please stand. I'm going to point to you and count you off. As soon as I point to you and you say your number and what you are, so pay attention, that's how we're going to keep track of all the votes. Okay, so I'm going to start here on this side. Loud and proud, people.
6.
7, 8. So Mr. Byrd is 8. 9.
10. 11. 12.
We'll start here in the front. Mr. Griffiths, I believe.
14, 15,
16. 17.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22,
23. 24.
25, 26,
27.
28, 29.
Wait, who said 29? Mr. Gannier? Okay, 29.
33, 34,
35.
38, 30, 39, 41.
All right, 41. I'm sorry, 41.
42.
44?
All right, and I will make 45. So all the noes, please stand. We'll start here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8,
9, 12, 13,
15,
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21,
23,
24, 25,
26,
27.
28, 29, 30,
31,
32,
33, 34,
35,
36,
37,
38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46,
47,
48,
49, 50.
51.
Okay, so the ruling of the chair is overturned. That was 45 to 51. Okay, Mr. Starr?
So I understand at this time we'd probably have debate on the vote as to whether to reinstate these two individuals or not. I forget who they are. My question for you.
Most people do.
Okay. It's okay. You're not helping yourself. Okay. So my question is this. So my understanding is that these two individuals at some point resigned the party and they want to become members again today. And my question is, I'm inclined to not reinstate them right now until I hear from them as to why they resigned and why they want to be reinstated at this time. So my request is, can we hear from these two individuals, as I'm inclined to not reinstate them unless I understand really well why they left and why they deserve to come back.
Technically, they're probably being treated separately. In order for them to be reinstated, would it be 2/3? No, I think this says majority vote. That's the.
My majority is in. Okay, so I can just go ahead and say, is there an objection to hearing 2 minutes from each?
I think that's good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. So I've just consulted with the parliamentarian. I am not opposed to giving each member 2 minutes, so that would be Mr. Richard Fast and Ms. Janice McKenzie Fast, 2 minutes to state their case, at which point we'll move to a vote. Is there any objection to that?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Starr?
I'm sorry. 2 minutes is really very brief for someone to make a case to be reinstated. Would it be appropriate to have it maybe a little bit longer than that?
I'll go max 3. We are really pushing time. We've wasted so much time on this already.
Three is fine.
Okay, we're going to go with 3 minutes. 3 minutes each. Is there any objection to that?
Point of information.
Yes, ma'am. Your name and county, please.
Linda Dorfmont, Los Angeles County. Could
Ms. Dorfmont?
someone please give all of us the dates and methods of the resignation and the request for reinstatement? We need to apply the law to the facts. We don't have any right now.
So at some point, we would be able to do that. So for those of you that couldn't hear, there was a request for the emails and the times and dates. I know that they happened last year. I mean, the secretary could pull it up if you weren't doing the minutes. Obviously, all the officers that have access to our respective accounts are up here doing things. So that's not going to be possible to do. There was no request for reinstatement. The request for reinstatement, as far as if we want to call it one, was going onto the website and then just filling out and buying a basic membership again. So there was no official request for that. Nevertheless, we'll move on. Is there any objection to 3 minutes to hear from each Mr. Fast and Ms. McKenzie Fast before we make a vote? Hearing none, Mr. Fast, you may come up to the mic. Can you time this, please? You have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to keep this brief. My name is Richard Fast. I've been a Libertarian since 2011, brought on by the Ron Paul campaign. Right after the Ron Paul campaign, I became a Libertarian. I have gone to all the Alameda County meetings, San Francisco meetings, Contra Costa meetings. I've been very active in this state. The reason why I resigned was not for ideological reasons. I've always been a Libertarian, ANCAP to be precise. The reason why I resigned was because I was not happy with how the executive committee was operating at that time. And my Libertarian ideology remains as strong as ever. And I support this party. I vote Libertarian. I want to participate. I didn't leave. The party left me.
Ms. McKenzie Fast, you have 3 minutes.
I'm not a public speaker, so please forgive me. I'm very nervous. It's a shame I have to go through this, but 12-hour ride from Oakland yesterday. Anyway, I am still a current state member. My membership lapses March 21st, next month. Last year at Sacramento Convention, I was a voting delegate. I saw many of you there. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. I remember you. Thank you. Thank you, Larry. I recognize your voice. I'm disabled, but I do the best I can. My mind is still good. I'm just not a public speaker. I can write clever words. I can write smart words for liberty. I live a life of liberty. I'm retired, and I get around with a cane, slow but surely. And just, I don't know what else to say.
Why you quit and why you came back? Is it same as Richard?
Oh, I quit because of, I watched the online convention in Reno Sparks, and I didn't like what they did to the, removing the, I forget what it's called, the clause, or bigotry, about bigotry, yes. And I didn't find the party respectful. Respect means a lot to me. Treating people with kindness, listening, really listening to what somebody's saying. And then you don't have to agree. You could say, oh, I understand what you're saying or where you're coming from, but maybe listen to what I have to offer and you might learn something or something from you. We have to communicate. We have to be kind to each other. We have to have respect. We're human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fast and Mr. Fast. So this is where we are right now. Mr. Hayes, do you have a point of order information?
I wanted to speak in behalf of Mr. Fast because I can.
That's not
be an
appropriate.
excellent character.
Hold on one second here. Mr. Starr?
I do think it's appropriate to debate it this time. I'm going to be arguing to not reinstate them at this point, and I'll tell you why at that point. But
No, of course. So I just wanted to be, I thought maybe you had a point of information. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this individually. These are debatable motions. We are in a time crunch here, people. Again, this just goes to my point. So what we're going to do is, if someone would like to make a motion to reinstate Richard Fast, now would be the appropriate time.
So moved.
I didn't make the motion.
Motion's already.
Mr. Starr?
Point of order.
Mr. Starr had his hand up first.
He didn't say
Ms.
point
Robson,
of order, and this is.
Ms. Robson, Mr.
Okay.
Starr, go ahead, please.
I'm raising a point of order. I believe that the motion was already made by Ms. Brierly. I think what you're doing at this time, which would be appropriate, is to divide the question.
Divide the question, because it would have to be two. She
Right.
did it in a slate. I was, right.
So,
Okay.
so if you wanted to if you wanted to divide the question, I think that would be in order, and then we can go and debate each
That
one.
would have to be moved, right? I will move it.
I think that this is naturally debatable anyway, that any one
Correct.
person can demand that this be divided.
Correct.
So I am, if it needs to be formally done, I'm demanding that this be formally divided so we consider each one separately, and then we'll commence debate on each one.
I was going to make an automatic, yeah, I was going to assume that it did. It was
Point of personal
point well
privilege.
taken, so. Ms. Lightfoot?
Point of personal privilege. Gail Lightfoot, San Luis Obispo. Some of you are not using the mic correctly, and I'm hard of hearing, and there are probably other people that are. I haven't been able to hear much that's been going on for the last half an hour, so please have someone tell you if you're speaking loud enough so that you can correct that and we can all hear.
Thank you, Ms. Lightfoot. So the question is now divided. So the first person that we are going to consider here is going to be Mr. Richard Fast. Who is for the reinstatement? We're going to start that way. No, okay, I'm not asking for a general, I'm asking as far as the argument is concerned. This is a debatable motion. So who at the mic is for? Okay.
Actually, should recognize the person that made the motion and restate him.
Oh, that's right. So I will give first dibs to Ms. Brierly because she initially made the motion, and then we will look for someone that is looking to speak against the motion. Ms. Brierly, you have the floor.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. I've known Richard Fast for probably 8 years. He's, well, I can just say ditto to everything that he said during his 3 minutes. He's been an active libertarian, principled, and there was a lot of controversy last year and Reno. And so it's understandable that emotions were high and people might have made decisions that they later rethought. And so I think that we should reinstate Richard Fast and get him back into fighting for liberty out there.
Mr. Starr, you're next. You're speaking against, yeah.
So I was listening very carefully to what Mr. Fast said, and while he definitely described the reasons why he left and the conditions under which he left, those conditions have not changed since then. So I didn't hear from him that I regret having that decision, it was rash, and I want to be returned for that reason, that it was ill-advised to have had that, to resign. I think that since we already have a process here under the bylaws where this person can already rejoin as an associate member, and just simply, there's a 12-month seasoning period whereupon they'll be a full member again. They'll be able to vote at the next convention, I presume, if they're an associate member today, and they continue their membership. So I'm inclined, I take very seriously when somebody resigns. I think we all need to take that very seriously. And I think that it should be, I think our process should be upheld, which we built in understanding. I didn't see any extenuating circumstance that requires that we overturn our basic rule that you get reinstated after 12 months. So for that reason, I will be voting against reinstating. As much as I think I've met Richard Fast once or twice, I think he's a fine person. But I think that resignations are very serious, and I think that reinstating is also very serious.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Everyone else in line, I assume, is in the affirmative. Is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
Let's go ahead and end debate and go to a vote. Or we can, there's no one else in
Objection.
line. Okay, I will hear from one more person. Who is at the mic first? I couldn't
Me.
tell.
Me.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Maligan, second mic.
Mr. Hayes, continue.
So I met Richard Fast probably the first day he arrived in New Orleans. I picked him up in my car. I was taking him to a meeting, taking him to a Libertarian meeting. He had gone and moved to New Orleans to study economics under Libertarian theorist Walter Block. I got to know Richard Fast extremely well over the years since then. He has been pursuing his academic career for the purpose of libertarian principles and pursuing that further. He's opened his pocketbook, despite not being a wealthy person. He's donated much more than many people. You know, a lot of times speaking with your wallet says a lot, but he spent his time, he spent his energy, he spent his effort. He had a rash moment. People make mistakes. We should be forgiving. He wants to come back to the party that he loves. He made a mistake. He has admitted that. Mr. Starr brought up that there's a mechanism by which he can become a member, but there's also another mechanism by which he can become a member. So I would encourage everyone here today to reinstate our friend and brother in liberty, Richard Fast.
Okay, so since the last two people left are in the affirmative, we're going to move on to the vice chair who is speaking against.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of reiterate what Mr. Starr said. It's not, even if I understand if you have a lot of sympathy for Mr. Fast and his predicament, but we need to, part of being a libertarian is you're allowed to do what you want, but your actions have consequences. And what they did is they repudiated the party. And that's fine. We believe in forgiveness. They can come back. They make the request. They season themselves for 12 months, and they're full members again. But again, actions have consequences, and we should not allow people to take these kind of actions and not face the consequences of their actions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So,
Point of order.
Starchild.
Is it, I believe it's customary for people actually speaking in debate to not do so from the dais?
Well, I already addressed it at the beginning. Moving on.
If that was your ruling that it's acceptable, I would like to challenge
Star
the ruling
Child,
of
we're
the
not
chair.
doing this right now. This is very clearly an encumbrance for any one officer to leave and step down on the floor. We're not doing
Well,
this.
it's only encumbrance because you put these police
time for this
barricades
debate.
up in the
Star Child.
convention floor, which we've
Star
never
Child,
had before.
stop. You're out of order. We're moving to a vote. Time has ended on this item. We're going to move to a vote.
Extend for 5 minutes.
Really, Mr. Hinkle, can we move? You're going to speak in the affirmative. We're going to have someone else speak in the negative. We have another vote to get to. Can we move on with the vote, please?
This all would have been avoided if you just accepted their nomination and membership.
I could argue that this would have all been avoided had he not resigned in a huff. We can play this game all day, but go ahead. So you've moved, Mr. Hinkle has moved to extend time for 5 minutes. Do we have a standing second?
This is a personal grudge between you and Richard Fast and his mother.
No, it's not.
And it clearly is.
Mr. Hinkle, can you stop? We're going to a vote on your motion
membership
to
is at an
extend time.
all-time low.
Mr. Hinkle, we're moving to it. You've moved to extend time. We are moving forward with that. Do you still wish to make your motion?
Yes. 5
Okay,
minutes.
fantastic. Please stop talking. Standing second to extend time for 5 minutes. Motion dies for lack of second. Who is raise your hand, please. Okay, motion to extend time is seconded. All in favor of moving to extend time for 5 minutes, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The nays have it. Please sit down, Mr. Hinkle. We're moving to a vote. No. It's still a tree. Please stop. Okay, so now we're moving to a vote. We're going to do this by standing count. Actually, we'll do this first by hand raise and see how this goes. So all in favor to reinstate Mr. Fast as a member, which would allow him to get credentialed, please raise your hand. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Put your hands down. Credentials. We've had a credentials chair, Dr. McElroy. An update on credentials, please, before we go to a vote. We're going to stand at ease for 3 minutes.
While we're at ease, I'd like to remind the chair to maintain impartiality in the way he speaks.
Are we really trying to control speech now, Mr. Hayes?
What'd you say? What's that?
Go ahead, Mr. Starr. It's fine. Mr. Hayes, go ahead and take a seat. That's fine. You shouldn't have walked away from the mic. Mr. Starr, go ahead.
I'd like to know what you said.
Mr. Starr, go ahead.
You addressed me.
Mr. Hayes, will the Sergeant at Arms please, will the Sergeant at Arms please take care of this? Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Will not go well.
I have a request for information at this time.
Yes, Mr. Starr.
So just for future motions, I believe we have a standard time limit for that, and I was wondering if you could tell the convention delegates how long is the time allotted for a motion to have debate unless there's an extension of time?
Correct. So thank you, Mr. Starr. So every motion goes up to 15 minutes without an extension of time. Each person has 2 minutes to speak to that motion. I will be alternating between those for the motion, starting with the person that made it, to those going against the motion, or speaking out against the motion in alternating fashion. I would ask, for the sake of time, a lot of people paid a lot of good money to see our lunch speaker and to see the POTUS panels. I would highly encourage you all, we have a lot of bylaws proposals on the floor, to keep that in mind before we have a line of 5 or 6 people speaking in the affirmative for the same motion, as a courtesy. Dr. McElroy.
Credentials report, we have 114 delegates. 50% majority is 57, 2/3 majority is 76.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that one more time?
Sure. 114 credentialed delegates. Majority 57, 2/3 76.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will repeat that one more time. The credentials report is at 114 for delegates. Majority is 57, 2/3 is 76.
Majority would be 58.
Oh, I'm sorry, 58. Apologies. All right, so we're going to do this again. All in favor of reinstating Mr. Fast, please stand. All right, please take a seat. All opposed, please stand. All right, we're going to have to do this by division, so everyone take a seat. All those in favor of reinstating Mr. Fast, please stand again. We're going to do a count off. And please be very loud and do not call your number until I point at you, and at which point you will take a seat, please. Starting with Mr. Dean.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Hold on. I was pointing at Mr. Shannon. 8,
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18,
19.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
Okay, now will the noes stand up? There might be people abstaining, so we got to do this again. Well, actually, does it matter at this point if there's no majority?
No, you have to take the vote.
Yeah, you still have to.
Okay, that's fine. We'll start here with Mr. Schwartz.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14,
I agree. 17, 18, 19, 20.
Mr. Osborne will be 21.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49.
50.
51. 52.
53. Did anyone not get counted? Okay, the motion fails. Mr. Fast is not reinstated. Moving on to Ms. Mackenzie Fast. I will allow Ms. Brierly, since she made the motion, to speak in favor. And if anyone would like to speak in opposition, please come up to either mic.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. I've known Richard Fast's mother, Janice Mackenzie Fast, I've known of her for a couple of years, and I got to know her really well at last year's California convention. She is a true libertarian. She raised us a libertarian as well, which counts for a lot. And she does write smart words. I have seen her writing. I have used some of her writing in press releases for the Libertarian Party of Santa Clara County. And she is a very nice, Jan Nice is how I like to pronounce her name, person. And I think we could use more of the kindness that she is advocating, as well as to encourage more people to join a friendly, receptive organization to fight out there for liberty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brierly. Is anyone, Mr. Starr?
So I was listening carefully to what Ms. Fast was stating as her reason for resigning, and it had to do with decisions that were made by the national delegates at convention. That situation has not changed. And we're always going to have situations where people are going to disagree with decisions that a body makes. I often find myself on the short end of some of these decisions, but I've kept my membership.
So, okay, so our national convention is going to have the biggest turnout that we've had probably ever. We have the most registered people right now, and I'm really happy to report one of the things that my predecessor said to me when she handed me the gavel, the first and only thing that she said to me when she handed me the gavel was, "I wish you the success that you deserve." And on that note, I'm happy to report that we are at over $22,000 now, as of 2 days ago, in net revenue for this convention, which has never been done before. Okay, $22,000. That is not counting the gala. That is not counting full lifetime memberships, pin upgrades, other sources of revenue, people giving donations. I do expect to be at over 30,000 when it's all said and done, and that's fantastic. That's probably triple what the record was before. This is the money that we can use to reach these registered libertarians who are not dues-paying members and make sure that we have recurring revenue for the party and that we're able to get people more actively involved in their counties and at the state level. So this is fantastic news, and I thank all of you for being here, even those that I don't agree with all the time, but I thank you all for coming out and supporting the party, whether it's here at business, whether it's going to, having purchased a package for a speaker. We thank you. The party doesn't run, we're all unpaid volunteers. Some of you are still shocked to learn this. I'm really happy that I was able to put this together with the convention committee. I very easily and habitually work 50+ hours on LP stuff alone. That is unpaid for all of you. And for those of you that appreciate it, I thank you. That's why I do it. Right? I thank those of you that appreciate it. For those of you that don't appreciate it and see that everything that I do is some sort of slight or terrible thing, hopefully you'll come around at some point. That is my hope. I see some people shaking their heads no. This is all energy that could be used fighting the state. I said this at the beginning when I ran for chair. We stayed drama-free. We stayed drama-free in 23. To be fair, all the drama came after I announced Mr. Kennedy, which was January 6th, ironically enough. So we did stay drama-free in 23. 2024 was a problem. So I didn't make any promises about 2024. But if we actually spent all of the time that we spend fighting each other and fighting against our real enemies, there's a really good chance that our awful governor might be the next president of the United States.
Set a good example from the top.
Star Child, please, see, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Let's do something productive with our time. I really don't want to start fighting or doing anything here. We need to really fight the state. That is the real enemy. I'm not your enemy. Please do remember that. You are not my enemy. And on that note, I will go ahead and end my chair's report.
Yep, Mr. Chair, while we're here, I do have a request to the body,
Yes,
which is that we should definitely exercise decorum. I understand that there are people who have really heightened feelings about one subject or another, or one person or another, but I ask that we all treat each other with respect and that we don't have outbursts from the gallery.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Point well taken. We're going to move on. Ms.
Mr.
Brierly?
Chair, may we have a Q&A for the reports from the officers?
I would have loved to do that, but we're at time because we're way over time already, so my time has already ended.
Move to extend time for 5 minutes for Q&A for the chair's report.
There has been a motion to extend time for 5 minutes. Is there a standing second? We need 10% of, 114 delegates?
Yeah, you need
So 12? Are we at 12? Okay, so it is seconded, moved and seconded. All in favor of extending time for 5 minutes on the chair's report, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. The nays have it. Mr. Vice Chair, you have that floor. Your own little podium this time around.
All right.
Also, I am a little offended that none of you wanted to hear from me again or more. But anyway, Mr. Vice Chair, he does steal the show. Go ahead.
All right, this is fun. Never a dull moment.
No.
Hey, again, I'll try to keep this short. I did not submit a written report. In the last 30 years, we've only had 2 elections where the presidential candidate received fewer votes than was received in the time before. The first was in 2000, and the party dropped by 30% membership over the next presidential term. The second time was in the last election in 2020, and I mean, fingers crossed, we're doing what we can on the national to change the tide, but it looks like it's going to be a similar drop. Now, that's the bad news. The worst news is
asked a question and he didn't know the answer.
Okay, I could have jumped in and answered that question, but if you're going to ask,
Well, you gave.
go ahead with your next question.
You ended your report, and so now
I'm still
asking-
chairing this convention, correct? So go ahead and move on to the
Okay.
next question, please.
And can you tell me what is the current membership level, the dues-paying membership levels? And is it in fact the lowest that it's ever been since the 1970s?
well, I've only been with the party since '97, so I can't answer that. Any further
I
back
can.
than that?
I can tell you.
Well, I mean, but yes, I mean, I don't have the numbers, but you are right. They're very low. And the reason is we had this purging of 30%, 20%, and then 10% in the early 2000s, and through the 2000 knots. And so we started with a much lower number. And now that we've had another regress in our presidential voting and another 30%, yeah, we're low. This is an existential crisis. That's the point. That's the whole point I was trying to make. We cannot afford another 20% drop over the next presidential election. We
Okay.
need to get more members.
Okay, but the executive committee is.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We're actually at time. Mr. Hinkle, Mr. Hinkle, we're at time. I'm just going to say really quickly for people, again, it just goes to show that people don't read these reports, which is why I didn't. This is all addressed. Mr. Hinkle, I'm speaking. The chair's report from December 2nd at the Orange County meeting that just happened down the road covers all of this in great detail. I express the concern about membership, all the reasons that membership is low, and what we're going to do to fix it. So if anyone is curious, you can go on ca.lp.org, you can go find the meeting minutes for December 2nd, and you can pull up the chair's report. All of these questions are addressed in there. We're going to move on now to the
Move to extend
Secretary's
for
report.
10 minutes.
Okay, so a motion has been made to extend the Vice Chair's report for 10 minutes. Standing second of 12 is required.
Actually, motion to extend question time in general for 10 minutes.
There is no...
For all the officers.
That's out of order. It would be per report. We're at time for the Vice Chair's report. So you're moving to extend time for 10 minutes on the Vice Chair's report. Is that correct?
I would like to extend for the block.
Okay, that's not how this is done. So would you like to extend time for the Vice Chair's report?
If that's your ruling, I would appeal. I would like
Star
to hear from
Child, this is
I'd like to
dilatory.
hear
We're
from
not,
the parliamentarian.
we're not,
I believe it is in
you
order
cannot,
to
the parliamentarian is not coming
extend
to the
time.
mic. Star Child, are you going to make a motion or not? Otherwise, this is dilatory.
I would like to make a motion. You're not letting me make the motion. I'm
Is your
trying to make-
motion to extend time for 10 minutes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So there's been a motion to extend time to the Vice Chair's report for 10 minutes. Standing
That
second,
wasn't the
please, of
motion I
12.
made, but whatever.
Standing second to extend time. Dies for lack of second. Moving on. Okay. First of all, Mr. Fast, you are in the gallery. You are not, people already voted to not hear you speak. Okay, so please stop or you will be removed from the ballroom. I don't want to see that happen. Please do not speak out of turn again. Do not shout across the body. We just had Mr. Starr ask for decorum. Please stop. Okay, we're going to do this again. Please pay attention, people, and stand. Standing second is required for a motion to extend time. Who wishes to second Starchild's motion? We need 12. Okay, we have 12. Motion to extend time has been seconded. All in favor of extending time for 10 minutes, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Thank you. The nays have it. Do you want to remind people that shouting extra loud doesn't get you extra votes? Mr. Secretary, it's that time for your very riveting secretary's report. I know you always wait for this. This is the highlight of your year, so please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I submitted a written report to the state party list, and I think that that should be relatively self-explanatory. If anyone has questions about the written report that I submitted, which I'm kind of scrolling down through right now, and it's about these sort of finer points, such as the status of minutes and the status of county bylaws, and the most recent updates to our bylaws and so forth. If anyone has questions about those particular niceties, they're welcome to submit them to me. But other than that, I'll just, I won't delay everything further. And I'll say, I've enjoyed being your secretary so far, and thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Best secretary since 2018, everybody. All right. Any questions for the secretary and his report? Starchild?
Yes. I am chair of San Francisco County, Starchild. I would like to request for the record your opinion, Mr. Secretary, on the there's been some back and forth email. There's allegations that we're not, from the chair, that he's withholding our dues and that we're not affiliated because he doesn't like the fact that we don't have 4 officers, one of whom, Richard Fast, we were just trying to get reapproved as a member so he could be an officer because the chair's saying, oh, we don't have proper officers. But be that as it may, also they want us to pay a fine to the state, which we don't believe that is proper, that we owe, that we should waste that money feeding the state. Mr. Secretary,
thank you, Mr.
my
Starr.
question
So this is dilatory. Mr. Starr?
My question for the secretary is, do you believe it's your role to say that a county is affiliated or unaffiliated that needs to meet those criteria? Because that was kind of an issue, is it seemed like you were saying like, well, the chair told me to do this, so I have to do this.
My understanding is that there's a bylaw that specifically addresses the disaffiliation or the removal of the organized status of a county. And my understanding is also that the executive committee intends to take a vote regarding whether the LPSF or LPF San Francisco should retain its organized status. So no, I wouldn't unilaterally say that your organization could be disaffiliated.
Well, the chair said that. Do you disagree with the chair?
I don't know what the chair said regarding this subject.
He told me he considered us
Starchild, if you're going to ask a question, you need to let the secretary answer. Otherwise, I'm going to rule it dilatory and you can sit down. We're almost at time anyway. Mr. Secretary, please go ahead.
If anyone else has questions, I'll yield time. Otherwise, he can answer.
Actually, you've already asked two. We're done. If anyone else has questions for the secretary, they're welcome to ask them. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the treasurer's report. Excellent. Ms. Halsey, Madam Treasurer, please, yes, please, if you could join us. The secretary's literally tied in here, so he can't move. Also because I told him he couldn't, so. It keeps him from escaping, that's right.
That's what the fence is for.
Yeah. It's not my safety, it's his. All right. Ms.
Okay.
Halsey, take it away, thank you.
My first time up here. as your treasurer for Libertarian California. Let's see. So my executive overview is the total funds in all of our bank accounts as of February 16th, 2024 is $136,090.95. And all of the necessary forms, FCC, tax forms, all of that stuff has been filed as accordingly. And the due sharing payments totaling $6,725 were distributed to the county affiliates on January 31st, 2023, and the due sharing funds are scheduled to be distributed in July 2024. And then I just have a bunch of, let's see. So if you want to go into how that breaks down, our FPPC restricted non-candidate expenses in our bank account is $108,194.90. Our unrestricted is the state and local candidate funding account is $17,280.41. And then our federal candidate funding is $5,619.22. So total funds in the bank accounts is $131,094.53. We do have a PayPal balance of $4,992, which total funds $136,090.94. And let's see. What else should I talk about? Due sharing.
Due sharing, I suppose.
Okay, due sharing checks for the July through December 2022 were period totaling $6,250 were issued on January 29th, 2023. Due sharing checks for the January through June 2023 period. Oh, I did that wrong, sorry. Period totaling $10,275 were issued on July 2023. County affiliates are reminded to timely inform this office of ability to deposit checks into the bank account and provide a valid mailing address where due sharing checks can be delivered. And respectively submitted, Trundlin, Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hallisey.
Madam Treasurer, I have a question. I have a question for the treasurer.
We have, yes, I understand. Thank you, Ms. Riley. Let's be patient. So we have about 7 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Name and county for the record, please.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. The chair mentioned the possible success of this convention. I just wanted to clarify. Are we at 22,000 gross revenue or 22,000 net income? Thank you.
It would be,
Do you want me to take it?
Yeah, can you take that?
Yeah, so it's not the possible, this is what we have in actual revenue for a convention as of now. It's net revenue. That's including expenses.
I'm sorry, did you say gross revenue or net income?
Revenue, net income, I'm sorry, net income, revenue. We have 22 plus
Thank you.
20, yes, thank you. Mr. Hinkle, you have a question for the treasurer?
Yes, I do. I understand we have an FEC account for federal candidates, is that correct?
Yes.
Was any of that money used to help to get our candidates on the ballot for the March election?
I believe that nothing was spent out.
Ms. Aquino?
Rajani from Orange County.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Aquino, sorry, I
Susan
missed you.
Aquino Ventura, as a county treasurer, I'm just curious, any large items that we did this year? I don't even know how much large would be to us. Any something that pops out at you?
We got some donations, but.
Do you mean expenditures?
Expenditures or income? Expenditures, no.
Just the usual?
No, just the usual,
Well,
except for.
technically, we did have one. It was a holdover from the last administration, something that we couldn't cancel because of a contract. It was a PR firm that we had to use that, unfortunately, it cost us $2,700 for something that we were kind of on the rope for from the last administration, and I tried to fight it as long as I could. But that was our biggest expenditure as far as that's concerned. Before a convention, convention will obviously be the biggest expenditure.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Thank you.
David Bowers, Los Angeles County. I'm the treasurer for LA County. I just wanted to check, did you say the checks are going to be sent soon for 2024? Or were
In
they
July, yeah, for the new, new period, well, it will be for July. We'll cut it July.
Okay.
And so Mr. Bowers, for that, just to elaborate a little bit on that, I'm sorry, we had a few fraud alerts on some of our accounts while we were transferring things, and it took a while, so we had to delay some stuff. QuickBooks got unsynchronized, and it became an issue, so that's why we're delaying it a little bit more than it would have. But it was just a technical issue that we've resolved, and as soon as convention is over, that's when everything will go out.
We'll be doing all of that after this.
Okay, okay. We just want to make sure, because we have to file those forms too for
Oh,
our
yeah.
county.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Bowers.
Hi, Rajati Mayatiko from Orange County, former treasurer of Orange County. It was actually a little hard for me to track all those numbers you were throwing out because there was nothing on the screen, so you might have actually said this and I just missed it.
Okay.
But I think I just heard you say a bunch of balances. Did you note any
I'm sorry, Ms. Mayatiko,
movement?
could you start? Could we have quiet in the back so we can hear, please? Thank you. I'm
Did
sorry,
you
please carry on.
actually note any movement, so like a percent increase or a percent decrease in any of the revenues or membership dues or anything like that in your report?
No.
That would be very helpful to have in a treasurer's report. I always included that.
Ms. Mayatiko, please refrain from some sort of editorializing comment. Congratulations on what you included. You are not the state treasurer, so that's fine. Mr. Starr?
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Just as a request for your next report next year, if you can submit that in an accounting, a written accounting, maybe it's just me being a CPA, but I like to see the actual revenues and expenses by categories when it's all possible. It just helps me better understand what's going on. I thought your report was wonderful and lovely, and thank you for doing it.
Yeah, so within my report, you'll be able to see the balance sheets and, you know, the budget versus actual. You'll be able to see those detailed reports in the body of my report.
Okay, is that online right now, or will that be soon?
I believe it's on, all the reports are online, right?
No, it should be submitted with this. When the minutes for the convention are placed online, then it'll be attached to that.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah.
So in the future, it would be helpful to have that in advance.
Okay.
But thank you for all the work you're doing. It sounds like we're making some really great progress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So I'm just going to throw out there as an aside really quickly. For those of you that don't know, Mr. Regier was the elected treasurer at last convention. He did have to resign due to health issues. It was a bit abrupt. And Ms. Halsey was more than willing to step in. It's kind of been a bit of trial by fire as for our process, but she's done an excellent job having to deal with all the transition and everything that is required. She's beyond capable for this role, given her professional acumen. It's just learning the internal party structure, our systems. So some stuff we do appreciate Mr. Starr pointing out some stuff that would be helpful. So any feedback that you can give us in a constructive way would be fantastic.
Yes.
It has been trial by fire, and she has done an amazing job. And thank you so much, Ms. Halsey, for everything. We are at time for this item. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. And there is none. So the consent calendar requires something to be submitted to the chair in writing. Nothing was submitted. The chair, at his discretion, can add something to the consent calendar. I consent to nothing, so I'm not throwing anything on there. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the Bylaws Committee report. And we're going to hear again from our esteemed vice chair, who is the chair of the Bylaws Committee report, Mr. Gary Alvstead. And we are going to get that report on the screen for you now. For all of you, I would just really quickly, as he gets set up here, I will remind everyone that there is a convention app where everything is available online. So if you'd like to follow it on a screen that's closer to you, you can download it from Eventee, or you can go to ca.lp.org/2024 convention, and you'll find all the documents on there. So you can follow along. Mr. Vice Chair, take it away.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait for the first one to get on the screen. We've got a few proposals. Most of them, they should not be particularly controversial. When we are done, Mr. Starr also has many great proposals. And we'll be addressing those as a block. And then we have some additional that were submitted with prior notice. We'll go through. Okay, so if we can go to the first. Okay, the first one is really simple. We just have some redundant words in our bylaws, and we're trying to pare them out. I don't know, do you want me to read the?
I think we can just leave it on. I mean,
Yeah, okay, you can see it on the screen, yeah.
So what we can do is you can just give the kind of basic overview for what it is, the reasoning behind it, and then you can go ahead and you can make the motion or ask me to adopt the motion.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's just a couple times we put eligible members, which is just kind of a redundant language. 2/3 majority vote, we took out majority. Go down, is that the entire proposal, or is there a bottom half?
There's section.
Oh, yeah, and then section 6 is just completely redundant. Main motions always require a simple majority, and so there's no reason to explicitly state that. So I would like to move that we make these changes as seen on the screen to bylaw 12 to remove redundant language.
All right, so a motion has been made by the Bylaws Committee Chair to adopt the first proposal for the Bylaws Committee report. Mr. Starr?
First of all, I just want to applaud the really fine work that the Bylaws Committee has done this past year. I thought that the report was very detailed. I think it makes a lot of really favorable changes. I am standing in favor of this proposal. It actually eliminates my need later on to submit 2 proposals in my report. So this will save actually quite a bit of time if we adopt this proposal, and I encourage that it be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So just as a quick reminder, because this is all Bylaws Committee's proposals that come out do not require a second per convention rules. But Mr. Dean?
Joe Dean, Santa Clara County. I don't believe that this language is redundant. The text was misquoted. He said it was eligible members. If you'll look at the actual text of the bylaws, the piece that's being struck out is eligible positions, not eligible members. And the distinction is there can be positions, there can be positions which are not filled at a particular moment. So this actually changes the requirement for votes in cases where not all the positions are filled. So it's not redundant. I would urge the body to not approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. So we're going to do this moving forward, just so that everyone's aware. I think I stated it at the beginning, but it's worth repeating. When you come up to the mic, please say whether you're for or against the proposal, just so I can be fair about alternating positions. We don't have 5 people speaking for or against. This was perfectly done, but just when you come to the mic, name, county, whether you're speaking in favor of the bylaws change or against the bylaws change. Mr. Starr, I believe you had a response.
Yeah, if no one else wanted to speak, I just wanted to point out that Joe Dean is actually correct, but even saying that, I do think it makes more sense to have votes where it requires a 2/3 vote, that it be a 2/3 vote of those who are present as opposed to the entire body. And the reason for that is you don't want a situation where you as an executive committee member don't have the ability to abstain. Because when you have a requirement that you have a 2/3 vote to adopt something of all eligible positions, it means if you abstain, it's treated like a no vote. I think that people should have that option of being able to abstain. Normally, you have a fully populated body and everybody wants to vote, and that's fine. But I think that we need to give everybody the right to abstain, and that's the reason why I think that this is a really good change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, is there any further debate on this motion, on this proposal?
Hi, Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County. I'm opposed to this because there's a reason we originally did that bylaw to require it to be 2/3 of all eligible positions. It's so that you can't have a situation for very important measures.
I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson, can you stop for a minute? Can we have the doors closed just on, it's a bit loud outside, so we can hear our people at the microphone? Thank you so much. Apologies, please continue.
Okay, so the reason why we did it that way is because on certain very important issues like suspending central committee memberships, suspending an officer, removing an officer, it was originally felt, and this is why they did it this way, is that it should require 10 votes. It should require a majority. Right now, if quorum is 8, and you have 8 people, that means that only 6 people could decide to remove a central committee membership, to remove an officer, and these are things that shouldn't be done by so few people. So I disagree with Mr. Starr on this, but I do agree with both Mr. Starr and Mr. Dean that by saying that this is of no consequence, it actually is. It changes the vote threshold from 10 to 6, which is a large amount.
Okay,
Thank
we're
you.
out of time for that question. Well, we're at 2.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just as a request, I think that this could be very easily divided into 3 votes. So if somebody has an issue with any one piece, they can vote against. But I think that there's a lot of good things to be said for this, and I think that I don't want to prevent good things from being adopted just because it's as a package.
Sure.
So my request is that just for the purpose of voting, that we divide the question into 3 questions, one for Section 4, one for Section 5, and one for Section 6. And I do hope everyone will vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Starr has moved to divide the question. I'm assuming that this is, how does the Bylaws Committee Chair feel about this?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, excellent. So, so this would come from, we're going to say that this comes from the Bylaws Committee because this wouldn't require a second to divide the question into the 3 parts instead of Mr. Starr. Or actually, no.
Actually, Mr. Chair, just any one member can request this when there are 3 clearly separate proposals. Any one person can require that the motion be divided.
Right, I just, as soon as I said it, I just realized my error. Thank you though, Mr. Starr. It's just not conventional without you right there. It just seems just right, and I love it. So, okay, we're gonna go ahead and start with, I guess it would be, trying to look here at the screen. So bylaws proposal 1, it would be to divide the question. Can we go back to the bylaw, please? Okay, so this first motion that the Bylaws Committee is suggesting be adopted would be it would be the striking of eligible, and that would just be it, right?
From Bylaw
All right,
12.
From
Section
Bylaw
4.
12, Section 4. 4. Okay, so that is the motion on the floor. Bylaw 12, Section 4, to strike the word eligible. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Wow, okay, coffee is starting to really dwindle down. I can't, there's something in the back. Anyway, so let's try this by hand raise because that was, you guys were so fired up earlier. Bylaws really just sucks it all out of you, doesn't it? Let's, Mr. Jaffe, I love it. Okay, let's do this by hand raise. So all in favor of removing the word eligible from Bylaw 12, Section 4, please raise your hand. All opposed? I think we're at 2, it's 2/3 for this. We're at 2/3 for everything else.
They changed the rule on this last year.
Right, I'll let you. I'm checking with something in the parliamentary, hands down please. So just to make sure that does everyone understand what they're voting on? Okay, if we could go back to the bylaws report, the parliamentarian is looking something up, so in the meantime, we might have to do a revote, but I just want to make sure. So, Mr. Starr, to make this easier on everybody, because this was supposed to be, the Bylaws Committee presented this report in the least contentious, what should have been the easiest way possible. We should have flown through the first, I got us half an hour back, people, and now we're really steadily going back to being behind schedule by an hour. So this was done in what would be least controversial to potentially most controversial, and this is a bad sign that we have to divide the question on the first bloody proposal. So we're moving just right now to remove the word eligible. So it's just set so that Bylaw 12, Section 4 reads, "A majority of executive committee members shall constitute a quorum." Okay, so it's just, that's redundant language. That's the argument that's being made. So it's not on the rest of it. We're going to go down the list for everything else. So just, does everyone understand what we're voting on now? It's just the removal of the word eligible from that first sentence in Section 4. We good? Okay, so. So is it 2/3 then? Mr. Starr, do refresh my memory if you wouldn't mind. The binder ready to go. He does. It could be anything, and he's ready. So it is 2/3 for this in order to pass. Is that correct, based on the changes?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, excellent. So actually, we should have done this before. We're going to do this now. I hate to put credentialing on the spot again, but I do see some new faces and everything. If we could get an updated credentials report, let's stand at ease for 3 minutes while we get that credentials report. Right, it's just. Yeah.
Is it possible to leave it on the bylaw, please?
Yeah, could you leave it on the, and then, I mean,
We'll go.
you have to do the screen share.
Yeah, we'll get back to it.
So it'll be tomorrow. We have resolutions on the agenda for toward the end, but if you want to leave it up here, you're welcome to, so that we don't forget it.
Hold on to it.
We can have it, what
So,
we can do is have it
Mr. Chairman?
so that it's ready to go when, if there is a time I can call you up and say that you would like to make it on the screen. So we have too much time, but right now we're trying to catch up, so perhaps later.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Starr.
I just want to provide some friendly advice to help speed things up a little bit. We really don't need to update credentials so frequently. I mean, that helps establish what a majority is for a quorum.
Sure.
But since pretty much everything that we vote on is either 2/3 of those voting or a majority of those voting, not 2/3 of all the eligible people,
Sure.
we're not really gaining a whole lot by.
No,
doing
I
credentials
understand. I just
reports.
this is more of a test to see if it could come down to the one vote and if it makes it a little bit easier. So this might be the last time for everything. I should have just done it before bylaws to call it a day, but
Okay.
point well taken. Dr. McElroy.
We have 117 credentialed delegates. 50% is 59, and 2/3 is, I don't know if it's 78 plus 1.
It would be 70. Yes, it would be 78 plus 1. Yes, so the credentialed delegates is 117 credentialed delegates. 50% is 59. Majority, I'm sorry. Majority is 59. What are you doing to me, man? Majority is 59. I'm just reading what's on the teleprompter. And 2/3 is 78. So we're rounding up. We're rounding up, yeah. Okay. All right, so that's where we're at. So everyone understands what we're voting on. Again, I will just remind everybody that this word change, Mr. Brown wanted me to remind everybody, it was recommended by a parliamentarian because the word eligible, what does that really mean? It's redundant language. Anyway.
It made it confusing.
It made it confusing for parliamentarians, and we want them to be not confused because then it confuses the chair, and that's always bad. So we're going to move on with the vote. So again, a vote in the affirmative. So an aye vote is to remove the word from, can we put the bylaw back on the screen? From bylaw 12, section 4, removes the word eligible. No vote keeps the bylaw as is. So all in favor of removing the word eligible from bylaw 12, section 4, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Is that close? All right, it's really close. Let's do this the hard way. All those in favor of removing the word eligible from, it's just so funny to say so many times. I'm too sober for this. All right, everyone stand up. That's looking to remove the word eligible from this. So we're going to do a count off. We're going to do this as quickly as possible. Loud and proud, people. Let's go. Mr. Schwartz. Oh, I'm sorry, really quickly, while you're voting, before you sit down, please hold up so I can see your ribbon and make sure. Credentials got on me about that earlier. So thank you, Mr. Ganir. Anyway, so let's start from the beginning. Sorry, Mr. Schwartz.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7,
Oh, sorry.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Oh. Sean would be, Mr. Osborne would be 26.
27, 28, 29, 30.
Ms. Dorfman, are you voting in favor of this? Oh, what was the last, Mr. Fabian? 30? So 31. I'm sorry, so Ms. Dorfman would have been 31, I believe. So 32. Mm-hmm.
33, 34, 35, 36,
37.
38, 42, 43,
40,
44, 45,
45.
46, 47.
48, 49,
No voting. Okay. 49.
50,
51,
53, 54, 55.
All right. 55. Are we? 56. Oh, I'm sorry. I forget. I would be 58. All right. So do we have, if we don't have the 2/3, do we have to take the vote anyway at this point? Lovely. All right. All the nays, stand up, please. All those not in favor. Libertarians, I tell you. All right, Mr. Bowers. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dean.
1, 2, 3,
4, 5,
6,
7,
9,
10, 11,
12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Ms. Lightfoot is 17.
18, 19,
20, 22, 24,
25,
26, 27, 28,
29,
30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36,
37, 38.
Anybody else that I missed? All right, so 39 was the final. All right, so because it requires 2/3, the motion fails. On to the next motion, on the question divided. So when the secretary is ready, if you could put it on the screen. Okay, so this is to remove the words majority and eligible positions on the from section 5 and change it to a 2/3 vote of the executive committee shall be required to pass the following. So that's all we're voting on. No other part of this bylaw proposal because this was divided into 3 parts. Does everyone understand what we're voting on? So yes, the secretary is working. Okay, so you can also, find these bylaws proposals online. As I said, there's a full report where it would make it a bit easier for anyone that the secretary is doing the best that he can going back and forth. If you'd like to see a copy of it, you're welcome to go online and find it on the bylaws committee report. I will just remind everybody. Okay, so everyone understands what we're voting on, yes? Excellent. All in favor of this part of the bylaw change for section 5, which will read, a 2/3 vote of the executive committee shall be required to pass the following. Please stand. No, these are going to be easy, are they? Oof. All right, let's do the count off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Oh, 7.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
13, I'm sorry.
14. Ms. Tewksbury is 14.
15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132
You're right, I'm sorry. 22, yeah.
23, 24, 25, 26.
We'll start with, Ms. Dorfman. 28, you'd be 28.
29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36.
38. 39. 40.
41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Same thing. Well, it was 47, 48, 49.
Okay, so we're at 50. Everyone was counted? Oh, I'm sorry. I always forget. Thank you so much. 51, 52. Oh, I would be 53. Okay, so we're at 53 for this one. All the nays, let's just have them raise their hands. Let's see if what.
Yeah, once it starts.
No, I know. I was going to see if I could do the counting by but there's too much stuff. All right, stand. All the nays stand. Mr. Dean?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16,
15.
15,
16.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41.
All right, so we have a final count of 41. Because it requires 2/3, the bylaws proposal fails 53 to 41. When the secretary is ready, we'll move on to the third part of the first bylaws proposal. All right, so the third part of the bylaws proposal is to eliminate section 6, which currently reads, on all other matters, main motions shall require a simple majority vote of the eligible positions on the executive committee to pass. Mr. Starr, would you care to speak to this at all? I just have a feeling that some people, I'm trying not to step on the toes of the bylaws committee or of you, but I think that people don't understand what it is that we're voting on. It seems to be very kind of split in an interesting fashion. I suspect that people don't understand, so I would entertain arguments from both sides on this one before we move forward to a vote.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be out of order unless we extend time to do so. So I think at this point, we really need to vote. As much as I think it's a good idea, but I don't think we can do it.
Are we at time?
I'm sorry, I'm not timekeeping.
Well,
We're well past time.
Okay, well, so be it. We'll keep better time moving forward with the rest of them. So, okay. Hopefully everyone understands what they're voting on here. We're voting to remove section 6 as it currently reads in the bylaw. So, all those in favor, I'm just going to do it this way. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Bloody hell. I'm trying to find shortcuts here, people.
That failed.
Libertarians. What have I done with my life? Okay, let's stand all the ayes. No, it wasn't, right? We can just go ahead. Okay, I'm going to say that motion fails. That was not 2/3. We're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to cut our losses, move on to the next one. As much as I like playing Simon Says, there are no winners here, so it's just not working out.
All right.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Excellent. Okay, our second proposal is that motions to call the question will be out of order until one person has spoken on each. If one person intends to, is available to speak or wants to speak on each side of a motion, that they must be given a chance. That the body has to hear one argument for and one against before you can call the question. This will be a completely new convention rule. So as you can see, the current wording is blank. And we will just add the text that until one person from each side of a question has been given the opportunity to speak, any motion that ends debate on that question shall be out of order. And so I move that we amend the convention rules by adding the proposed amendment, and I call all further questions. Little Roner humor there.
Okay, so we're going to do something a bit unorthodox here, but desperate times, right? Mr. Vice Chair, you're otherwise predisposed as Bylaws Committee Chair, so I am going to pass the gavel to the Secretary for about 3 minutes. I need to take a very important phone call, and I will let him take it from here. Please do excuse me. I am passing the gavel to the Secretary at 10:06 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Are there statements to be made on the motion to adopt bylaws proposal number 2? Can you come up to the mic, please? Mr. Kinnear.
Chris Kinnear, Orange County. I call the question.
The question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question? Okay, that's been objected to. Okay. And I believe it's also non-debatable. Okay. All right, just getting a little refresher here. Yes, as this question is non-debatable, we will now go to a vote on the calling of the question. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All those against, please say nay. Nay. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say that the question has not been called, and as a result, we will hear from Mr. Starr.
I actually really appreciate the last argument made because it's the irony of it. So I actually had originally, in one of my proposals, I think it was proposal number 7, I had similar language. I think that the Bylaws Committee actually wrote a better proposal than what I submitted. So I'm hoping that folks will adopt this one so that later on I can just withdraw mine at that point. But what this emerges from is that we've all seen situations where we've had a motion, somebody would come to the microphone and make an argument in favor, and then immediately call the question, and then it's like everyone's left like, what the heck just happened? There's no debate. So this gives an opportunity for at least one person on the other side to make a motion before, or rather to argue in opposition, before a motion to call the question is in order. I've personally experienced where I've wanted to raise my hand and speak because there was a fatal flaw in the language, and I didn't have the opportunity to speak because 2/3 didn't want to debate and go forward. So this is just a protective mechanism. It expands debate. It allows it so that at least there's one other person from the opposing side that has the opportunity to speak before the question is called. So I hope that will be, I hope you will adopt that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Yes, sir.
Jose Castañeda from Los Angeles County, which is the birth of the tax revolt. Okay, anyway, I'm in favor of this, and I think this is one of the great failings of Robert's Rules of Order. And we had a parliamentarian, Kim Goldsworthy, once when in one of these events, I said, doesn't an opposing viewpoint at least get a chance to say something? And he told us, according to Roberts, no. So vote yes on this proposal.
Name and county, please.
TJ Ferreira, Los Angeles County. I'm up here to speak against, I appreciate Aaron Starr's statement, but what we just saw was an example of where the body can listen to arguments, even if someone has called the question. So there is a mechanism already here where if the body wants to listen to arguments, hence you've just asked to listen to me right now, we can do that and we don't need this rule to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferreira.
Rajani Mayatiko, Orange County. I actually really just have a question, and I know it seems impossible, but what if nobody actually wants to speak? Is that means 2/3 can say, yeah, we're going to call the question?
So it's the opportunity to speak.
Oh, okay. I know, that'll never happen, but I just.
I've never known a Libertarian to pass on an opportunity to speak, so. Anyway, so what I miss? Good stuff? We're good? But the party's still, we're still active, everything's good? You didn't, good debate, substantive debate? Mr. Gannier.
Chris Gannier from Orange County. I call the question.
Okay, all right, the question has been called. Looks like we had no one coming up to the mic anyway, just a little banter. All right, so if we could put the bylaw proposal when the secretary's ready back on the screen. And then just scroll up a bit for me. Okay, so we are looking to adopt the proposed amendment bylaw 19, which is section 7, until one person from each side of a question has been given the opportunity to speak. Any motion that ends debate on that question shall be out of order. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. All right, that's 2/3 for sure. That one was an easy one. Good job, guys. Yeah, actually, give yourselves a round of applause for that one. That was good. All right. On to the next proposal. Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, yeah, so this is a proposed change to a convention rule. I think if you scroll down to where the change is. Yeah, we do in presidential election years, we do a, oh, okay, thank you. In presidential election years, we do a presidential straw poll. We have this text in here that it's a roll call vote, one vote only, and we never actually do a roll call vote. So technically, I guess we've been in violation of the bylaws. But with the current size of our convention, it's just impractical to do a roll call vote. So we're just taking out that language.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr.
Point of
Kula.
order, Christopher Kula, Alameda. When do these bylaw changes take effect?
So these take effect immediately.
Unless there's
unless there's a proviso that would make it wait until after convention adjourns.
Right. So
Can you have just a bit quiet, please, so I can listen? And then, Mr. Kula, please speak into the mic.
So asking to end debate without anybody speaking on both sides at this point is out of order.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County. Just as a little background, the reason we had the roll call vote was in the past we used to have county affiliates that sent delegates to convention, just like the national does. And so the roll call was actually each county that was roll called, not each individual. Obviously, that's legacy because that no longer exists, that we have county delegations. So and what we've done in the past is we've ended up making a motion to change the voting procedure to account it, to a balloted vote. But this makes no sense to still be there, so I'm very much in favor of this proposal because this truly does clean up language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Anyone speaking against the motion on the floor?
Am I able to speak if I'm not a delegate?
No, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
But I like the enthusiasm. Anyone speaking against this motion, I would like to give you the opportunity to speak.
Robert Page, Placer County.
Mr. Page, if you would mind coming up to the mic and being loud and proud.
Okay. I don't know if this is the appropriate response to this, but I received my voting ballot in the mail, and there was one Libertarian listed on my ballot.
What's that got to do with this?
Is there somebody
this is
to this that
He's out of order.
So, Mr. Page, this is actually out of order. This is dilatory. I can address that at a different time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, though. Is there anyone speaking against this motion?
Gail Lightfoot, San Luis Obispo,
Ms.
former
Lightfoot?
chair. First, I want to ask the question, if it's a straw poll, how is it conducted other than each of us voting for one candidate?
So I believe that Ms. Robson answered the question as to why this is legacy language. It used to be by county sending delegates. And what's been done in the past is that the rule for this has been changed in order to circumvent having to do a roll call vote.
I think that the roll call vote is better because we each speak, and rather than, I just don't understand a straw poll. We're going to raise our hands and you say who won.
So, Ms. Lightfoot, just to make sure that everyone here understands, a straw poll is different than a roll call vote. A roll call vote would require every actual delegate to stand and give their preference for,
okay.
So it is by roll call. The secretary or myself would have to call on every individual for the record, and they would have to give their preferred presidential candidate by name.
I see. Well, I think that's fine. I wouldn't change this. I would stay with the roll call vote.
Very well. So we are, Mr. Stafford.
Richard Stafford, Humboldt County. Point of information in regards to the individual that came up to the microphone earlier. What was going to be requested was a definition for what a presidential straw poll is.
I see. That makes a bit more sense. Thank you, Mr. Stafford. So again, presidential straw poll would simply be, what this would allow me to do is to poll the delegation in the following fashion. So for instance, I would say, how many people are in favor of X candidate? They would raise their hand. I would just tally it up really quickly, or they could stand. Similarly to how we've been taking votes in the past, they could sit down. I would name the next presidential candidate. We'd go up, do it that way, as opposed to a roll call vote, which would mean going from front to back or back to front, pointing at everyone, or having everyone actually come up to the mic, give their name, have the secretary have to record it, and their preferred candidate. That's what we're trying to prevent. We always change this rule anyway, so we're trying to get rid of it so we don't have to deal with this later. That's what this all is. So a straw poll is not a roll call vote. Straw poll can be a roll call vote, but they're not mutually inclusive. Mr. Castaneda.
Jose Castaneda from Los Angeles County. The reason it was originally this bylaw was put in was I was at home one day watching the newscast on the Republican California convention, and they had a straw poll for the candidates for the U.S. Senate, and it wasn't official because the primary decided who the candidate was.
So, Mr. Castaneda, I'm gonna roll this dilatory. So Ms. Robson already covered this. We're just going around in circles
All
again.
right, okay.
Does anyone have anything new to add against? Or
I have something new to add.
Okay.
The way we used to do it, and it wasn't mentioned by whoever you just said, was we would go by county, Los Angeles, and then somebody.
Ms. Robson literally just mentioned this point, Mr. Castaneda. Mr. Starr?
Okay, I disagree.
Okay.
Just a little friendly comment to start. It is okay for multiple people to make the same argument. It probably wears people down and they don't like hearing it, but they can do so. I wouldn't say it's dilatory for somebody to make an argument that's similar or that's even the same as somebody else. I would like to, as far as my argument here in favor of this, I can't recall the last time we've ever done a roll call vote. And that's over the last 30 some odd years that I've been going to these things. So given that we always effectively suspend the rules every single time, effectively to do these straw polls without the roll call vote, I really do think it's a good thing to have to avoid that in the future. And I think this is a good proposal, and I hope that you'll vote in favor of deleting those words. Thank you so much.
The irony, of course, being that would have been faster this time around. Oh, goodness. Mr. Kinnear.
I call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Kinnear. I think you were the last one anyway. You're always late to the party. Let's do this early on, if we could, once the opportunity has been given. In any case, all right. So everyone understands what we're voting on. If the secretary would be so kind as to put it on the screen when he's ready. So, okay. Again, we are voting to remove roll call vote, one vote only from the language in Convention Rule F. I'm sorry, could you scroll up just a bit? So Rule 4 under Agenda for Conventions in Rule F, right, subsection F. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Yeah. I don't know if that was 2/3. Let's stand for. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What's life without whimsy, people? All right. The motion passes almost unanimously. Can the record reflect that, please? Can we just put almost unanimously just for my sanity? Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Oh, here we go. So it's another one involving straw polls. This is a amendment, it would be not an amendment, a brand new convention rule 15 that would allow the chair to conduct straw polls at convention. By default in Roner, straw polls are not permitted. And in certain cases where we tend to get bogged down in our voting, one of them will be coming up shortly. The chair will be given the discretion to kind of feel the room and see what kind of the majority of the people want to go, which way they want it to go, suggest an amendment that matches the mood of the room. And it's just an effort to try to streamline some of the more contentious debates that we have. So I move that we add a new convention rule, 15 straw polls, and the text would, I'm sorry, you got to leave the text back up there. Sorry. Okay, the text would be, the chair may conduct straw polls at the convention in the chair's discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Hi, Sandra Callender, Contra Costa County. I'm looking for clarification on this. When I read this, my understanding of a straw poll is a poll, it's a vote that doesn't count. It's just like an indication how people feel.
That is correct.
What's not clear to me in that is
I'm sorry, Ms. Callender, could you stop for just, can we get just a bit of quiet here so I can hear Ms. Callender? And if you would speak into the mic a bit more directly, that would be helpful.
What's a little confusing to me is that I'm not sure which elections we're talking about. Are these public elections for public offices, or are these other kinds of votes that we're polling?
So, yeah, this is just for convention as a whole. This isn't for a specific candidate or a run. This is just for me to be able to feel the room on something that is potentially controversial, to see where we stand, so we don't have to go through, before we go through the formal procedure, we kind of have an idea of what people want to do, and it gives people options. So who would like option A? How does option A look? How does option B look? How does option C look? That's currently not something that can be done per Roberts.
Okay,
so we're
so
trying to open, this is not for a specific candidate or anything. This is just to be, if I'm saying how many people are feeling going to recess right now, we just kind of get, before a motion is made and then we debate about going to recess or whatever, I get to feel the room out and we decide how to move forward from that point forward.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Mr. Lieberman.
Okay, Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara County. Straw polls by definition are dilatory.
In base Ronar, he's correct. That's why you make a rule.
That's why that's why we're doing it. What an odd endorsement. Ms. Robson.
So Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County. I'm speaking in opposition to this. I don't see a reason for it. If something is non-controversial, as we just have found out, people won't speak on it. You don't have to have somebody speak on both sides. We've already determined that, because if nobody wants to speak at all, we know very quickly. I don't see a reason to read the room, because that wouldn't take it away from us voting on that motion. The motion would still be made. It would have to be voted on. Having this straw poll sounds like it would just be a distraction, possibly take longer. And it can already be done very easily with just, nobody wants to debate it. If it's completely non-controversial, there's no debate, there's a vote, it's over. Either everybody's for it or against it. I don't see a reason for this, and it just kind of gives a strange discretionary power to the chair that is the reason why Ronar does not allow this. So I'm in favor of what Ronar says on this one, and I don't see a reason for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Mr. Starr, you'll be the last one. We're almost at time.
Okay, so actually I'm going to speak in favor of this. At first, I was inclined to agree with Ms. Robeson, but let me tell you why I think that actually this is a good proposal. At least as far as I imagine it, I imagine the chair would be saying, hey, look, with all the debate that's gone on so far, just to take a feel for the room, how many people are kind of leaning for this, how many people are leaning against this? I think it kind of gives people a better idea of where we are and how much more debate really needs to happen. So I think in this way, it can really facilitate business. The concern about the chair overusing that, I think because this is a convention rule as opposed to a bylaw, if we thought that the chair was not using this judiciously, we could with a 2/3 vote say, you know what, we're going to suspend this rule for the rest of the convention and the chair can no longer do straw polls. So given that we have that mechanism in place, I'm in favor of it. If it was a bylaw, I'd have a different opinion. But because it's a convention rule and we could suspend this, I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we were at time already, very close when Mr. Starr came up, so we're going to go ahead and move.
Point of information.
Starchild?
Does this language mean that a chair could conduct a straw poll on something unrelated to any upcoming votes during a convention?
I'm not sure I understand.
Like if a straw, I mean, I think the intention here is to
Like,
let
does everyone think I'm
chair-
handsome? And like, what, I don't understand. We already know the answer.
It could be something funny like that, or it could be like, oh, well, let's do a presidential
Something funny,
straw poll
excuse
now,
me?
even though there's no upcoming vote on presidential candidates. I mean, if the intention is just to save time here, I just wonder if this language is sufficient to address that, because it seems very open-ended, like it could be any straw poll the chair wants to feel like making, even if it's unrelated to saving time or anything upcoming in terms of votes.
The parliamentarian seems to be in agreement, Mr. Starr, the bylaws committee, about what the intent and the purpose of this is. Theoretically, any successor that I have could waste someone's time, and if that's who you've elected to do that, I guess that there are bigger problems at hand. On that note, how many people think I'm handsome? Just kidding. Please, I actually don't want the answer to that question. That's 2/3. That's 2/3 for sure. Okay, I'm glad we finally agree. All right, so we're going to go to a vote on this. We are at time. If the secretary could please put the bylaw change. Okay, so what we're voting on is Convention Rule 15, straw polls. The chair may conduct straw polls at convention in the chair's discretion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Oh, that's close. Didn't think so. Let's do it by hand raise. I'm going to try to just do this fast. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. Oh, that's 2/3. Well, let's see. Hands down, please. All opposed? Yeah, that's for sure, 2/3. Okay, the motion passes. Moving on to the next one, Mr. Vice. Okay, so for a call for division, we need how many people? 10, right? Or 10%? So a standing second would be 12. Call for division, again, for anyone that doesn't know, means that we go through the process of counting off one by one. Do we have 12 people
Point of
willing to
order.
do that?
For
Ms.
call
Robson.
for division, it's in the bylaws, not as a standing second, it's in the bylaws that it requires 10 people regardless of the number of delegates.
Is that true? Okay.
It's 10
All
people.
right, so it's 10 people. Do we have 10 or 10? All right. Okay, let's do this the hard way. Everyone in favor, please stand. Again, everyone in favor of if the secretary could please put it on the screen really quickly. Again, so all in favor of Convention Rule 15, straw polls. The chair may conduct straw polls at convention in the chair's discretion. We're going to start off here with Mr. Schwartz.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
We have 14. Ms. Smith, so you're 15.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who said 41? Dr. McElroy? Okay, we'll start there. 41. Mr. Dew? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What was the last? Mr. Nichols, you were the last one. What number was that? 44. Excellent.
46.
47, 48, 49, 51, 52, 53, 54,
Did I miss anyone out there? We're at 56. Mr. Butts, did you vote? Were you standing for that? Okay. Are you voting or not? That's not a question. That's not an answer. Okay, so what is that, 59? 59? Or I'm sorry, who was the last person out here? Mr. Little Eiler.
Matthew would be 57.
What number were you? Okay, so he was 57. 59. I would be 60. All right, so all those opposed, please stand. Mr. Dean.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
You guys just started saying random stuff, so now I'm pointing randomly at you. What are we at? 20?
25.
Okay. We're going to finish the back off. We're going to finish the back off. Let's go.
28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Sir, 30.
33. 34. 35.
So 36 over here. Mr. Castaneda, you'd be 37.
37.
38. 39.
40. Sorry. 41.
42.
43.
44.
All right, we're at 45 to, what was it, 50, 60? All right, so the motion fails, not 2/3. All right, moving on to the next one. All right, so no, you're fine. So the vice chair, whenever he's ready with the next proposal.
Okay, yeah. This is just kind of updating the text. We, traditionally, the XCOM met in person. Since we're in the post-Zoom era, we now do most of our meeting online. And so we no longer do the quarterly meeting. We looked up in the bylaws, and there actually wasn't a requirement to have a quarterly meeting. That was just more of a tradition. So now that that tradition has fallen to the floor, we wanted to add that there would be at least one executive committee in person. We still think it's important to have the one in-person meeting. And we added this text. We were concerned, we wanted to make sure that the post-convention meeting, which is kind of a short meeting, doesn't count as the one per year, that we actually have a full meeting at least once per year. There's a second part to this, if you scroll down, that I don't know if it's controversial. Maybe we can divide this question, because this part should not be controversial. This is just correcting the Ronar speech. It's a kind of a technical change. We're changing the word meeting to session. And I'm sure Mr. Starr can explain why that's an important distinction. It's kind of beyond my Ronar knowledge, but yeah. So anyway, I will make a motion that we change bylaw 12, section 3 to, if you zoom up to the beginning, to the page before. Yeah, that we insert the text, notwithstanding the foregoing, the executive committee shall hold at least one in-person session per year that shall not be within 6 weeks of an LPCA convention. And then, in addition to that, down towards the bottom, we'll change 5 invocations of the wording of the word meeting with the word session.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So again, just to be clear to everyone, Mr. Starr, you can approach. So just to be clear to everybody, what we're voting on again is the added language, if the secretary would be so kind as to scroll up. Just inserting that language about having the one in-person session per year that will not be within 6 weeks of this convention, the annual convention, and changing the session and meeting as we did last time around, because Mr. Starr pointed out, and he will again, the importance of that distinction. So Mr. Starr.
All right. Well, first, I'd like to start off with just a brief apology to Mimi. For some reason, I keep pronouncing your last name wrong, and it's Mimi Robson. But for some reason, I keep saying Robson. I don't know what makes me do that. But anyway, I apologize for that. If anybody wants to, so when the Bylaws Committee originally presented this proposal without the words meeting being changed to session, what I brought up was that a meeting is a span of time between when you come, basically when you come to order to when you adjourn. So like if you adjourn for lunch, that morning is a meeting. And then in the afternoon, when you come back, that's another meeting. And then the next day, it's another meeting. A session is when you go through the entire agenda. So a session, so the language has never made sense that this is about meetings. It really is about sessions. So to the extent that any complication was added in your minds because of that, you can blame me for that. But getting to the crux of what the real issue is, the underlined sentence there. Back in the dark ages when I was chair, we didn't have the option of doing online meetings, and it was always just assumed that we would always meet in person because that was the only thing you could possibly do.
Is that when messages were sent by OWL, or how is that?
I think so. I think we got really up to technology using telegraph by that point, but anyway, it was a long time ago. So what this language does is it says, you know what, at the very least, let's have at least one face-to-face meeting during the year. Because right now, in theory, the executive committee doesn't have to meet in person at all, ever. So I suggested to the Bylaws Committee that they come up with language like this, and I think they've done a really good job of it. I think it's important that it be one session at least 6 weeks away from a convention, so it's not like you can just meet at the convention right afterwards and, hey, you're done. Don't have to ever meet again. Let's have them meet face-to-face at least once per year. Hopefully more than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Would anyone else like to speak against the motion?
Excuse me while I trip. Is this two changes, to change meetings to session and then to do this?
Correct.
Shouldn't we split it?
You're welcome to, but it would be encouraged that you not, for the sake of sanity.
Well, when we hold a meeting and we stop for lunch, we don't adjourn, right? We recess.
Well, it depends on the motion that's made.
When I
Someone
was
can
chair,
move to
we
recess.
recessed for lunch.
Someone can move to recess or to adjourn for lunch. Either way.
I'm just speaking in favor of this proposal. Currently, we don't have anything in our bylaws that says we have to have any meetings. We had always had quarterly meetings. I think that in-person meetings are best, but the fact of the matter is it's not in the bylaws to do that. So this at least says there's going to be one in-person meeting, which currently it doesn't have that at all. As far as changing meeting to session, Mr. Starr is correct. That's the RONAR definitions. I think it's always, we've known what it meant, but I don't see a problem with that either. So I will be voting for this proposal in total. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
By the way,
Robson.
I forgot. This is Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County. I didn't say that at the beginning. Sorry.
It's okay. We got into into late night DJ territory there. So, sir.
Jonathan Richter, Fresno County. Can I first ask?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Jonathan Richter, Fresno County. First, a point of information. I know you're not required to meet in person, but the board currently is meeting in person. Is that not true?
Yeah, so the tradition was this is to codify the new tradition that I've started, so I wanted to do at least one meeting in person. It's very, being an unpaid volunteer is very difficult when you're either on the executive committee here in California or on the LNC. There's travel costs associated with it. So what we've done is we've migrated to at least one in-person one. We had our last in-person meeting and our only one last year we had two last year. We had one in San Diego and we had one in Orange County. But everything else was held online. We held them on a monthly basis. I would like to encourage the LNC practice of having standing monthly meetings for the XCOM to get whatever business needs to be done of the party while still keeping at least one that happens where it could be a fundraiser, it could be an event, somewhere that's populated by people to be able to attend and come to the meeting if they so wish and participate in whatever fundraiser we partake in.
I'd like to argue against the change to the word session. The bylaw talks about mailing out notice certain number of days in advance. If each session has to be noticed, that's a lot of notices.
It's the other way around.
It's the other way, right? It's the other way around.
Well, right now, we're not having a meeting in the morning and a meeting in the afternoon. It's just 2 sessions of the same meeting.
No, that's the other way around.
Okay.
It's not the colloquial definition. It's
Right,
the Roner
and so
definition.
we're at time. Ms. Lightfoot, I will remind you that we do not violate the NAP.
I don't
here.
have a question now. I want to speak to the motion.
Even if it's Mr. Starr, we don't violate the NAP. Go ahead. Well, we'll finish up here and then we're at time.
Been tempted for so many years. I think we should have, the executive committee should meet in person 4 times, as was originally how this organization was set up. And just because you can conduct business without meeting in person doesn't mean you should do all your business that way. There should be 4 in-person meetings, and unless there's extenuating circumstances, like we get a flood or some such thing, and you know ahead of time, and so you switch over to wherever because you can't physically get together for some reason. It's wrong for us to stop meeting in person and having, you just can't argue a point on Zoom like you can in an in-person meeting.
You're entitled to your opinion, Ms. Lightfoot. I think we're at time anyway. We're going to go ahead and move to a vote. So again, an aye vote means that this will be a codified item in the bylaws, so the executive committee will meet at least 1 time. As a reminder, we are not required to meet at all. So this will make sure that we meet at least 1 time a year in person. All the other business, so long as I'm chair, will be conducted at least on a monthly basis via Zoom. So my successor is welcome to do as they wish. All in favor of adopting the language that reads, notwithstanding the foregoing, the executive committee shall hold at least 1 in-person session per year that shall not be within 6 weeks of an LPCA convention, as well as changing the word meeting to session 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Awesome. 2/3, that passes. Good job, guys.
You don't call for that.
They don't. They didn't vote. So. Oh wait, were you making a funny? That was good, Ms. Lightfoot. I like that. That was good. Okay, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right.
So actually, really quickly, how many do we have left for this committee proposal or for the bylaws committee?
We've done 5 so far, and we have a total of 10. So we're halfway.
Oh. Sorry, mic check. Or mic switch. The Vice Chair's lovely bylaws committee report has drained the battery. Oh, okay, it's fine. All right, we're going to stand at ease for a couple of minutes here. I will just take this time to, this will be the last assuming that this doesn't go quickly, again, as you'll notice on the schedule that we are going to stick to, we were able to get about half an hour back, believe it or not, so that's really great. We're going to have our Libertarian Party presidential candidates give addresses at this podium. I guess it's a lectern. So at the lectern, starting at 11:05 is the plan in 5-minute spurts. I do believe that most, if not all of them, are already here. So we're going to go up to 11:05. Hopefully, if we finish this last one and it's right before, we're just going to get them ready to go and start there. So just so that everybody's aware. Is the mic, are we good?
Yeah, I think so.
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out to the secretary that I do intend to propose a different language. That'd be my proposal number 8 in my packet. so that when it comes to that point, have it
Thank
ready.
you.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. Okay. Excellent. Mr. Vice Chair, take it away.
Oh.
Looks like his mic is not, is there a switch?
I mean, do we really need to hear from the Vice Chair?
Looks like it's turning on.
He can use one of the other mics that's just to his left.
There we go. We're good. We're good. Yeah. I went to college.
Okay, so, all right, so this is a pretty simple, this is another new addition, and it's at-large members of the executive committee. Traditionally, this has been a role that required nothing but attending meetings, and now that we don't meet in person as often, it's much less of a commitment than it has been in the past. So we're just expanding this to state definitively that every at-large member of the executive committee has to serve on at least one other committee. Again, it's just trying to get a standard that if you're going to be on the XCOM, there is a minimum amount of effort that is required, minimum amount of work we expect from you. So, oh, can you, yeah, just wait. So I move to add bylaw 12, section 8. Each at-large member of the executive committee shall serve on at least one other committee of the LPCA.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, sir. Can you, Mike, name?
I have a request for information. Doesn't that take precedence? Or I didn't hear what he...
Point of information. It's a privilege motion, so...
Name's Bruce Dovner from LA County. There's a distinction between committees. There are committees that are created by the executive committee. There are also committees that are part of created in the bylaws. Bylaws committee itself, platform committee, program committee.
Sure.
So are those, when you say committees, do you mean committees created by the executive committee, or you mean all committees including ones mandated in bylaws?
That's an excellent question. Thank you so much. So for those that didn't hear, the question was whether this applies to all committees, those that are in the bylaws, or those that are just created in the OPM. This would apply to all committees.
Request for information. Okay, Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. My understanding is that all of these, that the people who get to serve on the committees are elected to those committees. What happens if the executive committee, in their infinite wisdom, decides not to appoint that person to any committee?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well,
so you're suggesting that no one would appoint. So the way that this would work is that every at-large member would kind of get to pick. It would be, think of a gym class in grade school. Last person has to do ballerina, or ballet or whatever. So at-larges would be encouraged to participate, or would actually be required to participate in a committee of their choice, and it would be spread out.
But
the
they
rest
don't
of the members
necessarily
would
get to choose which committee they serve on because there's an election.
They would get to choose, ideally, and then we would fill the remaining spots. This isn't really an issue now. We don't have, last year, I mean, just to be clear to everybody here, we expanded the number of members that we had for each committee because there seemed to be a lot of enthusiasm to do it, and then we still haven't filled a lot. This isn't going to be something that is an issue. So we haven't even been able to fill all the committee spots for everything. So adding an at-large to that.
You haven't, I mean, you're sort of going around the question. You're getting very close to the answer. But again, the executive committee, for whatever reason, if they had a vendetta against one person, they could refuse to appoint them to any committees and then call them in violation of this.
No, Mr. Lieberman, the fact that you're thinking about the worst-case scenario and that people are clapping for the worst-case scenario is just so absurd.
That's what the bylaws are for.
The bylaw would be, yes, so each at-large member shall serve on at least one other committee. So that means that they are required to serve on a committee. Whatever committee they choose.
It's not requiring the executive committee to appoint them to any committee.
It literally is. That's what the bylaw proposal is.
Right.
Please read it again slowly. I believe in you. Ms. Robson.
Okay, so I am going to speak on the motion itself, but I do actually, just
Are you
for
in favor
clarification,
or?
I'm really close to deciding. That's why I wanted to
You're
ask
going
the
to flesh it
question
out?
first.
Let's do it.
My question is, right now it says,
I missed the radio DJ voice, by the way.
want me to start whispering again? Anywho,
Honestly, I mean, all right, well.
okay, so it says each at-large member of the executive committee shall serve on at least one other committee of the LPCA. I'm assuming that means that it's mandated,
I'm
but
sorry.
it gives no.
I'm sorry. Can we close the doors in the back? I'm having trouble hearing.
Question of privilege.
Yes, sir.
Would the chair please come to the registration desk for some information needed there urgently?
Yes. Okay, I'm still, well, like right now? Okay, apparently I'm being summoned. So back to Ms. Robson, please finish. I will pass the gavel to the secretary again at 10:51. Guard it with your life. There are barricades over there.
Okay, so
Ms. Robson?
thank you. Okay, so as I was saying, I just read what it is. It doesn't seem to have any enforcement mechanism, meaning what are the consequences? There's nothing in here that says there's a consequence for not doing this. Is this, I mean, you can't just imply it because it has to be in the bylaws. So you've said this, but is there any consequence to not being on a committee? I mean, because you don't spell out that this would mean grounds for removal from the executive committee if you don't do this. So that's my question is, what is the point of this if there's no enforcement mechanism? And that's my question before I speak to the motion itself. So can you answer that?
Well, my understanding is that in our bylaws, we don't typically provide for consequences for violations of the bylaws. Instead, we defer to what RONAR would prescribe in the event of such a violation, and there are mechanisms that are provided for in RONAR for that.
I don't believe that there's anything in RONAR specifically that would apply to removing an elected member of a board. The members of the board are elected by these delegates at convention. I don't believe that there's anything that, other than our bylaws that states that the executive committee can remove members of the committee. There's nothing, I believe, and Mr. Brown could probably answer this as probably Mr. Starr, but I don't believe there's any mechanism in RONAR that would be able to change what our bylaws say, which is how a member of the executive committee is removed.
Point of information regarding that. Does it state for removal, point of information?
Okay, let's finish up
This is a
with
point of order, actually.
Let's finish
Point of
up, yes.
informations are not privileged.
Exactly. Let's finish up with Ms. Robson. So I'm
No
going to.
offense, but they're not.
Yes, understood. I'm going to ask, Mr. Parliamentary, did you want to give an opinion on this?
I think not serving on a committee might give the LNC grounds.
Would you mind speaking into the mic? Can you speak into the mic, please?
I was going to let the chair repeat what I said, but I'm speculating here, but I think that failure to comply with this provision, say failure to serve on a committee, regardless of the reason, but failure to serve on another committee might give the LNC, or not the LNC, but the California Executive Committee the grounds to remove a member.
Precisely, but that would require a motion by somebody to do that.
Yes.
So this doesn't have an actual, and that answers my question perfectly. This doesn't have an enforcement mechanism. It would still require a motion by the executive committee to move to remove somebody from the executive committee, which requires a 2/3 vote.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay, that was my question there. And then just to harken back to one of the other questions, I don't see anything in there that says that each committee member will be automatically being given the opportunity to be on a committee. And I know that per our operating procedures manual, just about every committee in the LPCA is elected by the board, right? So if a member were not elected to any committee, would they be in violation of this thing?
Mr. Starr, would you care to speak to this? I mean, I have an answer to get, I mean, I can give the answer if
I
you'd
think
rather.
that you should give the answer, yes, please.
I mean, there is no penalty that we can really impose. At this point, we would just be, we have to just trust in the goodness of people to be able to, if you want to be in a committee, right now we're not flooded with applications for these committees. I think there's 2 that are filled. Everything else is not the case. So we expanded, this is why we expanded all committees that we could for this reason. So we have up to 7 to allow, we want as many people to volunteer as possible, but those that are in leadership should have a very special stake in doing this. So could someone theoretically decide to exclude an executive committee member from not filling a committee position? Sure, that can happen. There's no penalty attached to them not participating in something, but if they're that toxic and they shouldn't be on a committee anyway, I doubt that there will be further imposition of a penalty on something like that. That could be, I mean, there's nothing that could be imposed at that point. What are we talking about? A censure? That does nothing. What would happen?
I appreciate your answer, and that kind of went back to my first thing of what is the compliance method for this, which we've already determined would require a motion by the executive committee to remove a member of the executive committee. With all that said, I think that this is missing a lot of stuff. I would have possibly been willing to vote for this if it was more clearly stated, but with it being missing so many key elements, I'm inclined to say that I would not vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, Graham Brown, Alameda County. I wanted to say that I'm in favor of this bylaw, and I think that one of the issues that occurs to me about this is generally in bylaws, there's always going to be little gaps. There's going to be weird scenarios you can come up with in many different bylaws. And the idea is if most people, most of the time, can understand the same thing about it and move forward with it, then hopefully it will work well. And when there's a dispute, there's other ways to adjudicate that. So I think that it's clear from the motion that from the proposal that the executive committee would work with everybody on the executive committee to negotiate within the executive committee about who would be on which committees, and it doesn't seem like it has to be that complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is anyone speaking against? So we had a for and against. Yep, Mr. Starr. We are coming up dangerously close to time. That's why
I got it. So I actually wanted to offer an amendment to this.
Can we have a bit of quiet in the room, please, so I can hear Mr. Starr?
So, Mr. Secretary, proposal number 8 is what I have as the language I'd prefer. If you can show that on the screen, that would be really helpful. Out of my proposal, yep.
Okay. I'm just taking that down in the minutes, and now
Sure.
I'm going to go to your proposal, Mr. Starr. Okay. Now, okay, just a second.
If you go to the combined report, it'll be number 8.
Maybe we should stand at ease for just a minute or two while this is located.
We're really not going to have time.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to locate the combined report because I have several different reports from you, Mr. Starr.
Right.
Let's stand at ease for just a minute or so.
So let me do this. If you can be at ease let me give you my thumb drive. I'll give you the exact document.
Okay. Oh, so there's a document that has all of them in one. Yep. Okay, that's great. I love that.
Yeah, if we can do that. We are cutting it dangerously close to Dr. Rechtenwald being the first speaker here. While we're at ease, I'll allow, sir?
This is kind of a point of information. I don't have the bylaws in front of me, but I'm certain that there's some provision for removal from office of executive committee members. Is there a phrase?
I'm sorry, sir, could you speak into the mic? I'm having difficulty hearing.
I'm sure that there's provisions in the bylaws for removal of executive committee members.
Correct.
I don't have a copy of the bylaws in front of me. Is there a phrase in those provisions specifically for, quote, for cause, unquote? If there is for cause, then not serving on the committee could be construed as cause. I just don't have the bylaws in front of me to see whether or not it requires cause. If it does, then it gives the executive committee a cause. And that's kind of halfway a point of information.
So there is something that's for a membership, and I mean, anything could be for cause or just for whatever, but if you're, I mean, it would stand to reason, and I guess I am using this fairly loosely, that if the executive committee is the reason for the cause, then it kind of, the cause would not have existed without the executive committee creating that situation to begin with. Now, again, this is a generous interpretation of what someone should or shouldn't do, and as libertarians, we should kind of strive to this, and we shouldn't set someone up to fail. Is essentially what I'm saying.
Is that for membership or for executive committee membership? Okay, well then I would say it would constitute cause if it says specifically.
So, Mr. Chair, if the Secretary can bring up my proposal, number 8.
All right, we're back now.
And, all right, very good. So this would be moving as a substitute motion. It reads, if you can go back to the screen. Okay, I'll go back to the screen, please. So at-large members shall each serve on at least one committee. The chair of each committee shall report at least quarterly on each member's participation and impact on committee progress, or more frequently if desired by the executive committee and at each convention. And by the way, if there's no objection, just so it's really, really crystal clear, could you add the word committee before members' participation? Because I want it to be clear to folks, if there's no objection in the room to that, that it applies to the people who are the committee members, not just at-large members. Anybody who's a committee member, they're reporting on.
Okay, so the new motion, and we are at time. So the new motion, just to make sure that we have this correct, will now read, for Bylaw 12 Executive Committee, at-large members shall serve on at least one committee. The chair of each committee shall report at least quarterly on each committee member's participation and impact on committee progress, or more frequently if desired by the executive committee and at each convention.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct. So if I can speak to my motion.
Sure.
It does require.
It does require a second, but we're
I guess
getting.
it does because it's not from the bylaws committee.
Well, go ahead and do a standing. Is there a standing second for this? It would require 12, sorry. 12. How many people? Just raise your hand, actually, if you're in favor of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. We're 11, 12. Sorry. Okay, we're good anyway.
All right,
Mr.
thank
Starr,
you.
Continue.
So basically, conceptually, I think that each person on the board, and the executive committee is a board, needs to contribute work towards furthering the party. And the most generic language I could come up with to give flexibility to both the executive committee and to the member was simply to require that they serve on at least one committee. So the executive committee is kind of obligated to put the person on the committee, on a committee. The member is obligated to serve on a committee. And it'll be a little bit of a negotiation, probably, and perhaps in some cases, if you want to have a flower setting committee, it probably isn't going to go anywhere. So basically, I really like the accountability of this. It will require that there be progress reports that are given not only to the executive committee, but also to the convention at large. In the past, we've had situations where, I remember when I was chair, that we had at-large members who felt like their only purpose there was to basically throw dirt in the gears and not really help. This sets an expectation that if you're going to stand up and serve, you're going to actually serve. So if you like the idea that people should do work if they're elected to do that, then I think you should vote in favor of this. I think my language is a little more robust than the bylaw committee's proposal, though I like the bylaw committee's proposal. I just happen to think that mine's a little better.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So we're over time actually on this. So does everyone understand what we will be voting on here?
Move to extend for 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to, I will remind you that the POTUS candidates are expected to start speaking within a minute or two if we can get the vote done either way, just so that we can hear from the LP presidential candidates and stay on time. But there's been a motion to extend time for 5 minutes. Is there a standing second?
I have a motion to amend that I think could help.
No. Which motion are you doing? Is it a motion to extend time or a motion to amend?
A motion to extend time so that I can make a motion to amend.
Okay, there's been a motion to extend time. Is there a standing second? For how long? 5 minutes. Okay, there is no standing second. The motion fails for lack of second. So we're going to move to a vote. Once the secretary is ready, we're going to put it on the screen. I will read it again so that everyone understands what the motion is. This is an amended motion, so this is now the main motion that we are voting on for this proposed amendment by the Bylaws Committee. So, yeah, okay. So we're voting on the amendment first, then we're going to make it the main motion. So again, we're voting on at-large members shall each serve on at least one committee. The chair of each committee shall report at least quarterly on each committee member's participation and impact on committee progress, or more frequently if desired by the executive committee and at each convention. There is going to be no debate on this. We are already at time, way past time actually, but.
Parliamentary inquiry. So just so I'm clear on what our process is here, our first vote is going to be whether this proposal will be voted on rather than the Bylaws Committee's proposal.
Correct.
Once that's resolved, which one the delegation prefer, then there'll be a second vote on whichever one survives.
Correct.
Whichever one survives has to get 2/3 to be adopted.
Correct.
But just a majority to
majority
select
for this
between
one.
the two.
Right.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Did we have a speaker opposing this amendment?
Yes. Okay. All right, we're going to move to a vote. Okay, apologies. So, all right, we're going to move to a vote. All in favor of adopting the, oh, sorry, can you put it back on the screen? All in favor of considering the adoption of the newly revised Bylaw 12, Section 4, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Yeah, that's 2/3. Okay, well, it's just majority, so it doesn't really matter. But here, okay, so now we're moving, so the amendment has been adopted, so now we're going to decide between the adopted amendment and the Bylaws Committee proposal, right? Or I'm sorry.
No, you already just decided that we're now considering my proposal instead of the Bylaws Committee?
Instead of the Bylaws Committee, I'm sorry, yes.
The next vote is,
it's 2/3.
Do people want this? 2/3.
Right. Okay, so now we have replaced the Bylaws Committee proposal with this proposal. The chair of the Bylaws Committee, I just sent him away forever. No, he's doing something for me really quickly, but he was in favor of this, just so that everyone is aware. We're going to go ahead and move to, now this would require 2/3, just to be clear. So I'm going to try to read the room here. It looks like we're good to go. Sir, you're not a delegate, right?
No, I have a quick question though.
But I'm sorry, you can't have the floor here.
Your entire voting process is off.
Sir, you don't have a. Sir, please exit the convention. Sergeant at Arms, can you please remove the man from the convention floor? Thank you. All right, so I'm going to try to do this the easy way first, because we really have to get back on schedule, which I brought us back to. Yay! All right, all in favor of adopting this proposal instead of what the Bylaws Committee proposed? I'm sorry, not instead of.
This is the motion on the floor.
This is the motion on the floor. I'm sorry. All in favor of voting for this motion that is currently on the floor, that is displayed on the screen, and requires 2/3 to pass, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Bloody hell. All right. All those in favor, please stand. Mr. Schwartz. Oh, Mr. Byrd, I'll start with you. Sorry. Switching it up here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's fine. 10, 11. 12, 13.
15, 16.
We're going to start from the back on the right-hand side, my right-hand side. So Ms. Ochoa.
27, 28,
And then Mr. Osborne's 29.
30, 31, 32, 33,
33.
34. 35. 36.
37.
38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43.
Oh, you, sir. Yeah.
44.
45. 46.
Ms. Lightfoot, are you standing in favor of this? Okay, 49.
51. 52.
I will be 55. Did I miss any yeses? I don't think this is going to be 2/3 anyway. So, all right, we'll move on to the nays. All the nays, please stand. All right, we'll start off with Mr. Dean.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Sorry, starting in the back, Ms. Genus.
12.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
21.
22,
23.
24,
25.
26,
27. 28.
29, 30, 31, 32,
33.
34,
35.
36, 37,
38. 39. 40.
41.
The motion fails, did not get 2/3, 55 to 41. I just don't want executive committee members to do work. I don't know how I feel about that, I'm torn. All right, so I think, where's the vice chair? He should
Orders
be-
of the day.
Okay, so we're going to hear from our Libertarian Party presidential candidates. They will each get 5 minutes to address you, the delegates. I will bring them on stage one by one. They will take the podium, the lectern here to my right. We will start off with Dr. Rechtenwald. Oh, I'm sorry, we'll give a second here. As soon as the vice chair gets his bearings and gets out of the way here, I tell you, man, assistants are hard to find these days. Anyway, please welcome Libertarian Party presidential candidate, Dr. Michael Rechtenwald.
Hello, California. Hello, friends. I'm Michael Rechtenwald, and I'm running for president as a Libertarian. And I'm in it to win this nomination because the party must be represented by the maximum ideals of liberty. That is, anarcho-capitalism and decentralization, localization. My fellow candidates believe in the minimalist state and the monopoly on force to guarantee rights and keep the peace. But why would anybody expect the state to do these things when the state is the worst infringer of rights and the greatest source of violence that exists? And it cannot be otherwise. The state violates the non-aggression principle by definition. But even more than this, I'm in it to win it because I am the candidate who best understands the current threats to liberty. Yes, the usual suspects, the endless wars, the Federal Reserve's destruction of our dollar, the alphabet agencies, the regulatory regime, the security state, the military-industrial complex, and so on. But also, the censorship industrial complex, the threat of global governance, climate catastrophism, the WHO pandemic treaty, Disease X, and so forth. I've researched these issues and many more, and have written about them in best-selling books. It isn't enough to have excellent policy prescriptions. Of course, policies matter, and some of mine will be discussed, hopefully, in the roundtable event. But for too long, I believe the LP has ignored the fact that politics is downstream from culture. The winning candidate must also know how to counter the state's narratives that end up garnering support for the policies that threaten liberty. If the candidate fell for the propaganda during the COVID crisis, the most rights-infringing episode in modern history, or if they've parroted the regime's propaganda on Israel, like RFK Jr., for example, forget about it. How can a supposed anti-war candidate promote the military funding and arming of the State of Israel in their genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people? The broad electorate now does not care. The broad electorate does not care about who served the party longest, who's paid their dues, no offense, and I'm glad you all do, who's knocked on the most doors. We don't need a party operative to lead the party. This is not a nomination for class president. It's a nomination for the best representative of the freedom philosophy. Nor do we need a mere vote getter. If we wanted a mere vote getter, we'd vote for RFK Jr. We'd nominate him. Now, God forbid. The argument against RFK Jr. is very simple. He's a statist who believes that the state is the solution to all our problems, whereas you and I know that the state is the problem itself. And we don't want to nominate someone whose messaging could have been delivered in a time capsule from 20 to 30 years ago. This is a nomination for who is best positioned to conduct a 50-state and even an international messaging campaign, and who is not afraid of telling the truth in all cases. We need originality, we need boldness, and we need a fearless leader. It's time to wreck the regime. Let's go! Thank you.
Dr. Michael Rechtenwald, everyone, thank you so much. Also a gold sponsor for this convention, so thank you so much for that, sir. Up next, we have our next LP POTUS candidate, who was also a gold sponsor for this convention, and one of the reasons that we're able to do it is Dr. Charles Balley, if you would come join me on stage. Ballet, sorry, I said that wrong. Apologies. The one who did the homework, just like med school. Dr. Balley, please take it away.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank each and every one of you today for this opportunity. This is really a great moment for me. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Libertarian Party members. I'd like to also thank my lovely wife and some friends who've come from New Orleans to Costa Mesa in support of me today. Most of you guys don't know me, so let me introduce myself. My name is Charlie Ballet. I am an otolaryngology physician. I trained in Louisiana, Texas, as well as California. I grew up in a small community on the banks of the mighty Mississippi in a relatively low-income family. But my family taught me early on that in order to escape poverty, we needed education, we needed hard work, and with these, it would foster a better way of life. And it did. They instilled in me early on libertarian values. But you know, in one's life, sometimes one is called to act extraordinarily. And this supersedes one's ability to remain silent. 2024 is that year for me, as I've witnessed throughout my career a growing grave depravity in this country of those most vulnerable, and it's been carried out by those in power. The Republican and the Democratic parties, their special interest groups, the career politicians, they need to be brought to light, and their attacks on our liberties need to be dismantled. A new leader and a new party are needed to help guide our country. We need someone willing to protect the American people and who does not waver in this conviction. The president and the federal government should be held accountable to the people, not the other way around, and our country should not be for sale. Now, I've spent my adult life helping others, and now I wish to do so on a broader scale. I think the American country needs a libertarian president, someone who stands for libertarian values. Now, as a middle-class citizen and as a physician, I think that I have an empathy for the American people. I think I understand what the common person needs to help his or her everyday struggles. But at the same time, I'm rational, and I realize that we need to reach across the aisle and work with others to achieve our goals. And so with these traits and with these tools, I stand before you, called to duty to try to rectify what I see as a growing disparity in the United States of America. And so I stand here humbly before this esteemed audience today and ask for your vote this coming May. Now, if there is a hope for our future and if there is a hope for our youth, we must revert back to the values that made this great country a beacon of hope for the world. That of freedom, that of individual rights, that of personal autonomy and family values, and most of all, that of responsibility. Dare we will become those who we sought to escape. But we must take care of our people in this country first and foremost. It is shameful, for instance, that our politicians in Washington can waste tax dollars, spending, when we have economically deprived elders in this country who cannot pay for food. They cannot pay for water, electricity, medicines, or housing fundamentals. But all the while, we have the money to spend money on munitions to send across the world to kill other human beings, and this money could be kept here at home helping our people. But in order to be successful and grow, we need to attract other people. This party needs to expand. We need to attract those willing to listen, those with open minds, those open-minded enough to realize that our plight is their plight, that our message of being simply sane is simply that. This is simply a plight witnessed when we declared our independence hundreds of years ago. This country demands someone of the people, for the people, distanced from political elite circles who wants nothing more than to help this great nation. I feel that I am that person. And I think that in this year, there's absolutely no reason that this party cannot achieve tremendous success. We have a very strong message, that of freedom, that of fairness, that of personal autonomy, individual choice, and that of non-aggression. These values resonate well with the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and please vote Ballet all the way in 2024. Thank you.
Dr. Charles Ballet, everyone. Thank you so much. Up next, we have another one of our Libertarian presidential candidates who is a gold sponsor for this event, Mr. Jacob Hornberger. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you. I'm running for president for one simple reason. I want to be free. And that is the problem that I have with the reform-oriented message that has come to define this party and these presidential campaigns for the last 20 years. Reform is not freedom. Freedom necessarily entails the dismantling of infringements on freedom, not their reform. At the South Carolina debate, all of my opponents favored the continuation of Social Security, which is the crown jewel of American socialism, for the next 25 years. They say that if we were to dismantle this program immediately, along with Medicare, which I favor, that there'd be people dying in the streets. Pure nonsense. America lived without socialism for 100 years, and there weren't people dying in the streets. In fact, there was the greatest outburst of voluntary charity that mankind has ever seen. But look what this insidious philosophy of socialism does to people, including libertarians. It causes libertarians and others to convince themselves that they are demonstrating compassion through the continuation of a socialist program that is based on the initiation of force through the coercive apparatus of the IRS. That is not freedom. Okay, that is not compassion. Compassion is what comes from the willing heart of the individual. Children and grandchildren helping parents and grandparents. The churches of America are filled with faith-filled people, and it is incumbent on this party and this presidential campaign to restore that faith and freedom and voluntary charity. School vouchers. My opponents favor this socialist reform measure that was imported from the Republican Party that, like Social Security and Medicare, takes money from one group of people through taxation and gives it to another group of people. Or even worse, some people in this race want to use their presidential campaign to have libertarians take over the government school boards of America. They call it localism. My position, separate school and state, just as our ancestors separated church and state. And then we have the immigration control system along the border, which is based on the core socialist principle of central planning, which Ludwig von Mises pointed out, brings planned chaos, which is what we've had on the border for 80 years, along with death, suffering, chaos, rapes, kidnappings, detention centers, refugee camps, Berlin Wall, concertina wire now to cut people up, a massive police state. And all of my opponents favor this system in one fashion or another, some much more fiercely than others, almost mimicking Trump and DeSantis in this area. As I have maintained for over 30 years, and in my book, The Case for Free Trade and Open Immigration, and as this party has correctly held for more than 50 years, there is but one solution to this immigration morass, none other, and that's open borders, the free movement of goods, services, and people across borders. I have another objection to this reform message. It cannot garner votes. We all know that in this party. Our presidential candidate 3 years ago, 1%. And now 3 years later, voter sentiment has not changed because 2 Wall Street Journal polls back-to-back say we get 1% again. And, even worse, California State University just came out with a poll about a week ago that says we are now down to 0%. And I'm with the 99%. I reject this message as completely as they do because it's a bad message for a party that prides itself on liberty, and it doesn't bring me my freedom. To achieve my freedom, I need a breakout of 10 to 15%. And it is my contention that a campaign of pure principle can accomplish that. Open borders completely, abolish Social Security immediately, dismantle the national security state, legalize all drugs, not just marijuana, separate money in the state, education in the state, healthcare in the state, economy in the state. That is the message that we need to be taking to the American people, and that's what will achieve this breakout of 10 to 15%. I say, let's do something different this time. Let's give the American people something they're not expecting, a campaign of pure principle for the party of principle. Let's lead America to the highest reaches of freedom, peace, prosperity, and harmony that mankind has ever seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jacob Hornberger, everyone. Up next, we have our other Libertarian presidential candidate who is a gold sponsor for this convention, Mr. Lars Mapstead.
Thank you very much. When I say the system is rigged, you know that that's true. Are you guys pissed off enough to do something about it yet? Because I am. I'm pissed off, I'm fed up, and I'm over it. The average person in America is doing worse, and we all feel it. The government continues to steal money out of your pocket by printing endless amounts of debt. The Federal Reserve and the banking cartel is stealing average Americans' money and handing it to the top. And we have to stop this, because I want people's standard of living to improve, not erode over time. And that is the banking cartel's goal. Look, thank you. I've been audited by the IRS multiple times. No one should have to go through this. No one should have to live in fear of what their government might do to them if they don't file a piece of paper correctly or turn in paper when they should. I'm tired of the government taking my tax dollars and then using those tax dollars to drop bombs on kids in faraway lands. We need to end the IRS, end the charade of taxation, end income taxes, and let people keep 100% of their paycheck. Only you have the power to unrig the system. I'm tired of going to the doctor and having my insurance rates go up and up and the quality of my care go down. Who else is feeling like that? We have to get our healthcare system back in shape. We need to get transparency into our system. It seems like I go to the doctors and they can hardly pay any attention to me at all, that they seem to pay more attention to big pharmaceuticals and to the insurance companies than they do to the actual patients. My policies unrig the system and get healthcare back in order. Only you have the power to unrig the system. Our criminal justice system is a complete and utter joke. We've had a 50-year war on drugs, and there's more people doing drugs today than ever before. It's time to end the failed federal war on drugs, deschedule all drugs, and let people make their own decisions. What you put in your body is your choice, and the government should have no say in it whatsoever. Our election systems are a total sham. There is gerrymandering, ballot access issues. I have put together a piece of policy called the Voters' Bill of Rights to completely unrig our election system, bring back transparency and fairness. If we don't have free and fair elections, we don't have a functioning republic. This is the #1 issue. Ranked choice voting. My professional team has crafted over 30 pieces of policy to unrig the system, and if you're ready to send the middle finger to the duopoly, and then please go to Lars24 to donate, volunteer, and get involved. Look, we have a messaging problem in the Libertarian Party, and it's not because we're not principled enough, it's not because we're not bold enough, it's because we're not reaching people. If you have a principled and bold message and you're yelling it into an empty room, it just doesn't matter. I started a bunch of large businesses. One of them was called Friend Finder Networks. I grew that to over 600 employees doing $350 million a year. I'm a serial entrepreneur. Running a presidential campaign is a lot like a startup, and that's what I've done my entire life, and I'm very successful at it. I have a plan to get a lot more libertarians involved in the Libertarian Party, and that is to win an electoral vote on election night and deny both Trump and Biden the 270 electoral votes needed to win the election. This is a contingent election, and it sends it to the House of Representatives. This would cause pure chaos, and it would generate tens of millions of dollars in free advertising for the Libertarian Party, and it would give credence to all of our down-ballot candidates when people say, you can't win. I'm running to unrig the system for my friends and family that are here today. I'm running to unrig the system for you. I'm running to unrig the system for all regular Americans. I believe that I have the ability to reach regular people, and I'm not waiting for the general election to do that. I've been running ads on Twitter and Facebook for the last 2 years, and I'm reaching 500,000 people a day right now. I've spent $500,000 on my campaign so far, more than all the other candidates have raised combined. We are going to have a money problem, and my campaign can make that happen. So please go to Lars24.com to unrig the system, volunteer, get involved, and be a delegate for me in Washington,
Thank you,
D.C.
Mr. Mapstead. All right. Last but not least, at his request actually, is Dr. Mike Termott, another LP POTUS candidate gold sponsor. Let's give him a hand.
This election is not going to be about small things. This election is not going to be about something dopey, like what should the retirement age be for Social Security. This election is going to be about big things and big ideas. It's going to be about who's got the guts to stand up in front of the American people and say that Social Security is evil. The idea of forcing young people into a system that was badly designed as a Ponzi scheme, merely because we have a ridiculous overhang of old people, because a system needs young blood. This is a system that more represents a vampire cult than it does any way for a government to plan a security system. This election is not going to be about small things. It's not going to be about should we send $100 billion to Ukraine or should we spend $200 billion to Ukraine. This election is going to be about someone standing up and telling the truth, that taking even $1 from Americans, including families who can least afford it. That's damned unethical. This election is not going to be about what should the Federal Reserve's target rate be for inflation. Should it be 2%? Should it be 3%? Does it matter? Does it matter? The Federal Reserve couldn't hit a target with a scoped rifle, and you know that it's true. This election is going to be about someone standing up and finally saying Republicans have come and gone, Democrats the same. And yet we have a monetary policy that undermines our ability to grow our economy, that undermines families' abilities to make ends meet, that undermines our currency, that undermines our standing in the world. We need to end the Fed. The idea that we should have $34 trillion in debt hanging over our head because the national government at the federal level has accumulated this over 3 generations, this is not a small thing. This is over $100,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United States. This is not a math problem. This is not a financing problem. This is not a problem to be solved by economists, as much as I wish that it were. This is a values problem. This is an ethics problem. This is an admission that Republican and Democratic politicians over the ages don't give a damn about your values. They don't care how you feel about it. We know this is true. We know this is true because if you were running the show, this is not how it would work. We know that it is true because yours is a government that operates in the shadows and does so tacitly admitting that it does not operate in your interests. It operates in the interests of a group of politicians. I appreciate that. That operates in the interest of a group of politicians that don't care about your interests at all. If you're waiting for a Republican politician or a Democratic politician to lead the charge back toward a constitution of delimited powers, to solve some of the problems that we've been discussing and that we will be discussing over the next 2 days, you're waiting for something that's not going to happen. It is up to us. It is up to you. It is up to me. It is up to us because we are libertarians, and as such, we are the philosophical descendants of the people that wrote the Declaration of Independence, that put together our Constitution, to put together our federal government for only one legitimate purpose, and that is to protect our individual liberty. This is not merely an opportunity for us in 2024. This is a call to duty. It's time for each one of us to pick up a shovel, and not the kind with which you can dig your own grave, the kind that you can wield like a weapon. I'm asking you to get on board the train, to work as hard as you can. It's about you, it's about me, it's about fellow Americans, people whom we call brothers and sisters for no other reason than the fact that they are fellow Americans. I'm asking you to work as hard as you possibly can and to let me work alongside with you. You're sick of the bullshit, and I'm Mike Tremont. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Tremont, everybody. All right, so with that, we're a little bit behind schedule. I was able to get us mostly back. We are going to need to clear this room as soon as we recess for lunch. We will come back to order at 2 p.m. Okay, if you are going to Mr. Kennedy's speaker lunch, you will have to exit and go through security. You'll see security detail out there for the weapons screening. We are going to be selling tickets at registration for people that wish to watch the live stream in here of what's happening in the next room. There are no more lunch tickets available. That all got cut off last week. But we are recessed for lunch. Please take all your belongings, anything that you need to have with you. We are recessed for lunch at 11:38. I would take them with me.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy to be here with all of you today. I think I saw some of you at Freedom Fest and Pork Fest. And I'm happy to be here. I've always had an affinity for libertarianism and for liberty, particularly. You having trouble hearing me? Yeah. Okay, sorry. But when I think I told this story when I was at Freedom Fest. When I was a little kid, I had kind of a flirtation when I was 13 or 14 years old with communism, because it seemed like a fair system to me, that it was, to each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. It seemed like a utopian, wonderful system. And my father had a conversation with me where he said that the problem was that it required tight government control of almost every human transaction and activity. And he said that the societies that we admire most were societies that maximize liberty. And he gave me the example of the Stoics and the Athenians. He said authoritarian systems inevitably end up focusing on military enterprises and putting the energy of the entire society into war making. And most people don't have any memory or any knowledge of any of the names of the great generals of the Stoics, of the great heroes. But he says but the Athenians were the opposite. Their objective was to maximize liberty. And we all remember today the poems of Aeschylus, the plays of Sophocles, the wisdom and the philosophy of Aristotle, of Socrates, etc. And we remember, and we see that the elevation of the human spirit, of culture, of poetry, of art and literature that occurred under the Athenians and with their sculpture, with their architecture, et cetera. And that's what we admire most. And that only happens in systems that maximize human freedom and maximize the capacity for the elevation and inspiration of the human spirit. I think one of the reasons that libertarianism appeals to me is the optimism about human nature. In its natal state, human beings have a yearning, deep spiritual yearning, to help people, to be kind, to be compassionate, to sacrifice, to be altruistic. And we all understand just from experience that when we're ordered to do those things, they become stale and they become polluted and tainted. And that the place where those things flourish, where we see them, is in communities. And communities that are not governed with totalitarian controls but are governed by markets, which means free choice. And my experience as an environmental litigator and advocate has validated that throughout my career. So I went to work for people, and I worked for 35 years for commercial fishermen on the Hudson River, but also all around the country. And these were small business people. They had on the Hudson, we have the oldest commercial fishery in North America. It's 350 years old. And we have a fishery that's a traditional gear fishery. The fishermen used the same fishing methods that were taught by the Algonquin Indians to the original Dutch settlers of New Amsterdam and passed down through the generations. The oldest commercial fishery continuously operating in North America. One of the enclaves of the fishery is a little village called Crotonville, New York, which is 30 miles north of New York City on the east bank of the river. The people who lived there in 1966 were not your prototypical affluent environmentalists. They were factory workers, carpenters, lathers, electricians. half the people in Crotonville made their living, or at least some part of it, fishing or crabbing the river. So they were capitalists. They were people who had little expectation that they'd ever see Yosemite or Yellowstone or Aspen or Jackson Hole. For them, the environment was their backyard. It was the bathing beaches, the swimming holes, the fishing holes, the Hudson. This was their property value. It was their recreation. It was their livelihoods. It was everything to them. And in 1966, Penn Central Railroad began vomiting oil from a 4.5-foot pipe in the Croton Harmon rail yard. The oil went up the river on the tides, and it blackened the beaches, and it made the shad taste of diesel. So they couldn't be sold at the Fulton Fish Market in New York City. And all of the people in Crotonville came together in a room about this size. There was 300 people in the room that night. It was the American Legion Hall. Crotonville is a very patriotic community. It had one of the highest enlistment rates, the highest mortality rates during World War II. Virtually the entire male population joined the Marines the day after Pearl Harbor. These were people, these weren't radicals. They weren't almost all the original founders, board members, and officers of Riverkeeper, which was at that point called the Hudson River Fishermen's Association, were former Marines. They were combat veterans from World War II, from Korea, some of them from Vietnam. They weren't radicals, they weren't militants, they were people whose patriotism was rooted in the bedrock of our country. But that night they started talking about violence. And because they saw something that they thought they owned, which was the waterways, the Hudson, and the fisheries that their parents had been exploiting for generations, that was now being robbed from them by large corporate entities over whom they had no control. And they had been to the government agencies that are supposed to protect Americans from pollution, to the Corps of Engineers, the State Conservation Department, and the Coast Guard. And in each case, they were given the bum's rush. These were captive agencies. And the first head of the Fishermen's Association, a guy called Richie Garrett, he was a grave digger from Austin, New York. And he was a former Marine combat veteran from Korea. He and another Marine named Art Glauca on 20 occasions visited the Corps of Engineers office in New York City and begging the Corps colonel to do his job and shut down the Penn Central pipe. And finally, the Corps colonel told them in exasperation, these are important people. Speaking of the Penn Central Board of Directors, we can't treat them that way. In other words, we cannot compel them to comply with the law because they're too important. And by this evening in March of 1966, when all these men and women gathered in the American Legion Hall, everybody in Crotonville had come to the conclusion that government was in cahoots with the polluters and was allowing these monopolies to destroy their flourishing businesses, not because they were better at managing the business, but simply because they had better contacts in government. And they were talking about ways to reclaim the river for themselves. They come to the conclusion that the only way that they could do that was if they confronted the polluters directly. And somebody suggested that they put a match to the oil slick coming out of the Penn Central pipe and burn up the pipe. Somebody else said they should roll a mattress up and jam it up the pipe and flood the rail yard with its own waste. Somebody else suggested that they put float a raft of dynamite into the intake of the Indian Point power plant, which at that time was killing 1 million fish a day on its intake screens and taking food off their family tables. And then a guy stood up whose name was Bob Boyle. He was first lieutenant in Korea, and he had become the outdoor editor of Sports Illustrated magazine. He was there for 65 years. 2 years earlier, he had written an article about angling in the Hudson for Sports Illustrated. And in researching that article, he came across an ancient navigational statute called the 1888 Rivers and Harbors Act. And that statute said that it was illegal to pollute any waterway in the United States. you had to pay a big penalty if you got caught. But also there was a bounty provision that said that anybody who turned in the polluter got to keep half the fine. And he had sent this law over to the libel lawyers at Time Magazine, which owned Sports Illustrated, and he knew them because, from his long experience there. He said, "Is this still good law?" They sent a memo back saying, "In 80 years, it's never been enforced, but it's still on the book and it's good law." And that evening, when all these men and women were talking about violence, he stood up in front of them with a copy of that law and the memo from the lawyers. And he said, "We shouldn't be talking about breaking the law. We should be talking about enforcing it." And they resolved that evening that they were going to start the group that was then called the Hudson River Fishermen's Association. Later we changed the name to Riverkeeper. They were going to go out and track down and prosecute every polluter on the Hudson. 18 months later, they shut down the Penn Central Pipe. They got to keep $2,000, which was a huge amount of money in Crotonville, New York in 1968. There were 2 weeks of wild celebration in the town, and they used the money that was left over to go after Ciba-Geigy, Tuck Tape, Standard Brands, American Cyanamid, the biggest corporations in our country, and bringing them to justice and collecting bounties. In 1973, they collected the highest penalty in United States history against a corporate polluter. They got $200,000 from Anaconda Wire and Cable for dumping toxics in Hastings, New York. They used that money to construct a boat, which they began patrolling the river looking for polluters. They hired a full-time riverkeeper, a former commercial fisherman named John Cronin, in 1983. He hired me a year later as the prosecuting attorney for the group. And then I spent 35 years suing polluters on the Hudson. And I brought over 500 lawsuits against corporate polluters. We forced polluters to spend over $5.5 billion remediating the river. And today, the Hudson River is an international model for ecosystem restoration and protection. This was a waterway that when I began working on it was catching fire. It was turning color. Every week, different colors, depending on what color they were painting the trucks at the GM plant in Tarrytown. It was dead water, zero dissolved oxygen, for 20-mile stretches north of New York City, south of Albany. Today, it's the richest waterway in the North Atlantic. It produces more pounds of fish per acre, more biomass per gallon than any other waterway in the North Atlantic. It is the last major river system left in the North Atlantic that still has a strong spawning stocks of all of its historical species of migratory fish. So it's a species warehouse, it's Noah's Ark, it's the last refuge for many of these animals that are going extinct elsewhere. And the miraculous resurrection of the Hudson inspired the creation of waterkeepers all over the country. We now have 350 waterkeepers. We became the biggest water protection group in the world. Each one has a patrol boat. They have a full-time paid waterkeeper, and they sue polluters, so they enforce the law. I've worked for them now I worked for them for 35 years, so I retired about 5 years ago. But I learned a lot about it. It guided my worldview, the experience that I had with the fishermen. And one of the lessons that I learned, the first lesson, was that the waterways, like the fisheries and other parts of the common, belong to the people. Everybody had, the Constitution of the state of New York says that everybody in New York State and every kid in New York City has a right to go throw a fishing plug in the river and bring out their share of the fish. That those things that are not susceptible to private property ownership, the things that by their nature are part of the community, the commons, the commonwealth, the public trust assets, that those assets, that everybody has a right to use them. The air, the water, the wildlife, the fisheries, the public lands, the aquifers, the national forests. Everybody has a right to use them. Nobody can use them in a way that will diminish and injure their use and enjoyment by others. This is ancient law. It goes back to Roman times. It was in the Code of Justinian, which was one of the first efforts at constitutional governance. And the Code of Justinian said that if you're a citizen of Rome, you have an absolute right to go across the beach, throw in a net, and take out your share of the fish. The emperor himself couldn't stop you. But any time that totalitarian regimes begin eroding democratic or constitutional governance, one of the first features of totalitarianism is the privatization of the commons. So when the Roman Empire collapsed in 375 AD, with the burning of the library in Alexandria and the Dark Ages, 800 years of darkness and ignorance and totalitarian rule began, one of the first things that we saw in every jurisdiction and every constituency of Europe was the efforts by local lords and local kings and warlords to privatize the public trust. So in England, for example, King John said that the deer, the hare, the rabbits, the other game animals, which used to belong to the public, and they were a critical social safety net. If you were a farmer and your crop didn't come in, you could go into the forest and kill a deer and you could feed your family. And King John said, no, those now belong to the landhold holder. So the duke, the lord that controlled those lands. That's what got him in trouble with Robin Hood. He also privatized the fisheries. The fisheries were another social safety net. People had the right to go in and catch a fish. Now you had to pay somebody to do that. All the fisheries were privatized and given to friends of the king. He also erected navigational tolls on the Thames and the other rivers of England. So something that was once free was to go up and down the river and enjoy commerce or visit or recreation. And now you had to pay somebody to do that. And those reforms created a revolution in the barons and among the public who rose up. They confronted King John on the field of Runnymede, and they forced him to sign the Magna Carta, which was the Bethlehem of all of our civil rights, all of the Bill of Rights, including, habeas corpus and many others. But if you look at the Magna Carta, it says the true name of the Magna Carta is the Magna Carta and the Charter of the Forest, because it restored those rights for citizens of Britain to control the public trust assets, the shared assets. And I've sat across from polluters many, many times. We had those rights when we had the revolution in this country descended to the people of the states. And every constitution in our country says, the state constitution says the waterways of the state belong to the people of the state, with the exception of some of the western states that have these very kind of Byzantine water laws. But in all the other states, the waterways, the fisheries, all the public assets belong to the people. And everybody can use them. Nobody can use them in a way that diminishes other people's use of them. And I've sat across the table from many polluters, and a lot of them say, oh, I didn't mean to pollute that waterway or fill that wetland, but these are new laws we're not used to, or pollute the air. These were laws that were invented by hippies in 1970 after Earth Day. And, I say, don't know, these are ancient laws. They've been here. There was a lot of them were eroded at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. But the 28 laws that were passed after Earth Day are all laws that were intended to restore free market capitalism and restore ancient rights. And so in fact, in England, I'll just say this, in the 18th century, there were laws, there was a Clean Air Act that made it a capital crime to burn coal in a stove in London because of the impacts on your neighbors. And in fact, up until 1847 in this country, in every jurisdiction, if you had a factory that put pollution into the air and that pollution got onto your neighbor's property, as little as one day a year, your neighbor had an absolute right to shut down that factory, to close the nuisance. And we changed those to make way for the Industrial Revolution. But I would argue the pendulum went too far, and then in 1970, it was redressed with the passage of these laws, 28 laws, Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, et cetera, that just restored the ancient laws. The other thing that I learned from my work with the Riverkeeper is that this idea that we have to choose between environmental policy and economic policy is illusory. In 100% of the situations, I would argue, good environmental policy is identical to good economic policy. If we want to measure the economy, and this is how we ought to be measuring it, based upon how it produces jobs and the dignity of jobs over the generation, and how it preserves and safeguards the assets of our community. If, on the other hand, we want to do what the big polluters have been asking us to do, and they're indentured servants in our political process, which is to treat the planet as if it were business in liquidation, convert our natural resources to cash as quickly as possible, have a few years of pollution-based prosperity, we can generate an instantaneous cash flow and the illusion of a prosperous economy, and we can make a few people billionaires by impoverishing the rest of us. But our children are going to pay for our joyride, and they're going to pay for it with denuded landscapes, poor health, huge cleanup costs that are going to amplify over time and that they'll never be able to pay. Environmental injury is deficit spending. It's a way of loading the cause of our generation's pollution and prosperity onto the backs of our children. And one of the things that I've done over the past 40 years as an environmental advocate is to constantly go around and confront this argument that the diminishment, that an investment in the environment is a diminishment of our nation's wealth. It doesn't diminish our wealth. It's an investment in our infrastructure, the same as investing in telecommunications or road construction. Is an investment that we have to make if we want to ensure the economic vitality of our generation and future generations. And, we're not protecting the environment for the sake of the fishes and the birds. We're protecting it for our own sake because nature enriches us. It enriches us economically, culturally, spiritually. It's the infrastructure of our community, the air, the water, the lands, the rivers, the landscapes that connect us to our past, to our history, that provide context to our communities, and that are the source of our values, ultimately our virtues, our character as a people, and also something more ephemeral, which is our relationship with our Creator. God talks to us, to human beings, through many vectors, through each other, through organized religion, through the great books of those religions, through wise people and the prophets, and through art and literature and music and poetry, but nowhere with such detail and texture and grace and joy as through creation. And when we destroy these things that we can't recreate, a species, we're destroying diminishing part of our children's capacity to sense the divine, to understand who God is, and therefore who the Creator is, and what our own potential is as human beings. And that's not only would I argue that it's a crime to privatize the commons, but it's also akin to a sin. It's something that has moral intonations. And, it's all pollution ultimately is about privatizing the commons. When General Electric dumped this, we cleaned up the Hudson. So the fisheries are there now. They're abundant. But they're contaminated with PCBs from the General Electric company. And so the fisheries, there were almost 2,000 fishing families working the Hudson when I started. Now there's, I think, only 2 left. And they're gone not because their business model didn't work. They're gone because the General Electric company had better lobbyists than they did. They were practicing not free market capitalism, but corporate crony capitalism, which results in monopoly. And these huge disparities in wealth and the displacements of power. And, the General Electric Company privatized all the fish in the Hudson River. So the Constitution of the state of New York says those fish belong to the people, but we can't use them anymore. General Electric owns every fish in the Hudson. And that's what pollution is. It's the appropriation of public property for private profit. And I would say that that last lesson that I learned, and maybe the important ones, was the importance of free market capitalism to the environment. If you go back and look at my speeches from 40 years ago, and you see people asking me, what's the most important thing we can do for the environment? I've said consistently for all this time, free market capitalism, because we don't have that in our country. We have corporate crony capitalism. We have this system of cushy, lavish socialism for the rich and a merciless, barbaric capitalism for the poor. That is all rigged, to funnel wealth upward. And that's, that ultimately is the focus of my campaign. As I saw corporate capture from my first, work as an attorney. And it was easy then for me to see it in the pharmaceutical industry and all of these other places in the war industry. That's what, that is what's governing our country right now. But the reason free markets are important for the environment is because in a true free market economy promotes efficiency. And efficiency means the elimination of waste. And pollution is waste. In a true free market economy, actors would be forced to properly value our natural resources, the commons. And it's the undervaluation of those resources that cause us to use them inefficiently, wastefully. In a true free market, you can't make yourself rich without making your neighbors rich and without enriching your community. But what polluters do is they make themselves rich by making everybody else poor. They raise standards of living for themselves by lowering quality of life for everybody else. And they do that by escaping the discipline of the free market. When General Electric dumped its PCBs in the Hudson, it went to Governor Carey and Governor Rockefeller in succession. And both the DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation, for both those governors, was telling them, it's illegal for you to dump the PCBs. General Electric was saving a few bucks on every capacitator by dumping it into the river rather than properly disposing it. But in a true free market, if you're an actor in the marketplace, you have to pay for all the costs of bringing your product to market, and that includes the cost of cleaning up your mess, which was a lesson that we were all supposed to have learned in kindergarten. And General Electric went to these two governors, and one of my best friends was in these meetings with them, and they said to him, if you force us to, and they were able to outcompete their competitors by underselling them, by imposing their costs on the general public in New York. Everybody in the Hudson Valley now has General Electric's PCBs in our flesh and our organs. And they put all the fishermen out of work. So those were the costs that they were externalizing. And they said to the governors, if you force us to internalize that cost, we're going to move our operations all across the river to New Jersey. And guess what? We're going to move 60,000 jobs. And you're still going to get the pollution because New Jersey's going to let us do that. It's a race to bottom. But they're going to get the taxes and they're going to get the jobs. So Carey and Rockefeller backed down because of that corporate power, that muscular exercise of corporate power. And then, 10 years later, General Electric closed its factories. All those workers disappeared. General Electric doesn't have a single employee in New York State right now. And we got stuck with a $4.3 billion cleanup bill for the Hudson. And, the fisheries are closed that enrich the culture, the palate, the history of the Hudson Valley for 3.5 centuries. And that was the cost of, of corporate pollution, of corporate crony capitalism. You show me a polluter, I'll show you a subsidy. I'll show you a fat cat using political clout to escape the discipline of the free market and force the public to pay his production costs. That's what all pollution is. And 1 million people came out on the street when the Cuyahoga River was burning when I was a kid for 8 days with flames that were 8 stories high. They couldn't put it out. That year, 69, the Lake Erie was declared dead, no fish in it, 0 dissolved oxygen. The peregrine falcon, the eastern and Adams peregrine falcon, the most spectacular predatory bird in America, went extinct, was declared extinct. The Santa Barbara oil spill happened, it closed all the coasts of California and cost billions of dollars to local economies. The American people, in reaction to these insults, 1 million people came out onto the street on Earth Day 1970, the biggest public demonstration in American history, demanding that our leaders return to the American people the ancient environmental rights that have been stolen from our citizens over the previous, 80 years. And the political system responded. Republicans and Democrats got together. They created EPA. They passed 28 major environmental laws in 11 years that restored all those ancient laws of nuisance that had been, and public and protecting the public trust that had been abandoned. And that was kind of, those were the experiences that, for me, validated and guided my thinking about the importance of marketplace. And I'll say, I want to say a little about the energy system, about how you fix the energy system in this country. The big struggle that everybody focuses on is climate change. And that's the only way people now have, the political system has now, of talking about energy policy. And it's a choice which puts everybody in a fist fight and paralyzes everything. If you want to talk about the environment and get widespread agreement, talk about clean air, clean water, wildlife, public health, regenerative agriculture, there's many ways to talk about it. But if you want a fist fight, if you want to paralyze the system, talk about climate. And I knew this, I believe that climate change is man-made, mostly, that it is existential. But I don't insist anybody else believe it, because I also, and we all saw this during COVID, how global emergencies were used by totalitarian forces to clamp down controls and to shift wealth upward. And everybody can see that is being used for climate that way right now. I'm watching these corporations like BlackRock and Bruce Ratstetter who are building these, carbon capture, $100 billion subsidies for carbon capture that actually is designed to benefit the oil industry. So, it's all rigged and fixed and corrupt. I see that. And also telling a fisherman on the Hudson, this pollution is destroying your livelihood. He will go to war for that. He'll float a raft of dynamite into a power plant and risk going to jail. But if you tell him you got to save the environment because this line on the graph shows you're going to be dead in 10 years or all humanity, he's not going to do it, because it's a cost that he's having to take your word that this line on the graph is going to happen. And all it's designed to do is to polarize us. And, for me, the way that I talk about energy is that we need markets. We need and the reason that there are 3 big impediments to us having a marketplace that will liberate Americans' creative energies in the energy sector. The first of those is the giant subsidies to the industry. the carbon industry. It's about $5.2 trillion a year in subsidies, and that doesn't include the oil wars, which should be internalized. We should, and when we pay for gasoline, the gas pump, we should be paying for the oil wars as well. And very few people would be buying gas if they had to internalize all their costs to our society. But it's about $5.2 trillion in subsidy. Now, wind and solar is subsidized too. I'm against subsidy, particularly for a mature industry. I don't think there's any justification if you're a mature industry like the pharmaceutical industry, the oil industry, or the military contractors, you should not be getting subsidies. These are the biggest industries in the world. There's a justification for subsidies if you're trying to jumpstart an industry, like George Washington did with the textile industry when he found out that he could not get an American suit for his inauguration. And they created these, but they only lasted a few years until the industry got on its feet. So, but if you're a mature industry, there's no excuse. And my inclination is to ban subsidies altogether and have true free markets. So that's one of the issues. The second issue, the second impediment is we have this very balkanized, fragmented regulatory system in our country that does not allow for national marketplace. There's 120 control districts, 50 different public utility commissions, and they all have these Byzantine rules that simply do not allow markets to exist. It's and by the way, I was a partner in the biggest green tech venture capital firm in the country, Vantage Point. For over a decade, we were the first investors in Tesla. We built the biggest solar plant in our country, the Ivanpah plant, and we built and another company that I was involved in, Starwood, built the biggest PVC plant in our country in Sault Marie up in Canada. So I was dealing with these issues on the ground, and I played a key role in making sure that making the Ivanpah plant happen. So I was on the front lines, and I saw the fixes, and the difficulty. Let me give you an example of why this is. I had a home in Mount Kisco, New York. I had a geothermal, state-of-the-art geothermal in that home. Plus, I had state-of-the-art solar systems on the roof. My home, almost every day of the year, was generating more energy than we used. And when I was away in the summer, it was just a power plant. Why can't I sell that power plant back on the grid? Why? There's 38 states that allow you to do that in some level, but none of them allow you to get the same price that the utility's getting. So, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we turning every American into an energy entrepreneur and every home into a power plant and giving people the opportunity to participate in these markets? And so, we have instead an energy system that, as I said, is balkanized, where the rules were written by the incumbents, by the carbon incumbents, to favor the dirtiest, filthiest, most poisonous, toxic, warmongering fuels from hell, instead of the cheap, clean, green, wholesome, and efficient, energy source from heaven. And we need to rationalize the marketplace so that it actually adopts free market principles and people can buy and sell. Perhaps the biggest impediment, and that may be the biggest one, the other big impediment is that we don't have an energy grid in this system that can act as a marketplace. So we have 3 different energy grids in the United States, and they're not interconnected, so you can't. We have the best, solar and wind resources, among the best in the world. The Scientific American a couple of years ago did an article that showed that you could finance the entire, or you could provide 100% of the energy to the U.S. energy grid by putting solar panels on an area 75 miles by 75 miles in the desert Southwest. You wouldn't do that for a lot of reasons. One is if a cloud passes over Arizona, you black out the entire country. But what it shows is, if you have dispersed energy, and You can do, we have plenty. We have the best wind anywhere in the world except for Antarctica. There's enough wind, harnessable wind energy in North Dakota, Montana, and Texas to provide 100% of the U.S. energy grid. Every farmer in North Dakota wants to, one of the windiest places on earth, wants to put wind turbines on their property. Why? Because a cornfield in North Dakota generates about $600 a year in profits. A cornfield with a wind turbine on it generates $8,600. So everybody wants to put it on, and it's a good thing for our country. It gives family farmers, which are the basis of U.S. democracy, on a strong economic footing. It allows them to make money on their lands. So why aren't they all doing it? They're not doing it because the current AC lines that we have are inefficient, they're misaligned, and they cannot do long-haul transport of energy. So the electrons will diffuse in that line after they've gone 100 miles, and they cross the North Dakota border and there's nothing left of them. So they cannot get their product to markets in Cleveland, Cincinnati, New Orleans, New York, et cetera, or California, because they don't have a transport system. And a lot of you may say, well, that should come from private property. But my bias on that is the U.S. government has built infrastructure before, and that's part of the job of governments, in my reckoning. We built the Erie Canal in 1825, and it opened up the whole Midwest so that Midwestern farmers could get their produce to markets in Europe without ever taking them off a boat. And it blew up the Midwestern economy. It made New York the biggest port on earth. And it was a benefit to all of us. The road projects in the 1950s that Eisenhower did the same thing. They united us for national security reasons, but they also opened up commerce. And they united our nation as one commercial district. And we need to do the same thing with energy. We need to put DC lines in. We need to unite the grids, and we need to make sure that anybody who wants to sell energy in this country can do so, can get access to the markets. And let me tell you what will happen if we do that. And I'll give you some examples. In 1979, DARPA built the ARPANET grid and created the infrastructure for the internet in this country. And the next year, in 1980, the head of IBM, the CEO of IBM, announced that they were getting out of the PC business, personal computers, because there was no future in it. And a bunch of other companies like Dell made the same bet. They were making PCs, but they didn't see any future in it. And today, every American has a PC, most of us do. But what's happened to the cost of information? It's gone to zero. So, on the way down here, I was thinking about what I was going to say, and I dreamed up a random question. And I asked the internet, what was Mao Zedong's favorite lunchtime meal? And it came back immediately. Fish with the heads, a fatty fish with heads on it with cabbage and, some other Chinese spices. So if I needed badly to find that information 20 years ago, do you know how much that would cost me? You'd have to send somebody to the Library of Congress and go through the stacks for weeks, and maybe they'd find it, maybe they wouldn't. But all I had to do was put it into my telephone, and instantaneously the answer comes back. So the cost of bits and bytes of information went to zero. And from very, very high to zero. That's what's going to happen to electrons if we build a national energy grid. And in 1996, we built a national grid for telecommunications. Bill Clinton told all the baby bellers, you got to unify your lines, and you got to allow access to the lowest cost for consumers, to the lowest cost providers. And it created a real marketplace. And all of these things, gadgets that we all have right now, cell phones, they're all the offspring of creating that national grid for telecommunications. And I'll give you another example. When I was teaching at Pace Law School for about 30 years, there was, of all the faculty, there was one faculty member named William Weiss. He was the only faculty member who had a phone, a university phone that was authorized to make international calls. So if any of us on the faculty wanted to make an international call, we had to go to William Weiss's office and ask him permission. And I remember, because it was so expensive, I remember making a call from Miami to London, a 5-minute call from my hotel. It cost $75. So that was pretty typical. Now it's free. That's what happened to telecommunications when we created that market. That's what's going to happen to our energy grid. When we create a market, we're going to go to zero cost energy. The cost of electrons are going to go practically to zero. And that will be an enormous boon for the American economy. And it will make us energy independent. It will have all of these benefits for our economy. And we're locked into this system by these impediments that prevent the rationalization of the marketplace and the best use of market, the best use and the least expensive power. Oh, I'm gonna talk, I know I said that was the last thing I'm gonna talk about. I'm just gonna say one thing about COVID, which is what we saw in COVID was the acceleration of a process of a trajectory of corporate control, of shifting wealth upward, and of totalitarian control that accelerated what we've seen, happening at least since the beginning of the 1980s, maybe since my uncle's death. And we saw that at the beginning of the pandemic, I won a case last week called Biden versus Kennedy, which ordered the White House to stop censoring speech, stop censoring. And it was a companion case of Missouri versus Biden. And Judge Doty's decision in that case, a 155-page decision, talked about how I was the first person that the Biden administration began censoring. And they were, within 37 hours of President Biden taking the oath of office, White House officials were emailing Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube, and telling them, you have to take Mr. Kennedy down, and you have to, and if you don't do it, we are going to retaliate against you by yanking your Section 230 immunity, which is existential for those companies. If people don't know what Section 230 immunity is, when I used to publish a lot of op-eds from the New York Times, and every time I published one, I would have to talk to the New York Times lawyers who would go through that op-ed and look at every factual assertion I made and make sure that it wasn't libelous or defamatory and that it was true. And so when these internet platforms started, they can't do that because they'd be out of business. They can't put a lawyer examining every post. So the Telecommunications Act gave them an immunity and said, although if I wrote something bad on the op-ed page of the New York Times that was defamatory, the person who I defamed could sue not just me, but the New York Times. So what the Section 230 says is you can sue the person who wrote it. You can't sue the publisher. You can't sue the platform. And it's existential. If they had to review every post with a lawyer, they'd be out of business tomorrow. So the Biden White House was threatening that's what they were going to do if they didn't take down my post. Facebook and Twitter Facebook, which I didn't use, didn't do anything much. Facebook did write these interesting notes back at the White House where they said he's actually not broadcasting misinformation. What he's saying is true. So the White House had to invent a new word called malinformation, which is information that is true but nevertheless inconvenient for government officials. And Instagram took down my biggest account, which had almost 1 million people on it. And you know, Twitter then shadow banned me and, you know, slow walked everything and stopped me from broadcasting or growing. And I self-censored after that because I didn't want to lose my followers. So I just, you know, I posted unicorns and butterflies and kittens and, you know, and nothing of consequence. So, okay. Anyway, they started censoring us in March and in earnest. And when they figured out they could get away with it, you know, Hamilton, Madison, Adams said we put freedom of expression guarantees in the First Amendment because all the other amendments, all the other rights are dependent on it. If a government has the power to censor its critics, it has license for every atrocity. As soon as they figured out that we were going to have that we were going to put up with that, the American people were going to put up, the press was going to support them, et cetera. They started dismantling the Constitution. They went after the other planks of the First Amendment, freedom of religion. They closed every church in our country for a year with no due process, no public hearings, no scientific citations, no environmental impact statements, all the things that, you know, no notice and comment rulemaking, all the things that the democratic procedures that I've been suing governments and companies for 40 years, they just ignored everything. Just one bureaucrat in Washington says masks don't work 1 week, and then 3 weeks later, everybody put one on, and then a week after that, put 2 on. You know, it's just utterly arbitrary, which they've now all admitted. They then went after freedom of assembly with these, again, arbitrary and capricious social distancing restrictions, which they now admit they just made up out of thin air. Even, you know, Fauci admitted that. They then went after property rights. They shut down every 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation. And they went after, you know, the constitutional guarantees against warrantless searches and seizures with the Fourth Amendment, with all these track and trace surveillance requirements, and you have to disclose your medical information before you leave your house, before you go into buildings, et cetera. And they went after jury trials. The Seventh Amendment says, no American, no citizen shall be denied a right of a trial before a jury of his peers in case their controversy is exceeding $25. There's no pandemic exception. And by the way, the framers knew all about pandemics. There were 2 epidemics during the Revolutionary War. There was a smallpox epidemic that debilitated the armies of New England at the very time that we had conquered Montreal. And Benedict Arnold's troops had to withdraw. He was in the middle of the city. They had to withdraw because they didn't have troop support because everybody was down with smallpox. Otherwise, Canada today would be part of the United States. And all the framers of the Constitutional Convention knew that. And there was a malaria epidemic that decimated the armies of Virginia. And between the end of the Revolution and the ratification of the Bill of Rights, there were epidemics in every city in this country: cholera, yellow fever, and typhus, that killed tens of thousands of people. Most of the people at the Constitutional Convention had relatives who had died during those epidemics. So they knew all about them, but they didn't put that into the Constitution. They wrote the Constitution for hard times, not for easy times. During the Civil War, you know, there were Confederates coming into the northern states as agents provocateurs to try to drum up draft riots in New York and Boston and the other cities. And it was destroying Union morale. So Lincoln, they knew who these people were, and Lincoln began picking them off the street and confining them. And they sued under the U.S. Constitution at that time. That war killed 659,000 Americans. It's the equivalent of 7.2 million today, much more than COVID. Our country was on the verge of collapse. And yet Judge Taney of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court said you can't do it. It doesn't matter if the life of the nation is at stake, you can't do it. The Constitution is the most sacred document. It's more important than anything, than human life, everything. And, you know, it was written for hard times. And somehow Americans forgot about that during the pandemic. And, you know, we saw these giant infringements that, you know, that wholesale destruction of the Constitution. And, you know, well, they'll say, oh, yeah, well, it's all over now. We restored all your rights. But they set the precedent. And once you open that door, the next pandemic, everybody says we're not going to fall for that again. But they're making up all kinds of these, you know, bugs, dengue fever, and, you know, Ebola that have a 50% mortality rate that actually kill lots of people, you know, stuff that makes you bleed from your eyeballs. And people will do whatever they're told when they start publicizing that like they were doing with COVID. So, and the worrying thing is that they now have the capacity for utter control of us. The central ambition of every totalitarian regime in the history of mankind was to control every aspect of human behavior, all of our transactions, all of our interactions. But they never had the ability to do that. But now they do. With AI technology, with facial recognition, 415,000 low-altitude satellites. Bill Gates has 60,000 permits for 60,000 satellites, low altitude. He says he's going to be able to look at every square foot of the Earth 24 hours a day. So there they have now, you know, these mechanisms that allow you to look through buildings and see if there's people hiding in there. There's going to be no place to hide. And they will have total control. And of course, they're going to have transactional control because of the central bank digital currencies, which is, as you know, free speech and First Amendment. If the framers knew about this, they would have put transactional freedom in there. Because what does free speech mean? If the government can close your bank account and starve you to death, you know, or stop you, as a trucker told me, he couldn't pay his alimony payments up in Montreal because they got shut down and he was going to jail because he was, you know, he couldn't pay them. Oh, you can't pay your mortgage. You're going to lose your home. You're not going to be able to feed your children. Of course, 99.999% of people will buckle under that. And so, you know, we should have been, with all this technology, these control technologies that are also, by the way, they're corporate technologies. There's a gold rush, an oil rush right now, because they're just stealing all of our private information for free. It's the most valuable asset in history. They know every time you cough, every time you sneeze, what you say to your kids, what you say to your wife. Siri is not working for you. It is working for Bill Gates. And, you know, they're mining all this information from it, just stealing it for free. It's the commons. And so there's a huge private profit incentive to expand this system, which is going to pay for its expansion, but then when you expand it, it becomes the instrument for absolute and total totalitarian control. And what we should have been doing if we had a president who, you know, anybody who's like not non-compos mentis, if you had you know, leaders who were saying, holy cow, look what's coming toward us. We need to pour concrete on the Constitution and raise up the bulwarks and, you know, and teaching in every school and telling to every person, don't ever let anybody mess with these. And yet they were training us all for 3 years to give it all up. You know, that whenever there's a threat, whenever there's fear, the response is to give up your constitutional rights. They have us all trained. And, you know, we need somebody in the White House who's going to reverse this and understands the peril to our republic from what's happening, and who understands. They're telling us all, oh, if you don't comply, you're going to die. Well, guess what? There's a lot worse things than dying. And one of those is being a slave. And That's where we're headed. That's where we're headed. You know, we're supposed to be the land of the free, the home of the brave. Franklin Roosevelt said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Why did he say that in 1932? He said it because he saw the global depression was being used by fear-mongering totalitarian governments in the right-wing governments in Spain and Italy and Germany, left-wing governments in Russia and Eastern Europe, who were using fear to disable the capacity for critical thinking and to get people to relinquish their rights. And he said, and 30% of Americans believe that capitalism no longer worked and that we had to turn to communism. 30% said we have to turn to fascism. And you know, you had Father Coughlin and Huey Long who were saying, yeah. And Roosevelt said, you know, we're going to go through this, and just don't get incapacitated by fear, because you give up all of your values when you do that. And that's what our politicians should be telling us today, that we are the land of the free because we are the home of the brave. The only way that we're going to keep our freedoms is if we renew this resource of courage that has always been part of the American tradition. And instead we have politicians on every side who are trying to, you know, scare us into doing stuff. And anyway, I'm really happy to be here with you, and I'm being given a lot of signals to shut up, so thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. If you would like to make your way back to the Catalina Ballroom, Mr. Dan McKnight will be starting shortly. We are going to push business back just a bit. So, can you hear now? There we go. No? Yeah. So we're going to start. Dan McKnight will be speaking in the Catalina Ballroom, where we'll have business. We'll transition into business after he gives his keynote. So please join us all in the Catalina Ballroom when you are ready. We'll start probably in about 10, 15 minutes-ish. That was more of a question, but it is what it is. Have Kelly Carden introduce Mr. McKnight, and then we'll start business shortly, probably at around, we're looking at 2:15, 2:20. But I'll let Mr. Kelly Carden do the honors here as we bring Mr. McKnight on stage.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, of course. How's it going, everybody? Hope you guys enjoyed your lunches. My name is Kelly Carden from Kern County. I am a locally elected official. I am one of, I think, a dozen or so. And I am deeply, deeply passionate about Defend the Guard. Our speaker today was a 13-year veteran. He has a beautiful wife, 2 grown children, 2 grandchildren, and some stepsons. Also 2 dogs. Ask him to see his jacket. They're printed on the inside of his jacket. Hey, guys, please give it up for Mr. Dan McKnight.
All right, that was quite the introduction. It's true. I do have dogs on the inside of my jacket. These are my, that's Lexi Girl and Mr. Johnny Cash. I'm pretty excited to be here. This morning breakfast with Mr. Roofer, lunch just now, and all the other activities are gonna be happening. Mr. Bolden tomorrow morning at breakfast, I can't wait. Mike, it's good to see you. My name is Dan McKnight. I am a 13-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps, the United States Army, and the Idaho Army National Guard. I never got it right, so I kept moving on. I served in Afghanistan in 2005 through 2007, where I was injured and I came home and they didn't want me anymore and they recycled me. And after 13 years, I left with no pension, no retirement, no benefits. And I came home angry. I didn't know what we were doing in Afghanistan. I didn't understand the mission. In the 18 months I was there, our missions changed from shock and awe to counterinsurgency, to winning the hearts and minds, to provincial reconstruction, and we did none of them well. We'd fly missions over rural Afghanistan with somebody in a suit and tie in the helicopter with us from the State Department telling us what property we could fly over and which ones we couldn't. I didn't know what we were doing there. When I came home, I lost my business, I lost my family, I lost my home. I was angry, I went underground. And I wasn't a very pleasant person. The reason I was angry is in Afghanistan, I was part of the National Guard that had been activated into federal service to go fight for our country. We were assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division and the 10th Mountain Division, both very historic active duty units in the military. Neither one of them wanted us because we were National Guard. They thought that we were less than. But truthfully, that was the best equipped and best trained unit I'd served in. But they didn't want us, and that was fine. But we started to experience some real problems. The men in my charge, I had 12 that worked for me. I was just a young buck sergeant, E5. I had 12 men that were starting to wear their boots out. Body armor was becoming torn. Gloves and goggles were missing. And we couldn't get supplies. 10th Mountain didn't care. 82nd Airborne didn't care. My chain of command, all the way up to the lieutenant colonel, didn't know what to do. And out of frustration one day, deep in the northeast region of Afghanistan in the Pesh River Valley, I grabbed a satellite phone. And I climbed to the top of a mountain where I could get a real clear signal. And out of desperation, I opened that phone up and I called a number that a dear friend of mine gave to me. And it was the governor of Idaho. So I called the governor. Who's the commander-in-chief of the National Guard? It's the governor. I called him and I said, Governor Risch, this is Sergeant McKnight. I am calling you from deep in Afghanistan in the Pesh River Valley. I hope I have your attention. Dan, you've got my attention. What can I do for you? And I relayed the situation to him. And I said, we need your help. You're the commander-in-chief. We're your men. We need supplies. And I don't know where else to go. This is a desperation call. It'll probably cost me my career. He goes, Dan, I was promoted to governor 2 weeks ago. He'd been the lieutenant governor when our governor left and went to go work for that evil George W. Bush in the White House. He went to work for him. So our lieutenant governor became promoted to governor. And Jim Risch said, I don't know what I can do, but I do know constitutionally, I am the commander-in-chief of the National Guard, so I will do something. I hung up the satellite phone, walked back down, went back to work. 48 hours later, my lieutenant colonel called me and said, I don't know what you did. I don't know who you called, but we have a shipping container on its way from Idaho with supplies that we desperately need. Give me your damn cell phone. He took away my satellite phone. And so Jim Risch was a governor. I held him up on this pedestal. This was my first lesson in life. Never put a politician on a pedestal. I put him on one because he'd helped us. He had done what nobody else in the chain of command would do. So when I came home and I went underground, I was angry, but I kept my eye on one thing. I kept my eye on Jim Risch. He was no longer the governor. He became a senator. And over the next decade, he gained seniority. And in 2019, if you remember what happened in the Senate in 2019, the power flipped from Democrat to Republican. And Jim Risch, with his seniority, became the chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, the third most powerful man on foreign policy in the United States of America. And at that same time, we had a president that was preaching that we are not going to get in any new wars. We're going to come home from Afghanistan. We're going to leave the Middle East. We're going to bring troops home from Germany. I thought, my God, the time is right for me to do something. I'm going to call Jim Risch again. And I'm going to see what he'll do to end the war in Afghanistan. One of my best friends who had gone with me to Afghanistan was returning, getting ready to go back for his 6th combat mission as a National Guardsman. What happens when the National Guard deploys? They leave a civilian job, right? And so when they leave, there's this accordion effect on the economy. They leave, they backfill the position. When they come home, they displace that replacement employee. It had happened to him 6 times over 14 years. So I didn't know how to call Jim Risch. The cell phone number I had didn't work anymore. So I did the only thing that I knew how to do. I wrote a letter. I'm a former Marine, so I wrote it in crayon. It's okay. I wrote a letter, an op-ed, to a local newspaper. And they published the damn thing. 7 newspapers in my state published it. And a couple of weeks later, Jim Risch came to town to speak at a Chamber of Commerce event, you know, the wonderful Chamber of Commerce. And I went, and I drug a friend of mine along who had a camera, and I said, I want you to film this. We're going to make history. Jim Risch is going to help us again. And I waited patiently. My wife was there. I embarrassed her. As soon as he was done with his speech, I jumped up and I asked a question. He was going to hear me. And I said, Senator Risch, my name is Dan McKnight. I talked to you 14, 15 years ago from Afghanistan. He goes, Dan, I remember you. I remember our situation. I read your op-ed. I agree. Now that I'm in charge of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, we're done with nation building. We're done spending billions of dollars in a place that doesn't want us. Shit, I did my job again. Told my friend to turn off the camera. We packed up and we left. Jim Risch is going to do it again, put him back on the pedestal, dust off a little bit. We're back at it. Jim Risch got on an airplane and flew back to Washington, D.C., and 3 times over the next 90 days voted to extend the war in Afghanistan, Yemen, and Iraq indefinitely. Pedestal gone. Right then, I knew it's time to do something more. It's time to organize. It's time to collect veterans' voices and find one unifying voice to speak out with all of them behind us, and we're going to storm the Capitol, figuratively, for the NSA. So I found to Bring Our Troops Home as an organization thoroughly enriched with the history of this country. Our principles are the same as our founding fathers, our fighting spirit, the same as the generations of their descendants who worked to maintain those very principles. We did a conference. We held a conference in D.C. in our 8th month as an organization. We took 100 veterans from the global war on terror and state lawmakers from around the country who believed in what we were doing. And we went to Washington, D.C., and we held a conference with speakers and people that were interested in the cause. And we tried to meet with, I went to go meet with Jim Risch again, and he couldn't be bothered. He sat in the room with 7 of his senior advisors circling my wife and I and our lieutenant governor, circling us in a very intimidating manner, slouched in his chair with his hands on his chest, refusing to discuss anything that we wanted to talk about. But he wanted to get a picture of me with him so that he could put it in his newsletter and say, we support the troops. Look, I have a picture with one. The photo in his newsletter said, picture with Idaho veteran. Nameless. So we knew right then and there, Washington, D.C. is lost. We can't fight this fight in Washington, D.C. We're not built for this. This isn't a fight that we can do. So when we as veterans say it's time to bring our troops home from these endless wars and topple the D.C. empire so that we can restore the Constitution, we are echoing the best and the most primal parts of what it means to be American. One of our predecessors is actually a California native son. And I bring him up because of where we're at. I'm not from California, by the way. I'm from Idaho. We traveled, and it was snowing a couple days ago when we left. So thank you for 68 degrees. It was wonderful. But long before Ronald Reagan shook hands with Gorbachev to end the Cold War, and even before the hard realism of Richard Nixon, there was a non-interventionism of Hiram Johnson from California. After serving as your governor, Johnson was elected to the U.S. Senate in 1916 and was elected 4 more times until he died in office in 1945. He was a stout fellow. He had a part in the middle of his hair, and he combed it to the side both ways. He never tried to hide his fiery beliefs, his personal vigor, or his ambition. In 1919, Johnson was an ally of my personal idol, a senator from Idaho, William Borah, and they were both part of the Irreconcilables. Have you ever heard of them? A group of senators who opposed the Treaty of Versailles. God, wouldn't that have been great if they would have done that again when the United Nations was formed. There were 16 senators who opposed entry into the League of Nations. Root and Branch and Woodrow Wilson referred to them as little group of willful men. The League of Nations was the first dose of globalism that they tried to inject into America, but our country was smart enough and we rejected it. There are portions of that fight that I'd like to share with you today because of how relevant they are to the troubles that face us as opponents of the DC Empire. On the precipice of World War I, Johnson, who had just been elected into the Senate, hadn't even taken office yet, and he wrote this in a private letter home. There's a remarkable and singular apathy of our people, as apparently we are about to enter a world cataclysm. Our foreign policy, or rather lack thereof it, has destroyed our national fiber. Back in the consciousness of our people, even now, when we are right up against World War, is the belief that it's all some bunco game after all, and that we are simply in another one of the crises that we've become accustomed and so familiar. Isn't that the perfect description of how our countrymen have responded to something like the war in Ukraine? We're just accustomed to another crisis. Our government has spent more than $100 billion and shipped some of the most destructive weapons ever invented to fight a war on the border of a country with the largest nuclear arsenal in the entire world. And the response, not just from the political class and the media, but from many Americans has been, what's the worst that could possibly happen? As Johnson observed more than a century ago, we've become too used to crises. We've become too used to news of war, insulating ourselves from the worst consequences of it. So when we're presented with a real risk, a real threat, potential global cataclysm, society shrugs their shoulders. Not the Libertarian Party, though. Is there a more based group of anti-war activists than the Libertarian Party? Maybe veterans as a whole, but Libertarian Party seem to be carrying this banner. We dismiss the risk of nuclear war because we refuse to believe that it's even possible. But the threat is very real, folks. It's been hanging over our head from the moment Joe Biden decided to intervene in a war that was not our own. That foreign policy is a threat. Hiram Johnson had a lot to say about the lies our government tells us and how it punishes the truth. Speaking against the introduction of the Espionage Act of 1917. Why is the Espionage Act of 1917 so important today? Say it. Oh, come see me afterwards. You win a t-shirt, my friend. In our tenderness for democracy abroad, we might forget democracy at home, is what Johnson said. Elsewhere, referring to state-sponsored propaganda manufactured by Washington, he said, "We have been picking our own pockets to poison our own minds." This past week, a hearing began in front of London's High Court. It's the final chance for Julian Assange to appeal his extradition to the United States. For 5 years, Assange has been jailed in Belmarsh, one of the United Kingdom's harshest facilities. And for 7 years before that, he was barricaded in an Ecuadorian embassy in London. He's been prosecuted under the Espionage Act of 1917, the same law that Hiram Johnson fought so strongly against. What was his crime? Say it right here. Freedom of the press. Journalism was his crime. Come see me afterwards. You win a t-shirt too, my friend. I like to give things away. As the founder of WikiLeaks, he published evidence that the United States and other governments were lying about their wars, covering up murders, and worse. For exposing their malfeasance, Washington, D.C. wants to sentence him to 175 years in prison. In all likelihood, though, if he's extradited to the States, he won't last the year. That's how you can reliably distinguish honest journalism and truth over propaganda and lies. One of them receives accolades and prestige, the other, a death sentence. When you're not dangerous enough to be killed, but you're loud enough to be troublesome, the war party will work to tarnish you. They'll work to tear you down. They'll malign and ostracize you from the public square and even from your own social circles. And that's always been their modus operandi. This is not new. Listen to what Hiram Johnson observed in 1919. It's rare indeed that any speech is made in favor of the League, talking about the League of Nations, which does not bitterly condemn Americans who think of their own country first. We who would protect and preserve our own nation, who loyally and patriotically would hesitate to involve its sons in future generations in perpetual and continuous warfare, are designated as little and selfish and provincial. Americans, even as men without international human sympathy and bereft of world vision. He went on to say that for the first time in our history, the jealous guarding of our own, the love of our traditions and our institutions, the passion for our land and for our liberty have become grievous sins. Sounds familiar. We're living with perpetual and continuous war. For decades now, Johnson and his cadre were smeared for having foresight, and today we're defamed for even knowing our own history. Raise your hand in this room if you've ever been called a traitor. Veterans in the room, raise your hand. Imagine, if you will, if you spoke out against the global war on terror, Vietnam, Korea, Beirut, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq, if you spoke out about any of those, would you be a heretic in your military circles? Probably, right? I know I have been. But because I listened to the guiding counsel of those who have passed, like Hiram Johnson, William Borah, George Washington, James Madison, and the precedents that they set, and for daring to listen to living legends like Ron Paul, we're ostracized for it. When our enemies attack us, it's because we're right. When our enemies attack us, it's because we're Americans and we're not ashamed of it. As cheesy as it is, I still wear this little pin, and it still means something. I'll give you one more excerpt from the great and President Californian Hiram Johnson, and then I'll move on. During that same speech against the League of Nations in 1919, Hiram said this: "Ask any American mother in Kansas, Illinois, or California if she is for peace, and she will say yes with all of her heart. Ask her if she's willing to send her son and grandsons to go to the Balkans, to China, to Korea, to Siberia, to Arabia or the Dalmatian coast, or to Poland to compel peace, and she will answer just as promptly, no." Our representatives are supposed to declare war. Your congressmen, your senators are supposed to debate it with the authority that you have given them, specifically and clearly written in the Constitution. That comes from us. They don't do it anymore. Just today, soldiers are deployed to half of those regions and countries that Hiram Johnson was talking about 100 years ago. That's the disconnect between the American people and the war party entrenched in Washington, D.C. Americans want sovereign control over their own country, over its borders. They want to put food on their table and work honest jobs and be free of the government putting weight on our backs or tipping the scales in somebody else's favor. That's libertarianism. We want to raise our families in a lifestyle that we're accustomed to and without the state-sponsored social engineering. Let us dictate the terms of our lives. We want this for ourselves, and we want well wishes for the rest of the world as they figure out their own paths. But as people, we will not willingly trade or sacrifice our children and their future prosperity to dictate how other countries govern themselves. Whether or not liberty grows in their climates or to remake the world in our own image by transplanting our own particularly American system, that's the point that Hiram Johnson was making. And there's a lot of wisdom in what I share with you from him. A lot for each of you in this room to feel proud of. He's one of yours. He's from California. Once upon a time, not a terrible state. Still has potential, but we've got some issues. What my organization has been doing for the better part of 5 years is putting principle into practice. This is where the rubber hits the road, folks. At the breakfast this morning, Mr. Roofer talked about principle. When I walked into the breakfast room, who was I? There was two people talking. I'm sorry, I wrote down their names and I forgot them now. They were talking about principle, why you can't recruit people to your cause because you don't have a principle. You have a bunch of them, right? But there's no single issue. It was an interesting conversation, but what we do, we put principle into practice. We're not a literary club. We're not a debating group. We're veterans who are tired of seeing our friends maimed, killed, destroyed by wars, and going to places we shouldn't be. And that's why Bring Our Troops Home adopted the Defend the Guard Act as our cornerstone project. And before I talk about Defend the Guard, let me provide you with a little bit of backstory from the beginning, the introduction that I left out. Before I started blathering on about Hiram Johnson, I mentioned the origins of our organization. I mentioned that we held a conference in DC in our 8th month as an organization where we took 100 veterans and lawmakers. But what I didn't tell you is that we arranged for all 100 of those folks to go meet with their members of Congress and their senators, personally, in their office. We made appointments for them. One of our founding members, a great libertarian from the state of Wyoming, 6'9" cowboy with a giant hat named Tyler Lindholm, he went to go see his congresswoman. Can anybody tell me who that is? Liz Cheney. Man, oh man, you're gonna get a whole wardrobe. 2 shirts. Liz Cheney, the heiress of a war profiteer fortune, the apple of Dick Cheney's eye, the butcher of Bethesda, Liz Cheney. Tyler sat in front of Liz and pleaded with her as a veteran of the war, global war on terror, and said, please, when the time comes for you to vote for peace or an end of war or to advocate for it, please vote to do so. You know, in DC, I told you that most politicians say things like, we support the troops. It's hollow, it means nothing. It's a buzz phrase. They'll say, look right over there. Look, there's a yellow ribbon right over here in my office. I support the troops. I told you they want to take a picture and send it home to the sheep so they can see they're doing the work of the people. But not Liz. You have to respect this. As much as I hate her, and I do hate her, you have to respect this. She looked Tyler dead in the eyes with no emotion. And she said, as long as I am here, we will never leave Iraq and Afghanistan. Direct quote, no hyperbole. We knew at that very moment that the fight was not there, that we were spinning our wheels trying to influence anybody in Washington, D.C. We left, we licked our wounds, and then we did the same thing that I teach in my political leadership class that we teach all around the country. We doubled down. Because the fight can't be won with what we did yesterday. Knowing that DC wasn't a battlefield that we were equipped for, we decided to go to the states. We didn't really know what we were going to do, but we knew that Cheyenne, Wyoming was a better place to fight than Washington, D.C. We recognized that Phoenix, Arizona was more hospitable to us than the D.C. swamp, and that the blackened patina of that copper dome that sits on top of the South Dakota Capitol building in Pierre was higher ground compared to the glass and steel buildings that surrounded the Capitol Mall in D.C. You know who occupies those glass buildings? Eisenhower referred to them as the military industrial complex. It's all the defense contractors. They own every building around the Capitol. But first, we had a fight to finish. You see, I'm the son of a union electrician who was raised on a dairy farm. That makes me a certain type. I was raised to say, yes, ma'am, thank you, please. And I was taught never to start a fight, but always to finish it. And my cousin, Doug, who is, 12 years older than me, he furthered that lesson a little bit when I went on the road and started working with him when I was 17. He said, Dan, there's going to be fights you're not going to win, but that bastard you're in the fight with better know that he's in one. That bastard was Liz Cheney. So off to Wyoming we went. We organized veterans in Wyoming and patriots, and we waged a war against Liz Cheney that lasted for 2 years. We visited every county in Wyoming. We sent door knockers. We found members of our own GOP party in every single county, and we presented resolutions of censure and then organized those same GOP members to go to their state convention, just like the one we're in now, and adopt resolutions of censure at the state level against Liz Cheney. And then we instructed the party in those resolutions to strip her of all institutional support from the Republican Party, not a dime, not a dollar, not a poster. And they did it. What was the end result? Thank you. What was the end result? We didn't beat her. Say it again. Nobody likes her, but we didn't just beat an incumbent with all the money to run a campaign. We got 69% of the vote with a nobody. By the way, that nobody's Harriet Hageman, and she's awesome. Along the way, we discovered what has become my living passion. This is the state-based bill that has the potential of realigning U.S. foreign policy. We met a state legislator from West Virginia who was a graduate of the Air Force Academy and a veteran of the global war on terror. He was at our first event in D.C., but I didn't understand just how important this man was that I've grown to love. His name is Delegate Pat McGeehan from West Virginia. If anybody here knows Pat McGeehan or knows I've ever heard him speak, share it with your friends. He's one of the good ones. He'd been working at the state level with a wonderful organization who is represented here this weekend, the 10th Amendment Center, Michael Bolden, Mike Meharry. They're wonderful people. They're national treasures. That's right. They're absolutely worthy of that. Pat and the center had presented a bill in Morgantown for a few years that hadn't gained a whole lot of traction or attention yet. It's a bill that's commonly called the Defend the Guard Act. Pat McGeehan's bill, 51 words. It says this: the West Virginia National Guard and any members thereof shall not be released from the state into active duty combat unless the United States Congress has passed an official declaration of war or taken an official action pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the United States Constitution. The end. 51 words written very clear. As a former Marine, let me make it even clearer. More clear. Clearest of all. The National Guard will not put their boots on the ground until Congress puts their name on the line. 19 words written and just as clear as can be. See, the National Guard is now, as of 1903, for purposes of defense and civil unrest, this active state militia. We all know our Constitution. The militia exists in the Constitution. Therefore, certain defenses, certain rules, certain restrictions apply. Bobby just talked about in the other room the importance of the Constitution, that it is our most sacred document, is the foundation on which everything is built. Guess what? It also becomes our strongest weapon and our strongest tool. The militia clause of the Constitution gives the federal government the clear authority to call forth the militia of the states for 3 purposes. Does anybody know those purposes? Repel an invasion. Suppress an insurrection. Execute the laws of the Union. Well done, sir. Come see me afterwards. You got yourself a t-shirt. Woo! That's it. 3 purposes. Hard stop. It doesn't say and other things. Can the National Guard deploy and fight in war? What is a declaration of war? Is it the law of the Union? I suggest that it is. So let's talk about what we could do. Without getting into the weeds and breaking down Title 10 of United States Code or Title 32 or the Supreme Court decision called Perpich versus the Department of Defense, I don't want to get into any of those things. That's weeds. I like to live in the weeds, but it's really boring. We discovered through our study and the help from the 10th Amendment Center that we have the power at the state level to force Congress to reclaim their authority, because it is Congress, not the president, that has the authority to change our nation from a condition of peace to one of war. When was the last time that Congress declared war? Anybody? Yes. Let's be specific. We fought a lot of people in World War II. 1942, not Japan, but close. Not Germany, but close. Not Italy. Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, all on the same day. That was the last time we declared war. But let's look what's happened since then. 83 years. How many wars have we fought in? I'm just going to start at Korea. The Korean War, Lebanon crisis, Vietnam, Bay of Pigs, Dominican Civil War, Korean DMZ, Lebanon again, Grenada, Libya, Persian Gulf tanker wars, Panama, Gulf War, Iraq, no-fly zone, Somalia, Bosnia, Croatia, Herzegovina, Haiti, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Yemen, Iraq again, Pakistan, Northwest Pakistan, Somali Civil War again, Operation Ocean Shield, Libya again, Uganda, Iraq 3 again, Syria, Libya again, Djibouti, Africa, Kenya. I just gave you 30 that from the top of my head. I could dig into the history books and find more, but that's 30 times we've engaged in war without a declaration from Congress, not on our own foreign soil, not even on our continent. The National Guard makes up over 50% of the total force protection plan of the United States. Removing that piece from the battlefield by forcing Congress to do their job has attracted some interesting opposition. Every time we get a bill introduced into a state, and there's over 30 states now that we have this bill introduced in, we show up and testify. We pack the room with veterans of the global war on terror, members of the American Legion and the VFW, activists, constitutional experts. The 10th Amendment Center is always there. And family members of veterans who have lost their lives in war and from the after effects of war. There to testify against us almost exclusively by themselves, maybe with an advisor, is a 2- or 3-star general wearing his dress uniform with all of his ribbons and his medals and his majesty. And he tells the same fib. Pass this bill and we lose everything. We will take every truck, every plane, every helicopter, every tank, every uniform, every sleeping bag, every flashlight from your state because the federal government owns it, not us. And then they love to do this. They love to play the patriotic game, and they proclaim that when everybody joins the National Guard, they want to go to war. We are bloodthirsty human beings. It's not true. Nobody wants war. If it must be fought, declare it. I'll go. If it's so important that my representative that I've given authority to votes for it, I'll go. They also like to say things like this. Sure, the Constitution says that Congress can declare war. That's true, but we just don't do it that way anymore. Well, I'm sorry. We have a process for that. It's called an amendment. If you don't like the way we do it, amend the dang thing. Don't just abdicate your authority. The National Guard Bureau has threatened the Speaker of the House in one of the states we're working in that if he even assigns the bill to a committee to be heard, that the National Guard Bureau will close a training base in the Speaker's home district before morning, and 600 good-paying jobs will be lost. In Wyoming, Liz Cheney herself, before we removed her from office, she told the Wyoming legislature that if they pass Defend the Guard, she will personally make sure that both of their C-130 aircrafts are sent to Texas. I'm sure she's eating those words right now as the Texas governor has recently reclaimed his authority over the Texas National Guard. Does Liz Cheney ever say anything intelligent? To date, we have taken Defend the Guard from one state, West Virginia, into 30 states with active bills and fantastic sponsors. It took a few years to gain traction, like all good legislation does, but last year, for the first time, we passed the bill out of a committee and onto the floor for a vote. In Montana, the bill failed on the House floor. In Arizona, a week later, it passed the Arizona Senate. And then then the Speaker of the House held it up and buried it. This year, it passed the Senate in Arizona again, and it's waiting on the Speaker of the House in Arizona to assign it to a committee. So it's now our job to apply some pain. We passed in New Hampshire with the Free State Project, one of the great libertarian programs of today. We passed it through the largest legislative body in the Western Hemisphere in New Hampshire. It goes to the Senate, I think, next week. In Maryland, it took 2 years with fantastic committee hearings, with wonderful testimony, with some of the best arguments that I've heard to date. We expect it to pass. They hear the testimony, and then they vote later. We think they're going to vote this week, and it's going to leave the committee, and we've already been whipping votes in the House. We think it's going to pass in Maryland. There is a movement. On March 5th, in Texas, because of grassroots activists, members of the RLC, that's the Republican Liberty Caucus, also known as Libertarians in Disguise, They took over the Republican Party and got Defend the Guard added to the GOP's party platform as an official plank. And now on March 5th at the presidential primary in Texas, the citizens of Texas will have their opportunity to cast their vote in favor or against Defend the Guard. It's the biggest moment we've had. Thank you. We are winning, but we are not in this fight alone. In 2023, the Libertarian Party National Committee formally adopted Defend the Guard Act as part of your platform. This, by a country mile, in my lifetime, is the most successful legislative movement in the Libertarian Party, and it will be for a long time. Your support has made Defend the Guard Act the most important non-interventionist legislation in the entire 21st century. That credit belongs almost singularly to the activists in the Mises Caucus who have provided Bring Our Troops Home Now organization with so many volunteers to make phone calls across the country. They have door knocked. They have delivered literature. They have shown up and testified. With 30 volunteers every day of the week, 5 days a week, every business day, for a couple hours, we have been storming the country. My organization has proven that confrontational politics, not for the sake of being confrontational politics means calling a spade what it is, right? You voted wrong. We have to tie legislative season to election season. If we don't, we get more of what we've had. So we have mastered the art of confrontational politics. It's effective, and with enough concentrated resources, we can defeat the war party at the state level. Unfortunately, California is one of the last states, and we've never had a sponsor here, but we're working on it right now. We're going to get this bill introduced, and frankly, I find it hard to believe that none of the 120 state legislators or assemblymen, I think they're called here, in Sacramento care about the integrity of the National Guard or the safety of their men and women in uniform. I find that hard to believe. We will find the right one. When the Libertarian Party loses, just like when the Republican Party loses or when the Democratic Party loses, we lose because libertarians don't care enough to act. It's the action that wins. The action moves the needle. The first step is the hardest step, but guess what? We've taken that step for you. The train's moving. All you got to do is jump on. We would rather talk sometimes about liberty than actually fight for it. But this country is not going to get fixed with more podcasts or retweets or social media. It's going to get fixed when we collectively, as a determined group of patriots, as libertarians, as lovers of the Constitution, decide to get up from the sidelines and take serious action in the political sphere. Bring Our Troops Home has demonstrated more than any other organization that we have both the principles and the tactics to achieve victory, particularly victory on libertarians' most important issue, war and peace. I'm not asking for 40 hours a week from anybody. Nobody. I'm not asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations. I'm asking for a bare minimum contribution of effort. And if you can chip in 20 bucks on a reoccurring donation, it sure does help pay the bills. But if you're not willing to do that, why are we even called libertarians? Our party has been known from time to time as being ineffective, unorganized, an amoeba, just bumping along harmlessly. I'm done with that. I would rather see a vigorous and effective Libertarian Party. And when we look around, we're not social misfits or outcasts from the other two parties. We're the driving force. We may not win an election, but we can move the needle better than anything the Republicans or Democrats can do. And that effort can be through anything that we offer on Defend the Guard. Now here's some tough love. And I'm not here to shame anybody. But if this isn't for you, if the most important anti-war movement in the United States is uncomfortable, you probably shouldn't be here. And Hiram Johnson's looking down and he's disappointed. But if you are willing to enlist in the movement, my team's ready to work. We're the only national organization whose primary focus is passing Defend the Guard. There is nothing else. We don't fight for anything else. When allied organizations come to us and they need support for some social cause that may or may not be worthy, I'm sorry, that's not our focus. We are singularly focused. We're a laser beam, not a flashlight. And that's what we need in this world. We believe in a concept, lift where you stand. Where is your lever the strongest? Is it here where you stand, or is it trying to fight something going on in DC? It's right here. First within the four walls of your home, then within your neighborhood and community, then within your state. Lift where you stand. If just every person in this room committed themselves to chipping in a few bucks and a few hours, it would be enough to sustain the operation in more than a dozen states from just this room alone. Victory is possible, peace is within our grasps. Beating the war party at one front and limiting their ability to take our sons and daughters and our grandsons and our granddaughters into another generation of endless wars, it's coming to an end. It's going to happen because we are right. The Constitution's on our side. All we have to do is apply the levers as we've been given. All I need from libertarians is the will to reach out and grab the train because it's moving. Together, the Libertarian Party and Bring Our Troops Home and organizations like the 10th Amendment Center, we can defeat the war party and restore a sound U.S. foreign policy that no longer has the capability to use a strike-first replacement of diplomacy. I hope you will join with me and help with Defend the Guard. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Dan McKnight one more time. He's fantastic. Thanks so much for coming out. While we get situated here, I'm missing a parliamentarian. I'm sure he's coming. I see. I'm just messing. Mr. Kelly Cardin has a quick announcement before we get going.
Guys, so I have an announcement to make. I'd like to share just a 30-second story while we wait for the parliamentarian. At my last council meeting, the state rep for my assemblyman came in, and I approached him about Defend the Guard. He immediately laughed at it until I kind of threw the draft back in his face. He called me 3 weeks ago. My assemblyman wants to hear the bill. So we are collecting information. We are going to launch Defend the Guard in California next week. All right? So Jessica Tewksbury and Adam Choate are in the back over here. At some point, you can either go here or we will move to the outside table throughout the weekend. We would like all of your information, your name, your county, your email addresses, if you have media, legislative, or coalition contacts, and that's all we need today. We will grow that list from there, and we will, of course, we will push Defend the Guard here in this state, too.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Mr. Chair, before we convene, may I make two small announcements?
How small? No, I'm just kidding. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
At the table near registration in the hallway, there's a QR code taped to the table with free books to take. That is for you to take a stack of books home, free books. Mark in them your local county affiliate web address or the state address if you don't have one in your county, and go to your little local free lending libraries and put them in to disseminate libertarian principles in your neighborhood through those little lending libraries. The QR code will take you to the little free lending library website where there's a map, you can find them all over California and your state if you're not from California. So please pick up a stack of books on your way home, put them in your luggage, pack them in your car, bring them on the plane, and then mark them with your local county affiliate or state, put them in the local lending library, and spread the message of libertarianism and freedom. The other thing is tonight we will be having, after the main portion of the gala, I'm in charge of the auction items, and I have some of the auction items available for viewing for tonight. Some will be live auction, some will be live auction, some will be silent. I have an authentic, original 1975 Led Zeppelin t-shirt that I framed that is authentic. My brother went to the concert. He handed it to me. It's in near mint condition. I also have a yellow and black ANCAP color fascinator that I made. I've gotten into millinery recently. I made one. There's a tire cover with a Libertarian porcupine that says, "Don't hurt people, don't take their stuff." A lot of interesting things. So if you want to come see some of the items that are going to be available for auction tonight, come over to the table, and I will tell you what the opening bids will be on these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stum. The last announcement here before we get going. I am still missing a vice chair, though, so I have a few announcements of my own. But Ms. is it Aquino or Aquino?
Aquino.
Aquino. I'm sorry. Apologies. Go ahead.
Susan Aquino Ventura. Just a point of personal privilege in under 1 minute. Everyone's got a little card here on your table, and that's for it's for a petition. If you want to sign it, if you believe that voters should show ID, you just there's a .com on the back, and you can sign a petition for that. Carl DeMaio's trying to get it on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So it appears that I'm still missing a vice chair. I know it's a bit warm in here, so I'm getting that situated. That's what he went to go take care of. While we wait, before we get started, he is also the Bylaws Committee Chair. I do just want to thank a few people here that I neglected to do so earlier because we were kind of running into a time crunch. So we have sponsors that make this event possible every year. Of course, I've already thanked all of our presidential candidates who were gold sponsors for this year, but I will run through them again. That was the Mike Termott campaign, the Dr. Michael Rechtenwald campaign, we have the Charles Ballet campaign, Jacob Hornberger campaign, and Lars Mapstead campaign, all donated and paid $3,000 to be here to speak to you today and give their pitch for why they should be the Libertarian Party nominee. So let's give them a round of applause for sponsoring us. Also, I'd like to thank Miss, she couldn't join us this weekend, but Miss Alexandria Hatch was our bronze sponsor again this year. She has been involved in Contra Costa County. She's been flying around a little bit more, so I was able to guilt her more than anything into just giving some money since she couldn't be here and do stuff. So round of applause for our bronze sponsor, Miss Alexandria Hatch. So as some of you are aware, we had some AV issues just a couple of weeks ago. James Schumacher decided to drop out 2 days after confirming. I'll go into more of the details about that when I go into the report, but it left us without an AV situation and left us scrambling here with the convention. And our AV crew that was able to step up at the last minute has just been absolutely wonderful. Thank you guys so much for coming in at the last minute and doing it. You guys have killed it. I have been so unreasonable and treated them so poorly, and yet they smile at me. It's amazing. I'm kidding. I've only not, okay, I know. All right, so, and what made that possible was, so it became about 3 to 4 times the cost is what that's gonna result in, and we had to figure out how to make that money. The California Libertarian Party Mises Caucus came through with a platinum package sponsorship. So thank you so much to the California Libertarian Party Mises Caucus for helping sponsor the AV and making this convention possible. Primarily a few donors who made that possible that donated to the caucus so they could make that sponsorship and have the AV happen. Mr. Craig Strachan was very generous in making that happen. Thank you so much. Stephen Ginocchio and a few others, I'm sure I'm forgetting, I'm sorry. A lot of people donated to make this happen, but I really appreciate it. And of course, the best for last, our breakfast speaker, Mr. Chris Rufer, who again renewed his diamond sponsorship to make this convention possible with $10,000 donation. With the $10,000 donation, let's give him a hand. He does absolutely great work, and we're very fortunate to have him here in California. Oh, my vice chair's back. Cool. Oh, and the air is on. Nice. All right. I keep you around. That's good. All right. We are just about good to go, I think, right? Am I missing anything? Are we good? Ready to resume where you were? All right, Mr. Secretary, we will go ahead and we will call to Region 4 rep, everyone. We will call to order at 2:36 p.m. and we will carry on where we left off.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Starr.
Does the agenda this time also require a credentials committee update?
It does. Thank you for reminding me. I knew I was forgetting something. I looked at you guys and I knew. Mr. Starr pulls through. Credentials Committee, may I have the report whenever you are ready? I guess I should have asked for that before the announcements, but see if there's anything else. We're going to try to wrap up, of course, early again today. We do have to clear the room like we did before for the POTUS panel, so just be aware of that. The target end time is going to be 4:45. Mr. Kennedy does have a hard stop at 7, so we want to make sure that we maximize our time. Oh, that does remind me. Actually, unfortunately, I just found this out yesterday, and I was going to make the announcement at the beginning. But Dr. Jill Stein will not be joining tonight's POTUS panel. She came down with an illness a few days ago, and under medical advisement has stayed home. So she should not be traveling, and they send their regards and their apologies for not being able to join us tonight. So it will just be Mr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dr. Mike Termott, and Dr. Michael Rechtenwald. And when credentials is ready, we can get going. Any other announcements? Am I forgetting anything? You guys know something I don't? This is the longest Libertarians have been quiet, and I just ruined it. Dr. McElroy.
We have 128 credentialed delegates. 50% majority is 65, and 2/3 is 86.
All right. So again, that is 128 credentialed delegates. The majority is 65. 2/3 is 86. On that note, Mr. Vice Chair, take it away.
All right, thank you. We're moving to
Number 7.
All right, thank you. All right, this one is a simple one and should be easy. We're just simply removing this is bylaw 26, where we had a distinction for the amendments after the report to the bylaws between ones that were substantive or non-technical or non-technical. And this would remove the distinction. The wording is not clear. Our feeling is that any amendment which is non-substantive and technical only will pass with the higher standard. So this really doesn't do anything other than introduce the ability for the chair to to call a substantive, just declare that a substantive amendment isn't substantive or that a technical one is non-technical. Our proposal is on bylaw 26 to strike the words substantive and non-technical from the bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Again, so this bylaw is bylaw 26, an amendment of bylaws. It is to strike the words substantive and non-technical from the text. Mr. Starr.
So the effect of this, as I understand it, is that in the future, the chair or this body will no longer be able to say, hey, this is just technical and requires a lower vote threshold. I think that this is a good proposal. It's a good proposal because substantive and non-technical are really up to interpretation, right? But it's really clear that if we want to give people sufficient notice of changes, taking these two words out, I think protects this body from some strange late amendment that is really substantive, but somebody wanted to interpret it as otherwise. So I think for those reasons, I think this is a good proposal, and I hope you'll adopt it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any additional commentary on this motion?
Starchild, Chair of San Francisco Region.
I oppose this change because I think that it's important to give members more bottom-up input into these committee proceedings. And a lot of people don't pay attention until the convention rolls around, which is maybe not ideal. Maybe we should all be paying attention throughout the year as committees meet. But realistically, for a lot of people, people have busy lives. This is the time when they come out to.
Yes, Mr. Starr.
If the speaker can please make his remarks germane to the actual amendment, that would all help us a lot.
They will be
Thank you,
germane,
Mr. Starr.
Aaron. It takes a little bit of context, I think, sometimes to make the points that you're trying to make here. The late, or, they say after the report, that would be fine if the report was actually finished at the convention so that people had a chance to meet with the bylaws committee at the convention and have them change things.
Okay, so it's not germane to the motion. We're at time anyway. Thank you, Star Child, for your
I believe it
commentary.
is germane because
We're
it's
at time
talking
anyway.
about changing the
Star Child,
non-technical amendments.
we're at time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, any other commentary on this motion before we vote on it? Everyone understands what we're voting on? An aye vote removes the substantive, non-technical language from the text. Mr. Dean.
Yeah, I have a question. It looks to me like this change only affects changes made by the bylaws committee after the report deadline. Is that correct? Correct. So this has nothing to do with amendments made from the floor to something that has already been proposed in advance of the deadline. Correct. And what is the rule if the body makes an amendment, if somebody who's, yes, you understand my question?
Yes, Mr. Starr, if you'd like to respond.
So basically, amendments can be made on the floor if they're within what's called the scope of notice.
So on the same subject, the same.
Let's not have crosstalk. Let's let Mr. Starr finish.
So basically, for example, if we had a motion from the bylaws committee that said we want to establish dues for $100 a year instead of what we have now, an amendment within the scope of notice would allow you to change it to some number between 100 and let's say 25, but something that's $125 would be clearly outside the scope of notice. So this body can continue to make amendments as long as they're within the scope of notice, because everybody needs to have knowledge of what's being proposed. And I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, and the two-thirds rule would still apply to that one because the whole idea of that change had been given enough notice.
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. So let's just remember in the future, we're not going to have crosstalk at the mics. Everything is addressed to the chair. The chair will then delegate if there's, of course, Mr. Starr is always welcome to speak to those motions. No, you're fine. Just let's not make that a habit. All right, so ayes, again, remove substantive and non-technical from the text. Nay keeps the text as is. Let's go ahead and do a voice vote for this one. All in favor of removing substantive, non-technical from the text, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, that's 2/3. Motion passes. On to the next one, and let's not jinx it, Mr. Vice Chair, with the, this should be an easy one. It seems that that is, that's the last, those are famous last words.
All right.
I believe we're on proposal 8, if I'm not mistaken. No, yes, of course.
Okay, this deals with the Operations Committee, which is a committee of 5 people that are charged with doing the work of the XCOM in between XCOM meetings, when the XCOM can't meet. So we're simply changing the composition of the OPSCOM. We're stating that the 3 officers, instead, previously it was the chair and 4 other members of the committee. In practice, it's always been the 4 officers and a 5th member of the committee. So we're just codifying this, that is officially what the Ops Committee should be. It's the 4 officers and 1 member of the executive committee. This is just, again, making it so that this entity, which is a subset of the XCOM, is actually a subset of the XCOM, and that the delegate body has a chance to vote on all the members. And everybody that's a member of this has been vetted by the full delegation. And then in section 2, further down, we give an opportunity to call a quick meeting of the Operations Committee. At the last convention, we took away the ability to do email resolutions, which has actually worked pretty well. But the drawback is when there's something that needs to be done quickly. We had a problem with the bank accounts, for instance, this last time, and in order to call an XCOM meeting, we required 5 days' notice, and that was just unworkable. So we're giving the Operations Committee the ability to call meetings faster, and in case there are things when it's a trivial vote and time is of the essence. So the proposal would change the old text. We'll change it from saying the chair and 4 other state committee members chosen by the executive committee to the chair and the 3 other officers and 1 member of the executive committee. And then it would add a section 2, the operation committee shall meet at such time and place as may be determined by call of the chair or 2 members of the operations committee. At least 3 days' notice is required unless all members of the Operations Committee attend the session or expressly waive such notice prior to the session.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So this just really codifies something that is already in practice, just to make that clear to everybody. And it's just a tradition that we would now be codifying in the bylaws. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, just to give a little bit of history. First of all, this is a really good proposal, and I'll explain why in a moment, but just to give a little history behind this. The Operations Committee was created to be able to act between meetings of the Executive Committee. And at that time, we always met in person. So the thought was, at the time, was that it should be the chair plus some, 4 other members, and usually it would be people that lived pretty close to the chair. And that worked out pretty well. But now, with our current modern age, where we have meetings that are online, it's no longer critical that people should live so close together in order to meet, in order to conduct business. So having it so that it's the officers that all of us here elect, plus an additional member so that it's always an odd number of people, makes a lot of sense. And I think that I like the way the notice requirement is written because it gives it opportunity for, even if it's a really, really short notice, for someone to say, hey, that's okay, I don't need the notice, I'm here, or I'm not going to be there, but please act without me. So I think this is a good proposal. I will hope you adopt it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dean?
Yeah, I just want to point out there's a
Just
change.
a full name and
Joe Dean, Santa Clara County.
Thank you.
There is a change here that I think was kind of glossed over in the way the crossing out is done. This not only fixes who 3 of additional members of the committee are, but it also constrains the executive committee to only choose as the 5th member somebody who is on the executive committee. Now, this may seem obvious, like it's supposed to be a subcommittee of the executive committee, but it's not necessarily true. In the past, we have had, for example, when the party was bigger, we actually had a paid executive director. And it's conceivable that the executive committee would want that person to be in on the urgent decisions. And this would prevent them from making that person. They could still consult with him, but they couldn't make. That could be good or bad. I just want to make sure everybody understands it is a change.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Sir?
Point of information, it was stated that there was a previous rule that required 5 days' notice. I don't see that in the bylaw, though. This seems to be fixing a problem that doesn't really exist in terms of the notice.
It's notice for an XCOM meeting. We took away the ability through email motions of the XCOM to act quickly. So now the only way the XCOM can act is through a meeting, and we have necessarily, because it's such a large committee, we have to have a large.
Correct, and there is, and just to answer your question furthermore, there is no actual set time for the operations committee to meet or what the, you know, what the length is. So
They could
it's-
meet in a day if they could work it out. There's nothing
Well,
preventing
right, but
it.
this allows us to give a proper notice, and that's what, you know, based on the time. If the secretary could scroll down just a bit. So unless they expressly waive, so this is kind of already the practice, but it does solidify that so that no one can abuse this practice that we've already kind of traditionally had.
And I would also echo Joe Dean's comments that it's limiting.
Could you come up to the mic, sir? Sorry.
It's limiting the ability of the executive committee to have an OPCOM that can conveniently meet on short notice because the vice chair, the treasurer, they may live in different parts of the country. So it's.
Well, no, so this is for the operations committee only meets virtually. So this would be a virtual meeting. So this gives notice to the body should they wish to attend the operations committee meeting. The agenda is always sent out when notice is given. Mr. Starr?
I'd like to add that really the second section there really protects all of us and protects the members of the operation committee, because otherwise you could have a chair argue, well, I gave notice, it was 12 hours notice, you just needed to be there. If you didn't show up, oh well. So I think that the way this is written, it allows for the full committee to potentially participate and to participate. I think that I like what Joe. I think it's important that what Joe Dean said. However, I still think it's kind of an anachronism to require members who aren't on the executive committee. It's better that we have members of the executive committee only on this operations committee, because you actually are the ones who voted for those people. You wouldn't want the operations committee or the executive committee to choose somebody who's not on the executive committee to serve on this board, because you had no say as to who that person would be.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Starr. And this also, I'll just add by saying that this does protect, in the past we have called operations committee meetings when we've had to. I have given about a day's notice, but I do check in with all members of the operations committee to see if they can meet, and we make sure that everyone is there before we do. That may not be a practice that my successor would carry on. So we want to protect all of you, as Mr. Starr said earlier. In any case, any further debate on this motion? All right, everyone understands what they're voting on? Okay, so if the secretary could scroll up just a bit here. So again, just want to make it clear, an aye vote will have the text changed to the operations committee shall consist of the chair, the 3 other officers, and 1 member of the executive committee chosen by the executive committee. And it changes adds section 2. I'm sorry, it changes no, it does add section 2. The operations committee shall meet at such a time and place that may be determined by the call of the chair or 2 members of the operations committee. Is that the last of the text? Okay, there we go. All right, so everyone knows what they're voting on? With at least 3 days notice. I can't see there. You said that was it. All right, so attend the session or expressly waive such notice prior to the session. So this is already a practice, again, that has traditionally happened and that we use now, but now we're just codifying it so nothing else can be abused. All in favor of this bylaw proposal passing, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That's 2/3. The motion passes. All right. Okay, there's been a call for division. Are there 10 people that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. All right, let's do this the hard way. So, yes, Mr. Robson called for division. So let's do this the hard way. All of you who voted aye on the motion, please stand. Okay, so we'll start here at the front. Sir. Mr. Bird, we'll keep going this way.
2. 4. 8. 9. 11. 13.
No? Okay.
16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Wait, 32, right?
Yes.
Okay, 32.
33, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 46,
47.
Okay, so Mr. Liu is 49. I think Mr. Jaffe was already 46, 47, 48, 49, right? Is that where we're at? 50? No, I think I counted you. Yeah. 51,
Yeah.
52, and I would be 53. Okay. And where are we at for the? We could scroll up just a bit. No, I was just curious as to what the 2/3 was. I forgot what the credentials report was. All those stand who are voting nay on this proposal? All right, let's start from here.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
13, 14, here, Ms. Callender. 16, Mr. Blandaham.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23,
25, okay, is that it? All right, 25. So,
It passes.
it does pass, right? Yeah, the motion passes. Okay, excellent. My ear is finely tuned. All right, moving on to the next one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, name and county, sir?
Okay, Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. What does Robert's Rules of Order say about taking voice votes when a motion requires 2/3 to pass?
Mr. Brown, what would you say to that?
It actually normally should be a rising vote or a counted vote. This was actually a counted vote, which is the best way of doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right, moving on.
All right, our ninth proposal. This would give the right of the XCOM, or give the XCOM the right to change the location of the convention with shorter than the 120-day notice, assuming that certain constraints were met. If you don't know why we need this, thank you for joining the party in the last year. As most of you know, last year our convention was just thrown into chaos when the initial venue was not deemed worthy, and we had to jump through some really ridiculous hoops to pass Roner muster. So we're trying to avoid that and giving the XCOM the ability to change the location. Like I said, with some pretty tough restrictions. I'll just go through here because we're adding the text. This is what we add to Bylaw 19, Section 2. In the event that the Executive Committee determines fewer than 120 days prior to the convention that the location previously noticed for the convention has become unsuitable for the party's use, the Executive Committee shall select a new location and shall provide notice as soon as practicable to the membership of such a new location. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the Executive Committee shall not select a new location for the convention fewer than 5 days prior to the convention, and any new location selected by the Executive Committee shall not be more than 30 miles away from the initially selected location of the convention.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Starr.
Yes, I actually have a alternative proposal, substitute amendment that the Secretary should have. It's my proposal number 14. The problem I have with the Bylaws Committee proposal is that it allows them to change it if it's unsuitable. Well, unsuitable is very, very open-ended. So here's what I wrote in place of it. This is proposal number 14. The paragraph would instead read, if circumstances that are external, unforeseeable, and unavoidable require that the time and/or place be changed, the executive committee shall promptly provide notice of such change. If the notice includes a change in the convention date, such notice shall be provided no fewer than 30 days prior to the ultimately determined date. If the notice includes a change of location fewer than 30 days prior to the ultimately determined date, the new location shall be no more than 15 miles from the original location. So basically, that's my proposal. I didn't know what the number of days should be, so I put in some provisos at the end that, pending amendments, if you want to replace 30 days with 60 days or 15 days with as little as 1 mile, you could do that. But the language I'm starting off with is 30 days or 15 miles. So
And
I'm
a
not,
straw
at this
poll
point,
would come in handy a lot
so
here.
a straw poll would probably be handy to see, are people more comfortable with 30 days or 60 days? Are you comfortable with 15 miles or something much smaller? That'd be a perfect opportunity, but for a straw poll. But I guess bottom line is that I can see that there's a need for this. Obviously, things can happen within 120 days. I just want to make sure that people have sufficient notice to change their plans. So that's why if it's more than 15 miles away, it's got to be, you got to have it more than 30 days notice, because it's really difficult to travel, especially in LA, far distances. So anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Bowers?
I would be speaking in favor of his motion. So is that appropriate at this time?
Yeah, I'll allow it. That's fine.
Okay, because I didn't know if we had to have it on the floor as an actual motion.
No, technically.
Technically, he is correct. We haven't had a second.
Technically, he's correct, but I'll allow it. It's fine.
Oh, it needs a second? Okay.
Yeah, but if you want to discuss it, if you want to just give your piece right now, I'll allow that.
I'm
That's
sorry,
fine.
Mr. Chair, was it a substitute motion that Mr.
Yeah, that's
Starr
right.
made?
That was a substitute motion. Mr. Bowers has a comment on the substitute motion, so I'll allow the comment,
second
and
it.
then we'll do the second.
Right, and the second would require 13 people?
13 at this point, yes. But Mr. Bowers, so if you'd like to second, speak to it, then we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to say, I like it. I like the 30 days. I like the 15 miles because I was going to say we'd have to add driving miles if you said 30, because I think I've been on the 395 and the other side of the San Joaquin Valley is a restaurant 30 miles away when you're on Yelping. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. So a substitute motion has been made and seconded. We need 13 people in order for the second to stand. Do we have 13 people? Yeah, it looks like it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, okay. So substitute motion has been made and seconded. So when the secretary is ready, if we could put the substitute motion on the screen. Now, to make sure I understand, Mr. Starr, what proviso would it be with?
All right, so there's a proviso that says this amendment shall take effect upon the final adjournment of the convention at which it is adopted. So that is
I meant the pending amendment. My apologies.
Motion. So the pending amendment, and I'm not sure whether we really want to introduce it or not, I'd like you to do a quick straw poll, see if people even like it, is that it be more than 30 days. If you need 60 days notice, I think that's fine. I'm fine with 30 as well. And if 15 miles is too far, 1 mile would be fine too.
Right.
So I don't know what this body would prefer.
I mean, let's just do this the easy way. Everyone sees what's on the screen. Who favors 30 days? Just a quick show of hands. Who would vote for that? Okay, who would prefer 60 days? Okay, so 30 days is doing better. As far as 15 miles versus or within 1 mile, so 15 miles, who's in favor of that amendment? Okay. And then with 1 mile, well, yeah, actually, that's already done. So, okay. All right, so it looks like there's more appetite. So, Mr. Starr, it appears that there's more appetite for the 30 days versus the 60 days and 15 miles with 1 mile.
In that case, I will not introduce my pending amendments, and we'll save a lot of time. Thank you.
Okay. All right, there we go. We're saving lots of time. This is an example of how a straw poll works, people. Look at that. All right, Mr. Vice Chair, take it away. Oh, wait, are we still doing the, actually, we're doing your, yeah, we're doing, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, could you put the other bylaw proposal on, what is it, 9?
Not yet, you're right.
There was an amendment, but no vote.
We're getting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Starr, can you, my apologies. That time that we saved, I just killed it. So can you make it clear just again for everybody, there's a little confusion up here and just making it clear. If you could just repeat what you're removing the substitute.
So basically, I'm making a substitute motion.
Sure.
It's the language which is on the screen and up above it.
Okay.
And the proviso is that the amendment shall take effect upon the final adjournment of the convention at which it is adopted. So in other words, you could make a change in the middle of the meeting here today.
Right.
So with the proviso of this amendment shall take effect upon the final adjournment of the convention in which it is adopted, I'd like to adopt this language. If circumstances that are external, unforeseeable, and unavoidable require that the time and/or place be changed, the Executive Committee shall promptly provide notice of such change. If the notice includes a change in the convention date, such notice shall be provided no fewer than 30 days prior to the ultimately determined date. If the notice includes a change of location fewer than 30 days prior to the ultimately determined date, the new location shall be no more than 15 miles from the original location. That's my proposal.
Okay, and that was the one that was seconded by Mr. Bowers and the 13 people that went. Okay, so does everyone understand what we're voting on here?
So are we voting at this time to make this motion the main motion, and then there'll be another vote later?
Correct. Yeah, so this will be the main motion. We're voting to make this the main motion. You can. I mean, you can't.
Okay, yeah, no.
Well, it's up to you.
Yeah, the Bylaws Committee is fine. We are fine with either proposal.
Okay, so we're going to vote to make this the main motion. Let's do this by a voice vote. All in favor of making this the main motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay.
Abstentions?
Okay, so let's go ahead and now, so this is now the main motion on the floor, right? Okay, so now that it's the main motion on the floor, we're voting to adopt this bylaws proposal now. Is there any further discussion or comment on this? We are at time. All right, excellent. Everyone knows what they're voting on, so let's. Ms. Eiler? Please.
Carrie Eiler, Orange County. In reviewing this, I will want to be for it, but when I think about what happened last time, I feel like the language is not great for us. I think you're really limiting yourself with the unforeseeable and unavoidable because we kind of knew that there was construction at that venue, so it wasn't unforeseeable. This could become like a hornet's nest. So just based on our past experience, I just wanted to mention it. I don't know how to do anything about it, but Aaron might.
That's a fair point. Thank you, Ms. Eiler. Mr. Starr?
I suppose one could amend this to take out the words unforeseeable, but the key is that it's unforeseeable to the executive committee. So, I mean, if the chair, for example, were to know about it and not say anything, and the executive committee says, later on says, oh my God, what's going on? It's,
Kind of like what happened last
well,
week.
no, I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't know what actually happened. But it's external, unforeseeable, and unavoidable from the position, from the perspective of the executive committee.
So are you looking to make an amendment to this, or are you looking to just give
I'm not, I'm
the
just
context,
clarifying. If somebody
Okay.
wants to make an amendment, that's fine, but I think this is actually the best language so far.
Okay, so we all know the intent behind the verbiage on the screen. Ms. Eiler?
Does anybody like unexpected?
The question was, is anybody like unexpected versus unforeseeable?
Spanish Inquisition.
Sir, name and county?
Jonathan Richter, Fresno. Just to respond to that complaint, the board's going to vote. They're going to determine if the circumstances are unforeseen and unavoidable. The question is whether they can be held in account at the next convention. They would need to convince people that their decision was wise, but at least there's a standard now.
Thank you, Mr. Richter. Mr. Ganir?
I call the question.
Question has been called, but I don't think that there's any, you're always coming after the fact, you know? When everyone's done. It's a brilliant little gambit you've got going on there. All right, so we are going to go ahead and vote on this motion to, if whenever the secretary's ready, we can put it back on the screen. So all in favor of this motion, I'm going to go based off the appetite to adopt it from the amendment. Go ahead and please, so we're actually voting on the proposal this time around. This is the main motion on the floor. Please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, that's definitely 2/3. The motion passes. Okay, this is just absurd. You have like 2 people shouting. I mean, okay, let's do it. Let's go ahead. Let's waste everyone's time. We need 10 people to call for division. Let's go ahead and do it. There's a call for division. If there's 10 people, really, if we really want to waste people's time this way. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we don't have enough for division. Motion fails. All right, let's move on to bylaw proposal number 10. Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
And it is done all the time for expediency, which is why I'm doing it for expediency. If people are on the same page for the most part, I think we can do that and spare ourselves the time. Mr. Vice Chair. It's Mr. Chair, but Ms. Lightfoot, you need to go to the mic if you're going to say something.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, is there something wrong with that was Instead of shouting, Ms. Lightfoot, next time please go to the mic, but I have made the correction. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair.
okay, yeah, this change, I'll wait till it's up on the. Okay, this is a change to the agenda. It changes it so that our convention schedule, we only do bylaws report every other year, and on the even years, and then the odd years, we do the elections. So it would change the executive committee positions to all be on 2-year terms and all start at the same time, so that you have a whole new executive committee coming in. Trying to think, it would make the bylaws committee report as much fun as this has been. We would only be able to do it every other year. And
tragic.
Yeah. So we would alternate. It'd be a way to streamline business. We wouldn't have to do both the elections and the bylaws every year. We'd alternate between them. It would, well, I won't. Well, I'll just say, we had a problem. The previous year, we had an XCOM that was like sort of half of the old group and half of the new group, and it was probably the most dysfunctional, even by Libertarian standards, executive committee in history. So I think we might just be better off with electing everybody at once, so they're kind of on the same page, whatever page that happens to be.
Shared vision.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll go through the changes. These are all Convention Rule 4 agenda. And for Clause D, we will add, Bylaws Committee report, we'll add the words "in even numbered years." And what is this, E1?
Yes.
Yeah, in odd number years, we will say all party officials. Thank you. All party officers. Can't read around this microphone.
Flame the microphone for your sight vision. or your
Offices,
sight-
oh, boy. Okay, yeah, all party offices. And then we'll strike out and area coordinators, and then in an even number of years to fill the unexpired terms of vacated party offices, and strike out or area coordinators. We would completely strike out clauses 2, 3, 4, and 5, the at-large executive committee members, the executive committee alternates, judicial committee members, and judicial committee alternates. In clause 6, clause 6 just becomes clause 2. Okay, there's no change to that. It just moves up because of the 4 that have been removed. So now if we go to bylaw 12, section 1, clause C, this is one change. Currently, we have 8 at-large members. This would reduce the number to 4 and specify that they're only elected in odd number years. So it would change 8 to 4 and then take away this term that 4 would be elected 1 year for the other. We would only have 4 elected in every odd number year, and it would eliminate the alternates. If we go to bylaw 14, section 1, where it's kind of the same thing here, where we're taking away the judicial committee being voted on every year. So first, we get rid of the state central committee as a requirement, since that's redundant. They're 5 members. And that the election is only an odd number of years. We strike out "of the party" by the attending delegates, because that's obvious. And the term, again, we strike out some redundant language that doesn't need to be there. If a judicial committee member shall begin at the close of each convention held in we change even to odd numbered year, and at the end of close of the next convention change even to odd number year. After 2 new committee has been elected, after 2 alternates in ranked order shall be elected. And again, we're getting rid of some redundant language at a convention of the party by attending delegates. And then back to ensure a full committee in the case of a vacancy or recusal. Okay, now in bylaw 15 on committees, section 2, the bylaws committee. So no later than, we're changing from 60 to 90 days following the close of each convention, and adding held in an odd number year, since they would only form in odd number years. The executive committee shall appoint a bylaws committee of 5 central state committee members to recommend changes in these bylaws and convention rules. The bylaws committee shall adopt its initial report not less than 70 days prior to the following convention. And then we added that following because it wasn't there, and it was sort of implied, but we wanted to be very clear on that. And then held in an even number of years, since this would only happen in an even number of years. And the secretary shall cause it to be published on the party's website not less than 60 days prior to the convention. The bylaws committee shall adopt its final report, which may include corrections or improvements to proposals in the initial report, but shall not introduce new proposals. New proposals not less than 20 days prior to the convention, and the secretary shall cause it to be published on the party's website not less than 15 days prior to convention.
It's existing language.
Oh, what I get wrong?
No, you're fine, it's just
Okay.
existing language.
Okay, oh yeah, I'm just going through existing language. Okay, Convention Rule 12 will actually change the name of the rule we'll add and judicial committee, because it will now cover the judicial committee. So that is delegate shall make nominations, and we strike out the language for the at-large executive committee members, and then we add back from the floor, or we keep that. Then we strike out all state central committee members shall be eligible for nomination. Again, redundant. The old language, each candidate shall be allowed, and now some new language, 4 minutes total for nominating and candidate speeches. The election shall be conducted via approval voting. And we strike out the language, let's see if I go back to the last sentence, the old language would have been, each delegate may cast up to 4 votes, but not more than 1 vote for any candidate. Wait, I'm on the wrong. All right, I'm sorry, I screwed that up. I strike out the language, one nominating speech no longer than 2 minutes made by a delegate, and each candidate may also speak for no longer than 2 minutes. The election shall be conducted in the following manner. Each delegate may cast up to 4 votes, but not more than 1 vote for any candidate. And then B, when all the delegates submitted their votes, the secretary shall declare the voting closed.
Thank you. That was a word. That was the one, right? So just to make sure that everyone understands the basic gist of this text, which again, if you want to see it in full and be able to do it, you can find it on ca.lp.org under the Bylaws Committee report. What it does is it switches our convention format to odd number years, odd and even number years, so elections and bylaws. So we don't have to do everything all the time. That means that we don't have to have 2-day conventions. We can do business on one day. We can focus on trainings, candidate support, general camaraderie, speakers on the other day. We can just push through business, do all of that. That's what this ultimately does. It also reduces the number of at-larges on the XCOM. It's kind of impractical to have so many people on the XCOM. We're almost as big as the LNC. While we are the biggest delegation in the country and the biggest party in the country, it is a bit unnecessary, and in my opinion, the LNC is a bit too large anyway. So that's what this bylaws proposal gets to. So I see Star Child at the mic, then is this to speak for or against?
Against.
Okay.
And also move to divide. I'm not surprised the vice chair was having some trouble getting the language right, because this proposal really packs a whole bunch of stuff in that should be handled separately, because these are substantive, important changes in a lot of cases compared to the measures that we've recently been dealing with. And I know a lot of times bylaws are really trivial, but when it comes right down to it, what the bylaws are is our ability to govern ourselves as an organization. And what this does is basically cuts the opportunity for ordinary members, delegates of these conventions, to take part actively in the governance of the organization. It cuts that in half. So we'd only have half as much opportunity as currently to make changes to the bylaws. And when it's really trivial stuff like just changing the term of, how long something has to be done in advance or something, that may seem relatively unimportant, and it may be, but at any time, bylaws changes can become monumentally important. And we could lose control of the governance of the organization and have it become more and more of a centralized clique of top-down professionals. I'm sorry, Mr. Starr, could you step back just a little bit? You're distracting me here. This is a slow danger. We've already eliminated the party platform, so we no longer have any platform and debate or discussion, so we're not focused on the issues as much in terms of our party governance, and this is threatening to do the same thing with regard to the actual rules of the organization. And ironically, to make room for candidate training, the irony here is that engaging in debate about bylaws and governance of our organization, that is a form of activist and candidate training. It's training us to be vigilant in what the language is, what the rules are, which is what we're trying to do with government, is trying to hold them accountable. And it helps to be able to analyze government documents and their rules and so forth, to have experience in this kind of thing, in these kind of debates. So I think actually it serves an important training purpose, even though we may not look at it that way. So please vote no on this, and let's divide the question.
We're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Speaking in favor. So one of the challenges with our organization right now is that it's a little too internally focused and needs to be more externally focused. Now, no, I'm going to address all of you. Thank you, Star Child. Please don't interrupt me.
Yeah, please, Star Child, please do not interrupt. Star Child, please do not interrupt Mr. Starr when he's speaking. Star Child, sit down. Mr. Starr, please continue. My apologies.
That's okay. I think we need to be more externally focused. Now, don't get me wrong. I love bylaws, okay? You probably see that already. But even I think we do it way too much. And having it done every other year is probably much better. And as this is currently written, it's still possible to have bylaw changes in the other years, because any member here can submit a proposal more than 70 days ahead of time. So it doesn't deprive us of the ability, it just deprives of having a bylaws committee doing that and taking up our time. If it's important enough that you want to make a bylaw change, submit it like I did, bring it up at the convention, and you can do that at any convention. So the reason why it makes sense to do it this particular way is that you want to have the officers elected in the odd years. Why? Because it'd be right after a general election in the state. You want to be able to measure the performance of this group as a whole. And the problem is when you have some of the group, please quiet down. If you have some of the group is elected in 1 year and the rest of the group is elected in another year, it's really hard to make them accountable. So what we have here is we have two conflicting ideals here. You can either have accountability or you can have continuity. So the argument will be made that, hey, we need to keep a certain number of people on the committee at all times that are the same just for continuity purposes. My argument is that it should be accountability instead. And in the end, excuse me. Let me move on to my other point. I think that the reduction of the size of the committee makes sense. I think it's just way too big. At the last election, we were begging people to run. We had no competition for the positions at all. And you don't want a situation where anybody can raise their hand and they're getting elected because there's nobody else running. So I think right-sizing the committee makes a lot of sense. The bylaw, I think I've done with my argument. I've lost track with a couple of things. I'm distracted anyway, I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Is there anyone in line speaking against?
I still have a point of information.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ferreira.
I don't mean to address the secretary directly, so can you ask the secretary to scroll down to where we're crossing out the state committee member portion?
Will you scroll down, please?
Thank you. Right there, yeah. So section 1 shall consist of 5, and then we cross out state central committee members. Is that truly redundant? Do we have no other type of member other than a state central committee member? For example, associate members or student members or anything like that?
Not that is applicable here. We have county central committee members, but everything falls under the purview of state central committee members.
So the term member will include the exact same number of people as it's including right now?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowers, you're against?
Yes.
Please.
David Bowers, Los Angeles County. I'm speaking against the proposal because I think it's better that we sort of have a little bit of a difference. Maybe it was having a hard time working, but if you're having a hard time working together, that's a different issue. That's not an issue of the bylaws itself. It's the people on that committee and how they work together. So I sort of like the way it is now. I don't like shrinking it. It's too bad that we're shrinking. When I saw the membership report for the whole state and saw everybody was down pretty much the same percentage, it was not really, it was not really cheerful. Didn't make me happy, but didn't make me sad that our county was worse down than anybody else. So there's that to look forward to. So I'm just voting against it. That's all I say.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Is there anyone speaking in favor of the motion that is in line right now? Okay, Ms. Robson?
I'm speaking in opposition. I think that a lot of what I'm going to say has already been said. I think that we do need continuity. I think that we also need to, especially the JC, that should not be in the same year as the rest of the elections. And I'm not going to I'm thinking about making an amendment, but I probably won't. But what I would prefer to see is that the area coordinators were put on the opposite year of what they're on to make it so it's more even as far as the number that are done each time. But I'm not prepared to make that amendment, so I won't. But I urge people to vote against this. I think it's not well thought out. I think it's problematic, and I think that we have the right number of executive committee members on the committee at this moment. I think reducing that is not a good idea. We're a big state. Thank you.
Okay, sir? Name and county, please, and we're approaching time.
Bruce Dovner, LA County. Looking at these odd and even years, We've traditionally had the convention 1 year in Southern California, and next year like Northern California. Well, here, all those odd number years you're going to get selecting people for judicial committee. Well, that's held up in North, so that's going to become, that committee could become dominated by Northern members. And what was the other? Okay, judicial, and then what's the even number? Scroll back down, the even number, yeah, that's the bylaws. So for even number, this is an even number year, and it'll be back here again in 2 years, always down in Southern California. So bylaws committee and bylaws proposals will tend to be dominated by those in the even number Southern California years, because it's easier to show up. And so there'll be power centers, one bylaws and one judicial. It's better to just cut down the allocated time to 1/2 of what it is and spread it between the two different years, and that would accommodate the amount of material and everything that's got to be covered. It's the same amount of time. You're just splitting it up between, every year.
So we're at time. I will just say, before I ask for an extension really quickly, there is nothing that, it's simply just a tradition as far as where convention is held. There's nothing that suggests that every even year it's going to be in the south or not in the Central Valley or somewhere in the north, or this is not something that's codified. This is just a matter of tradition where we rotate it, but that doesn't necessarily make it so. Just to be clear, since that was part of your point there. But we are at time. Is there a motion to extend time?
I'm Chris Skinner, Orange County. I call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. There are people, is there this would require a second, right? Okay.
Unless there's no objection.
Is there any objection to calling the question? I'll actually object to calling, well, I mean, well, you can say yes. You could say it not sarcastically and say, yes, I object, and not just shrug. Okay, so let's do that. So you object to calling the question. Okay, so then we'll go ahead to a vote. Let's just do it by voice. All in favor of calling the question and ending debate and moving to a vote, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, so that would require a majority, 2/3. Okay, so that wasn't 2/3, that doesn't pass. So we'll go ahead and, is there a motion to extend time then?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if this is in order, so I'm just asking. Ovens O'Brien, Los Angeles County. I was thinking about dividing this because there's so many changes at once.
Before we even get there, there has to be a motion to extend time.
Okay, then I move to extend time.
By how much?
10 minutes?
Mr. Charles, you can't, I'm sorry, you can't just cut, she's in the middle of a motion. Can you please wait?
This is a point of order.
Can you please wait for her to finish? She's in the middle of a motion. Star Child, please wait.
I understand that, but the motion was already made.
Star Child, this is not a privileged motion.
I'm trying to save time here. The motion was already made
Star Child, you're wasting time. Star Child, sit down.
The motion was made to divide, Mr. Chair.
Sergeant at Arms, can you please escort Star Child off the floor?
I believe that my motion was out of order because I needed to ask for extension of time. So thank you for the
Ms.
opportunity.
O'Brien, can you please continue?
Yes, so I would like to extend time for 10 minutes for more discussion.
Okay, so a motion has been made to extend time by 10 minutes. We need a standing second of 13, I believe. Those wishing to extend time? Yeah, we're at 13. Okay, we're good. Time is extended for 10 minutes. So I'm going to take this time to speak in the affirmative for this motion, since everyone is going about the negative.
We still need to vote on that motion to extend time.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's true. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Brown, come on. What's going on? I'm just kidding. Mr. Brown. All right. So my apologies, everyone. We're going to vote to extend time by 10 minutes. Let's do this by hand raise. So this would this require a majority? Just a majority, right? Or 2/3? Majority, I'm sorry, 2/3 to, let's do this by hand raise. All those in favor of extending time by 10 minutes, please raise your hand. All those opposed? That's really close, actually. Can we just extend time for 10 minutes and call it a day here? It's gonna take more time to do this division. Can we just be just normal humans about this? Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna extend time by 10 minutes. I will just speak on this because there hasn't been anyone speaking in the affirmative, and I'm not going to cross the barricades that are there to protect me from all of you. So The thing about this is that I really like this proposal. I think it's very important to have, we're one of the only states that still has 2-day conventions. And I don't think a lot of you realize how much effort and time and money goes into putting on a 2 to 3 day event. It's a lot, and you can look at our finances to see it, and the convention committee will be the first to tell you that it's a lot of time. It's better spent doing other things. We are not allocating our resources in the best way when we're doing something like this. Now, I do understand that the vice chair, did make a joke about it being important to share a vision and when you go into a board and all of that, and that is true. We did have a dysfunctional board before this new one was elected because there were very conflicting visions. I don't think that that's as important. I think that those issues can be resolved and worked around. But I really just do think it's about time management and focusing on what's important. Moving forward, we shouldn't be doing breakfast speakers and lunch speakers, delaying everything. We should be focusing on doing the party's business in one day and then doing things like affiliate training, campaign training, things that will help you in your respective organizations, help them grow. And I really am in favor of something like this. I'll just end by saying, as far as limiting the executive committee is concerned, again, sadly, our membership has dropped. I've already covered this extensively in my last chair's report, and I would encourage you all to read it from December 2nd, 2023. I outline all of the reasons that membership has declined. And we have a declining membership, and we need people to fill these positions as far as committees go and on the executive committee. But as Mr. Starr pointed out, last year we were waiting for people. If everyone doesn't remember, after the chair's race, everything was done by acclamation last time because we didn't have people running. Okay, I just want to remind people about that. We had so many people that were, after the chair's race, it was done that way. I really just think that we need to let cooler heads prevail here and think about what this means. Do we really want to have these drawn out things? And I really hope that if you vote in favor of doing this, you step up and want to be convention committee chair next year, because it is a lot of work. And my time could have been better allocated. Nevertheless, I'm glad I was able to provide this great convention for everybody and for our candidates. But we really need to think about how we approach this moving forward. Ms. O'Brien.
Mr. Chair, Ovens O'Brien from Los Angeles County. Is it in order for me to call to divide this so that we can vote on each of these sections? Because I think some of us are willing to vote for some parts of this and not for all of it, and I think we could probably come up to an equitable solution between the body. I don't know if I need to be feeling out the body here, but.
It would be in order, but I would be severely unwise because that would take up probably the rest of our time. That would easily take up the rest of our time to go through each motion. And I do think that most of this has to be done on a package deal or else it just doesn't work.
Fair.
That's my personal opinion on that. You are welcome to attempt to divide the question, but I would read the room here, and I don't know if there's a particular appetite for that.
Sure. So then I guess, as an opposition to this motion, this amendment, is I think that this needs to be done in pieces. I think that some of these things are good ideas and some of them are not. I don't think judicial committees should be elected in the same year as the rest of the body, because I think there needs to be accountability. We believe in checks and balances in any other context if we were talking about government, and this is our governing documents, and I think that's important. So I think I would advise people to vote no on this, not because some of this isn't a good idea, but because all of it as one single motion is not a good idea, and it does not provide the accountability and the checks and balances that we should have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Is anyone speaking the affirmative that's in line? Ms. Mayatico?
Rajani Mayatico from Orange County. I just wanted to speak against specifically the approval voting portion of it. I think that's actually a pretty big change comparatively and has, maybe is a time saver, but has other pitfalls to it. So speaking against that.
Thank you.
Jonathan Richter, Fresno County.
Do you have something?
I want to speak against all parts of this motion. I disagree.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richter, give me just a moment. Did you want to say something in the affirmative? Yeah, go ahead.
I believe that in the past, we end up doing approval voting for the at-larges just because we have so many of them. So I don't think this is a huge change over our procedure, just.
Just speak up a little bit more when.
Oh.
No. Let's not have shouting from
No, it isn't. You're right. It's not approval voting strictly because you get 4 votes, but we vote in a block for the large one. So, okay, it is a change. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Richter?
Jonathan Richter, Fresno County. I want to speak against all parts of this motion. It is a very bad idea to elect the entire executive committee in one election. Right now, we have 10 officers, 5 officers and 5 regional reps get elected in 1 year, and then 8 alternates in a different year. And so you don't change the entire government in one shot. It's the same thing as staggering the election of senators in the Congress. Second of all, I disagree with reducing the number of at-large representatives. That's something always favored by you people from the big coastal counties, but those of us in the smaller areas, we like to have our representation. I think having more members on the executive committee means more volunteers, more workers, more people who will pick up the baton and decide to do something. And thirdly, I'm opposed to the approval voting. I think we should keep ranked choice voting. I think approval is a flawed system. And Mr. Chair, I disagree with you talking about having breakfast speakers and lunch speakers. There's nothing in this about breakfast speakers and lunch speakers. So don't confuse the issue.
With respect, Mr. Richter, I'm not confusing the issue. I'm just speaking to how convention is run and how this would affect things in the future. Can we behave, please? Mr. Floyd, thank you. So this has nothing to do, I'm not conflating these issues. I'm just saying that this is all part of convention. This is how it goes. I will just remind you that the LNC does choose all officers in one slate every 2 years, right? There's a reason for that. And, you know, this is that, I mean, you're welcome to your opinion. I do appreciate it. And I'll note that there are a few members of Fresno County on the executive committee now.
Can I respond?
We're almost at time. Yeah, well, Mr. Vice Chair, if you'd like to respond, then Ms. Halsey.
Real quickly, Mr. Richter. So I just want to make sure I got this straight. You're citing the U.S. Senate as an example of like a really well-functioning body, and we should copy their election schedule? Okay. I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Madam Treasurer.
Trundle Hallisey, Sam, where am I?
You can just say treasurer.
Treasurer.
Sedwar, are you here with us now?
I don't know.
Ballot taking is it's no joke.
I'm for this amendment because, yes, you know, we need. I'm hearing a lot of people saying that we want to keep the number of officers and we don't want to diminish that. But then volunteer for stuff. Nobody's volunteering. Nobody's coming up. You know, when I had to step up and become treasurer and I was at large, nobody came in and filled my position, my vacancy. So either we vote this down, then people in this body need to step up and join and be part of the committee.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you, Ms. Halsey. That is a good point. I've sent out a lot of emails to try to fit that at-large spot. Didn't get one response. It took months to fill that spot. We'll just throw that out there. Anyway, we're at time for this motion, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and vote on the proposal made by the Bylaws Committee, and the Secretary can put it on the screen when he is ready. I do think that most everyone understands what is on the line here. I will just kind of run it down really quickly. So we'll just scroll here. Again, it puts the Bylaws Committee report in even-numbered years. I will remind everyone that that doesn't mean that bylaws can't be proposed or introduced in odd-number years. In odd-number years, all party offices, and even-number years to fill the unexpired terms of vacated party officers. Again, if there are officers that have to leave due to illness or removal or whatever, or resignation, we would still have to fill them at the next convention. So we wouldn't have a vacancy for 2 years, just to be clear about that. Let's see, where are we at? So this would reduce the number of at-larges to 4. We currently have 17 members on the executive committee, including the 2 alternates, and these are very incredibly difficult positions to fill. Scrolling down, this would change how the Judicial Committee is chosen. That would be in odd number years as well, along to coincide with the Executive Committee. And then, let's see, scroll down a little bit more. The Bylaws Committee would would be appointed 90 days following the close of each convention, which again would allow the bylaws, it would have to meet every, other year, so it wouldn't be an ongoing committee. Moving down, Judicial Committee again, changes nominating speeches, but yeah, the big thing on the line here, people, is do you want to have a 2-day convention every year, or would you rather split this up and do what most other states do and maximize our time here? I love bylaws as much as the next person, but let's see how it goes. All right. All in favor of, we're going to do this by stand. I'm not even going to bother with anything else because this is going to be contentious, I suspect. We're going to go ahead and do this by a standing vote. So all in favor of adopting the bylaw proposal number 10, I believe?
Yes.
Bylaws proposal 10 by the Bylaws Committee, please stand. This will require 2/3. We'll start here. 6. I messed that up, sorry, that's 6. 9, Mr. Fechner, you're 9. No, there. Here we go.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31.
41, Ms. Stump. Where are we at? Is that it? Oh, back, I'm sorry. We're at 41. I would be 48, so we're at 48. Everyone opposed to this motion, please stand. Down here in front? Oh. Lights in my eyes.
11, 12, 12,
Oh, you're right under the light. 12.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Start here at the front. Ms. Brierly.
20.
Ms. Lightfoot. 21. Mr. Castaneda, 22.
23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44.
45 and 46. Okay, we're at 46. So the motion fails. I really hope that those of you who stood up and voted against this, I hope to see one of you be convention committee chair and start volunteering for stuff. Really hope so. Mr. Starr? Oh, that's right. So we are done with the Bylaws Committee report. Thank you, Bylaws Committee Chair, and everyone else in the Bylaws Committee that put up together this proposal. Our Secretary, Mr. Chris Edgar, our Treasurer, Ms. Trendlin Hallisey, and then Mr. Graham Brown.
Yeah. Parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, Mr. Lieberman.
Thank you. Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. Does Robert's rules say that the chair is supposed to announce the actual vote totals after every vote?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Please, let's just move on. Ms. Mattson?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not moving it at this time. I'm just going to let people look at this overnight for something I'll move tomorrow. There is a cross-reference problem in Bylaw 24. It says National Convention delegates will be elected by Rule 10. Rule 10 is for election of officers. It means to say Rule 9.
Rule
So I'll
9.
let people look at that, and it can be moved tomorrow. It's going to take a 3/4 to do it, but hopefully there won't be objection.
There's I believe there's a proposal that will change that.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Ms. Manson, I would just request that you never say, hopefully this would pass easily. It hasn't been our day for that. But, okay, so we have, next on the agenda here, we have about just under an hour left for some of the proposals on what I like to call the STAR report. Very original, it's never been thought of before. So we are, just to make things easier, of course, to have people, so Mr. Starr submitted this with previous notice, and to make it easier, he will take the lectern here on the stage and present his report. This is atypical, of course, but we're going to need to free up the mics and make things a little bit easier for everyone when it comes to discussion and debate. So, Mr. Starr, thank you so much for putting these proposals together, and take it away whenever you're ready.
Great. I'd like to request that the secretary open up the combined report that I submitted to him. And we'll start off with proposal number 1. Okay. So what proposal number 1 does is it strikes bylaw 22 in its entirety. So right now, because California has a top 2 primary instead of a direct primary, and they don't even authorize partisan nominations by convention, this entire bylaw is obsolete and it just should be eliminated. It's just been sitting there gathering dust. And people, it shouldn't be in the bylaws if you're never going to use it. It makes it less likely you're going to read the rest of the bylaws if there's a bunch of stuff there that doesn't apply anymore. If for some reason in the future, state law should be changed again and we bring back partisan primaries, we can bring back language like this. But for now, this is just an anachronism. So for that reason, I would suggest that we eliminate bylaw 22.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So the proposal here is to to get rid of bylaw 22 in its entirety because it's virtually antiquated language for us at this point. This would require a standing second, I do believe, because this is out of committee, right? Okay, so this would require a standing second of, are we at 13? Is that right? 13, that's the latest. All right. So this will require a standing second of 13. If you are in favor of seconding this motion, please stand. Definitely 13. Okay, we're good to go. Now, is anyone looking to speak against this proposal?
No, I'm speaking for it.
Okay.
Does he speak first for it, or has he already done that?
I mean,
with his
he's technically
proposal?
already done that.
I think I've already done it.
So do I have
sure.
to wait till
Unless Ms. Lightfoot is speaking against, or is she just standing for funsies?
Are you speaking against? Then she's
Oh, okay,
speaking
there we go. So, Ms. Robson, way to take.
Gail Lightfoot, San Luis Obispo, longtime member, charter member of both parties. I was here when this was proposed, and the reason it was proposed specifically was to put in our bylaws our principle that we wish to nominate our conventions. We don't wish some Democrat to vote in the Libertarian primary and nominate our candidate. This is a position statement of our principle in our bylaws according to our now defunct platform. Thank you.
Ms. Robson?
So although I agree with Gail on principle on this, this is not something we can do. This is something that we actually had a bylaw proposal in 2018 to remove exactly this language for exactly this reason. And nothing has changed between 2018 and 2024 as far as how we do
I
this.
was going to say a lot changed from 2018 to 2024.
But nothing
not.
has changed about how we nominate our, I'm talking very specific here.
Of
A
course.
lot has changed, you're right. But very specifically, nothing has changed in how we elect, or if we have any say whatsoever in nominating our own candidates in this state. Other states have that, we don't. I think we should fight to get that back. And I think if we get that back, we can add this back to our bylaws. But right now, it is kind of wasted space, and I was for getting rid of it in 2018, and I'm still for getting rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson.
Point of information.
Starchild?
Could we have the language of the proposal on the screen? It's not in the link with the rest of the Bylaws Committee report. I know it's not part of the Bylaws Committee report, but if there is a link, maybe that could be provided as well.
So
for people
there
to look at
is
their own
actually
screens.
on the website, on ca.lp.org, on the convention website, the third link down is literally called the STAR report. Bylaws proposal submitted with previous notice. So it has its own link on the website if anyone wishes to see it. All right, so does everyone know what we're voting on here? It is to remove the language of bylaw 22. All right, this should be pretty easy. I'm sorry?
That's automatic.
Yes, it's all in there. Yes,
Yes.
it would renumber everything.
Could we
So-
see it on the screen, what it would actually do
So
before we vote?
okay, so, all right. So all in favor of adopting this proposed amendment, which would eliminate bylaw 22, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. That's definitely 2/3, regardless of whatever that was, Ms. Lightfoot. Thank you, though.
I actually like that.
That was a, you were in tune.
That was
actually,
a primal scream.
yeah, that was very nice. Perfect pitch is both a curse and awesome. Okay, all right, so motion passes. We'll move on to the next.
So proposal number 2, similar vein, bylaw 18 talks about write-in votes for partisan office. We don't have primary elections anymore where we'd have write-in votes. So there's just no point anymore having bylaw 18 unless we somehow bring back partisan elections like we used to have, which was a much better thing than we have today.
All right.
I'm editorializing, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. If it's funny, it's okay. All right, so again, this is to get rid of, can you scroll down just all the way through really quickly, just so people can, I think you may have done it, but I missed it. So this is to remove the language for bylaw 18. And reasons were already given. Ms. Robson.
Well, I'll speak once I think we need the standing second.
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies, you are correct. A standing second of 13 would be required to entertain this proposal. Do we have 13? We do have 13. We're good. Okay, Ms. Robson.
For the same thing that I said last time, I'm going to say it again. This was also proposed in 2018, didn't pass. I would like to get rid of the top 2. I've, been trying to work on things like that for many years with other people, but we haven't. So if we get it back, we put this back in the bylaws, but I don't see a reason to keep it in the bylaws at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson.
By the way, did I say Mimi Robson from Los Angeles County?
You did not, but it's okay. You came back and said it, so that makes up for it. Yeah, you didn't whisper it. I did miss the radio voice. Mr. Castaneda.
Jose Castaneda from Los Angeles County. I have a point of information on this. Just to make it clear, we would still be able to have candidates running as write-ins if we want.
Yes.
According to state law.
Yeah,
Okay.
that doesn't, not really. Okay, so anyway, everyone knows what we're voting on. That would be removing bylaw 18 for reasons. All in favor of getting rid of bylaw 18, or adopting the proposed amendment to strike bylaw 18, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Oh, Ms. Lightfoot, I'm so disappointed. That was very lukewarm compared to what happened before. If it helps with your exercises, so be it. All right, so the motion passes. Mr. Starr, take it away.
Yes, and Mr. Chair, I'd like to bypass proposal 3 because we really already considered that in the bylaws committee report and move on to proposal number 4.
Okay.
So you may remember a couple years ago that to change the bylaws with notice required only a majority vote, and without notice, or if it came from the floor, it required a 2/3 vote. We have since changed that now so that it requires 2/3 vote to change a bylaw, and without notice, 3/4. Well, we have some old language here which says that it only requires 2/3 to amend. So you can have this strange situation where bylaws 2, 5, and 14, which were meant to have a higher threshold, and at the time they did, now, ironically, strangely, has a lower threshold to change if there's not enough notice. So by striking this language, it fixes that so that if you want to change the party's purpose, you won't be able to do it with a 2/3 vote just because it happened last minute. If you make a last minute proposal to change the party purpose, it's going to require a 3/4 vote. So this fixes something that was made broken by the proposal to increase the threshold for changing bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. All right, so again, simple changes here. Everyone understands what we're voting on? We do need a standing second, and before Ms. Robson goes, is there a standing second for this before we get into debate? Require 13. Oh yeah, we have 13. Okay, please be seated. Ms. Robson, then Mr. Dean.
Okay, Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County. I move to amend this motion. Can you put it back on the screen real quick? Is that possible? So the reason that we had the extra requirements for those particular things was because it should require a higher threshold. I agree with Mr. Starr that that was an oversight when we did what we did. So my amendment is to uncross out all the crossouts and change 2/3 to 3/4 to make it the higher threshold, which is what was basically wanted in the first place. So it's fixing the problem, because he's right, we have a problem, but I think it's fixing it more correctly.
Okay, so a motion has been made to amend the motion such that 2/3 in the reference language would be changed to 3/4. Is there a standing second for that? That would require 13. I think we're there. Looks like it. Okay. So we are voting on the amendment right now. So there was an amendment.
Do we have debate?
Yeah,
sorry?
there's debate.
Well, I'm sorry, we're having discussion on the amendment, but that's what's up for debate. There you go. So what's up for debate is the amendment on the floor. Ms. Robson, if you'd like to speak to it first.
I think I kind of did, but I just want to say again, I think that Mr. Starr is correct that it needs to be corrected. I just think that his way of correcting it is incorrect.
But it was
Say
an
that
improvement.
5 times fast before we move forward. I'll let
Thank
Mr.
you.
Starr respond to that, and then if there's discussion on the amendment, then we can go from there. Mr. Starr?
I think either the proposal or the amended proposal would improve the current situation. Clearly today, it makes no sense that to change bylaws 2, 5, and 14 should somehow require a lower threshold under our existing rules. So I'm comfortable. I like to reduce the number of words, so that's why I just struck it out. I figured people were pretty happy with 2/3 overall, and if it went to something that was late in the game, it would be 3/4. But I'm certainly not aghast at the idea of making it a 3/4 vote if that's what people really want.
You want less words? Are you a real libertarian, Mr. Starr?
I've been accused many times of not being one. But that was only because I was chair at the time.
I know the feeling. Mr. Dean, are you speaking? Is anyone in line speaking to the amendment?
I am.
Mr. Dean?
I'm in favor of this amendment. Joe Dean, Santa Clara County. There's two problems here. I agree that this needs to be fixed, and I think there are probably better ways to fix it, like in the language of in the bylaws section. But the real reason that I think it's important to fix it this way, the way that Mimi proposed, rather than the way that was put in the original written thing, is that if we delete all those 2/3, those things are there to mark those things as special, that they require a higher than normal thing. And changing it to say 3/4 would preserve that purpose. If we alternatively remove those things, they will no longer be marked as special, and then a subsequent change to the bylaws amendment bylaw, which could reduce the threshold in certain circumstances back down to a simple majority like we had before, that would affect these also, and the special property of these things would be totally lost. It would have been removed, and they'd have to be put back in, which probably wouldn't happen. So I like this much better.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Ganir?
I would like to call all open questions.
All right. We have, were there any, Mr. Bowers? I think we're at the end already. Yeah, so I think that's what he was going to do. All right, no need to do it. We're good. Mr. Ganir, right in the nick of time. Look at, actually, technically still at the end. Even when he tries not to, amazing. All right, so now we are voting on the amendment that is currently on the screen, which is that the reference language be changed to 3/4. So I think this is going to be pretty simple here. All in favor of the reference language changing from 2/3 to 3/4 in the original motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Wow. I thought that was Miss Lightfoot for a minute, and then that took a darker turn. Okay, so so now the amendment is the main motion on the floor. So so the main motion on the floor would be, as soon as the secretary is ready, we'll just read it as it would be. So just so that everyone can see, the language that is currently stricken out would read 3/4, not 2/3, all the way across the board. All in favor?
And Mr. Chair, just so it's clear, there's another page there, just.
Oh,
which would be
yes,
the
thank you.
same
I'm sorry,
thing.
if you could scroll down a bit.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. So all in favor of adopting the now motion on the floor, the main motion on the floor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Really, nothing, Ms. Hayes? All right. That was unanimous, I guess. There you go. Is that our first one of the day? Man, I hope it's not our last. Good job, everyone.
All right, so far all my proposals have been well taken. Let's see if it keeps going. I probably just jinxed it. So
There we go. It's all over. We're done now.
We're done. I'm sorry. All right, so we should skip Proposal 5 because that was really already considered by the Bylaws Committee earlier. Moving on to Proposal 6. So Proposal 6 actually adopts a mission statement for the party. It's separate from our purposes. So when you tell people, what does the party do? What's it all about? You're not going to rattle off, the 9 different provisions or whatever the number is that's in the party's purposes. It just doesn't make sense. So I tried to come up with a really simple, boiled down description of what we really are. And I think that our mission statement, we should have a mission statement, and it should say, advancing liberty through peaceful political action. That's what we're all about. I think that's at our core what the purpose of the party is. So other organizations have mission statements to guide them, and where they, where they say, where it just encapsulates what they're all about. We have like the American Heart Association has it. I think even I'm thinking like those TED, what are those called? Those TED conferences?
That's right.
Sort of like it's like
TED Talks.
It's like spread information or something like that. I mean, it's very clear, just a couple words sometimes. But something really simple that really defines what we're all about. I think this would be helpful for us.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So the proposed amendment is, bylaws amendment is the, I'm sorry, can we scroll down there?
So it's an
Is a
insertion.
mission statement, so bylaw 2 mission statement, which would be advancing liberty through peaceful political action. This would require a standing second of 13 people. Now would be the time. Do we have 13 people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right. Maybe I miscounted. Lights are in my eyes. But okay, so we do have a standing second. Ms. Brierly.
Yes, Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. I move to amend this motion by inserting the word individual before the word liberty.
That's fine.
Right, so Ms. Brierly has moved to amend to insert the word individual before the word liberty in the proposal made by Mr. Starr. Is there a standing second? There is no such thing as a friendly amendment, sir. Nice try. Karen Ann Harlos is here, and she's looking at me with appraise. I don't know if that's good or bad. Anyway, we do have a standing second. So, all right. So now we are going to vote on the amendment.
Or debate it.
Or debate it, I'm sorry. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I sense that people understand the concept, but basically, we aren't in favor of liberty among government officials, elected or appointed, but we are in favor of individual, natural human being liberty. So that's the idea. Thanks.
I am also for government officials not having liberty. Mr. Archild?
Yes, to speak against. This language is, in some ways it is very beautiful, it's succinct, but it being very succinct in everything, it's also very non-California specific. One of the big arguments that Aaron and others made for dumping our state platform was that it was not California specific enough, that we were just duplicating what we said in the national platform. And a broad statement like this really, I think, would be better taken up by the national party. I'm not even convinced we need a mission statement for the national party, let alone a mission statement for the state party. I mean, we've got, platform that says what we believe. We've got other slogans and things that we come up with. I think, coming up with sort of just a broad slogan, there should be more deliberative process around this if it's going to be done at all. But frankly, I'm not sure I see the need for it. And I think it would be something probably better done at the national level for something this broadly worded.
Okay. That was,
Yeah, I'd like to
that was something. Mr. Starr, please.
I would just like to speak to that. By the way, just speaking on the amendment, I like the proposed amendment of adding the word individual. I think it doesn't add so much that it becomes unreadable. So it's 7 words instead of 6. That's fine. Just to address the criticism about not being California-based, our party bylaws in its purpose talks about how we'll proclaim and implement the statement of principles of the National Libertarian by engaging in political and informational activities in California. So that's already within our purpose. I don't see any need to put in the words "in California" as part of our mission statement. So let's just keep it simple. 7 words would be great. Love the proposed amendment. I hope that we'll adopt that and we'll adopt the amended proposal.
I'm almost inclined to add more to making my own amendment. Mr. Brierley, adding something about how the government doesn't deserve liberty is pretty amazing in the Trump quotes inside, I guess. Ms. Aquino,
In
sorry.
favor? Yep. This is Susan Aquino Ventura. I know at our meetings, our rules say we should read the mission statement, and I have to laugh because mission statements are supposed to be short and sweet, especially in this fast modern world. We all have icons. You see something, you know what it is. So a mission statement should be like a slogan, and I think we could use that slogan in a lot of ways. I'm absolutely for this. It doesn't have to necessarily be what this slogan is right now, but to have a short and sweet slogan like that, I agree with.
Thank you so much. All right.
Linda Dorfmont, Los Angeles County. As one who's written a paper and presented it on the subject of mission statement, we need to define why we're here and what we're going to do about it and what we're not going to do about it. We need to confine ourselves to whatever limited mission we propose for ourselves.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dorfman. So with that, we are at time. So we're going to do straight votes for the amendment and then the main motion if we get there. So right now, the motion on the floor is the amendment to Mr. Starr's proposed language, which means, let's see. So that was made by Ms. Brierley. So it's to insert the word individual before the word liberty in the original proposal. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so the motion passes almost unanimously. Now, the amendment is the main motion on the floor. When the secretary is ready, we'll just put the full proposal on the screen. That's true. I do like Simon Says, but, you know. All right. Right. All right, so now the main motion on the floor is advancing the mission statement, bylaw 2, reading advancing individual liberty through peaceful political action. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, motion passes.
Okay, all right, moving
Thank
on. So we should skip proposal number 7 because the bylaws committee adopted its own version, which I think they wrote better than what I wrote. We should skip proposal number 8 because it was a substitute motion to, I think, the bylaws committee number 6 or something like that, and it failed. I do have proposals for streamlining conventions, and it has every iteration that people could choose from, whether you want 8 members, at-large members, 4 at-large members, do you want alternates, do you not want alternates? I'm going to suggest that I don't think there's the appetite in the room for that. So I think we should just skip proposals 9A and 9B unless there's some clamoring to consider it.
I mean, we can just do a quick straw poll, why not?
So I mean, sure, do a quick straw poll. So basically, I come up with some proposals that are very similar to what the bylaws committee came up with, but it allowed you to fill in the blank whether you wanted 4, 6, or even 8 at-large members like we have now. It chose whether you wanted alternates or didn't want alternates. But the challenge here is that there's all these other pieces here that still remain, and the impression I got from folks on the floor is that you'd prefer a proposal that was broken up into little pieces and consider each of them separately. What's written today isn't easy to divide up. So rather than trying to do that on the fly here, I think we'd be better served if we just don't consider the competing proposals 9A and 9B at this time and just move on to the next one, unless people vehemently disagree with me.
Is there any, I'm just reading the room here, is this okay? Is everyone okay with passing over these proposals? Okay, all right, Mr. Bowers is like ready to go. Look at him, he's excited. I like it.
That's funny.
All right.
All right, I'm going to suggest that, one second. I'm going to suggest that we skip number 10 for now. We'll come back to it. Let's instead go to proposal number 11.
Oh, yes.
So basically, there's always this requirement of advance notice to meet certain thresholds, but we don't anywhere in our bylaws really define what previous notice is as far as the number of days goes. So I'm attempting to put something here for this convention as far as defining what notice for a motion is. So the language that I came up with would be a new bylaw 19. It would state, a motion submitted by a state central committee member to the secretary, and by the way, we're all state central committee members, to the secretary at least 70 days prior to the convention for consideration by delegates shall be deemed to have met any advance notice requirement. The secretary shall cause such notice to be published on the party's website within 10 days of its receipt. So that way, it's really clear that if I submit something, for example, that it has to be submitted at least 70 days in advance to give you adequate notice. There is a proviso, of course, that this amendment doesn't take effect until the final adjournment of the convention which it is adopted. And I have a pending amendment here to replace 70 days with 120 days, in case people want more notice. I don't know what people ultimately want, but I'm suggesting 70 days is fine. That seems to work for the bylaws committee report. It should work equally. I think it should work equally the same for any other member of this body. So that's what I propose. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so a bylaws proposal was made to, I'm sorry, I can't read the screen here. For 70 days prior to convention, notice to the State Central Committee. Now, and it's on the screen so everyone can read it, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. We do need a standing second for this, 13 people. Do we have 13 people willing to second this proposal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mr. Strauss, are you standing in favor?
I'm standing, by the way.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
All right.
Right? Yes?
Everybody's
Okay.
tired. They don't
All right.
understand.
There we go. Simon says without a winner. Let's, Ms. Robson.
Okay, so I'm going to speak in favor of this motion. I believe that has been a problem with our bylaws. We've been allowing for many years central committee members to do the same advance notice as the bylaw committee. But, you know, it could be said that being that we have a 120-day notice for our convention, it could be 120 days. Or it could also mean that if each is a different session, like we talked about earlier today, advance notice could be 2 hours. I don't know if you realize that, but yeah, it could. So if I announced right this second something for tomorrow in a new session, that would be in order for the lower vote threshold. So I think this is a good proposal to actually define that, as opposed to the fact that, frankly, and when I was chair too, we kind of did it willy-nilly because it really wasn't there. So I urge you to vote yes to this. And by the way, I don't think that it should be 120. I think that's too many, so I'm certainly not going to.
My proposal is 70 days, so.
Right. You said you had an amendment ready for that, so I'm just letting you know. To me, if I thought that was better, I'd make the amendment. Somebody else could, but I'm for this.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Mr. Ferreira?
Tim Ferreira, Los Angeles County, having to bend way low for this microphone. I call the question.
Okay. Well, it's always happening at the end, taking Mr. Ganier's spot, I see.
I think that's out of order, actually. Can't call the question until you give me the opportunity.
That is
for
out
somebody
of
to speak
order.
in
That is
opposition.
true. Look at that. How bylaws impact stuff. Mr. Ferreira, that was out of order. Please leave. How dare you not remember the bylaw that was passed just moments ago? Anyway, okay, so I guess we are.
Give people the opportunity and then no one's going to show up.
The opportunity. Okay, so I will give people the opportunity again to speak. Anybody else want to speak opposed to this motion? All right, so motion on the floor is what was on the screen. If you could just put it back really quickly. You did right there, rolled it out of order. That's hilarious. All right, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? I don't know why that gets me every time. Please let's put on the record that Miss Galefoot, man, I'm tired. Miss Lightfoot abstained because she was very adamant about that. All right, otherwise the motion passed. So let's move on to the next one.
All right. The next one is proposal number 12. So we have this strange situation where you don't have to be a national member to be a delegate from this state. And I get it. A lot of people feel that's important. But I think, at least the way I see it, is that you're not really helping us get the numbers we need, because the more national members we have, the bigger our delegation can actually be. So what this proposal does is it says that delegates and alternates to the National Convention consist of state Central Committee members in good standing who are also sustaining members of the National Libertarian Party. And rather than selecting by Rule 10, and candidly, it's not even Rule 10, it really should be Rule 9 because it's incorrect.
Oh, we don't want to open that can of worms.
No. It should be elected by ballot in an election conducted using approval voting, because you're voting for a bunch of people. It never made sense to me that you only got to vote for 1/3 of the body. You should be able to vote for the entire body. Let's see, later on in this language, it talks about, once again, being a sustaining member of the National Libertarian Party. And let's see if there's anything else. The rest is just conforming rule changes with one substantive change, which is that before, when the secretary announces the results later on, currently he or she is required to just give a ranking without the number of votes received for each candidate. I think that it should be required to present to you the number of votes for each candidate, because otherwise, how can you really be sure that it's correct? So that's the only substantive change going on further in the rules. Happy to answer any questions. I don't like long proposals just because I know it's harder for people to digest, but just conceptually, big picture, National Committee members requirement and approval voting for the people that are selected.
Point of information.
Mark
Mr.
Jaffe, Contra Costa County. Would this apply to the 2024 delegate selection process?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there is a proviso, by the way. So, and thank you for bringing that up. So it says the provisos is that nominations made at this convention prior to nominations made at this convention prior to the adoption of this amendment that are not confirmed as sustained National Party members by the time voting commences shall be removed from the ballot. So basically, if this is adopted and you're not a national member yet and you want to be a delegate, sometime between now and when we come to a vote, sign up, pay your $25, sign up, and then you would be eligible.
I'd like to speak against. So.
We haven't gotten there yet. I just wanted, if you were doing a point of information. So.
Okay.
Okay, so everyone does understand what, I think I don't want to re-summarize here to eat up time. This will be the last thing that we get to before we have to clear out the room and recess for the evening. I just want to make sure that everyone understands what we're voting on here. So this is the national delegate selection process, which will take into effect now. You can again see this at ca.lp.org under the STAR proposal. It's bylaw 12?
Proposal number 12.
Proposal number 12. Okay. So we do need a standing second of 13 for this. If everyone else if you're in the back, take a knee or something. I need to see how this is going to go here. So if you're in favor of this, please stand. We need 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
In order to speak against now?
Yes, we can go ahead. So
I'm against this for two reasons. One is I'm totally confused, and I'm sure many other people in this room are already confused by the national delegate selection process. And now this is going to add another level of complexity to it. So that's first. Second, it looks like we need to select 103 delegates out of California. We have the biggest number of delegates. We have barely more than 103 people here, so why would we make it more difficult to fill the ranks of our delegates? So those are my two objections.
Well, actually, this makes it easier. That's kind of the irony of the situation. So approval voting means that you can just vote for the people that you want to go, right? So right now we have the process that we have one of the weirdest processes in the country where you can vote against somebody. So you have up to 35 votes where you can vote against people, and that makes the process that much harder. So that's what we're getting at here.
But if someone's not a national committee member, they could be disqualified, right? That's what I'm concerned
correct.
about.
If they're not a dues-paying member, correct. So right now, yes, that's what that would mean, is that they would be required to be a national member, a sustaining member in order for this, which makes sense. If you're going to be a national delegate for the national convention, you should theoretically be a national member, not just a state of California member, is what this proposal would change. Ms. Robson?
Okay, so first of all.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you speaking in favor or against? Or in favor or opposed to the motion?
Well, actually, I've got a question because I may be making an amendment to this. So it's neither for or against right now. So we've just explained that there is no proviso that this is happening at a later time. And that brings up the question that many people that want to be national delegates this year, this would be kind of after the fact. This would suddenly say, you have to have been a national member. I think that's unfair. I think, if anything, and by the way, I'm against this amendment entirely, but I think that that proviso should be that it takes effect at the end of next convention, which would then be for the 2026 National Convention, because that makes it far more fair for people to have known what they should know before we actually pick the delegates. So I move to amend not the proposal itself, just I want to put a proviso that this would take effect at the end of this convention, meaning, or maybe we should say actually at the start of the next convention, to be very clear that it doesn't affect the delegate selection at this convention.
Well, it couldn't be at the start of next convention. It would have to be at the end of this convention.
Well, no, you could actually do, you can do that. It can be at the start. It doesn't really matter because we don't do it next convention, but it can be at the start.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That is correct. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
which would you rather make?
I made it at the start of next convention. I'll keep that.
Okay, so there is an amendment for actually, before we do that, was anyone going to speak for this proposal? Just so that we understand what's even.
No, it's terrible. None of us are.
I have a request for information.
I have a point of information.
We'll go Mr. Castañeda, then Mr. Starr.
Okay, Jose Castañeda, Los Angeles County. My point of information is, if, as currently written, this is adopted, will those of us, or those who are not current members of the National Party, will they be able to repair the deficit, not being
You will
a
be able
national
to
member?
become a national member
Okay.
to just right the wrong, if that's what you're
And
getting
number-
at.
All right, and
Correct.
number two is, if that happens, that those who are not current members will not be harmed in any way, like you're going at the bottom of the list now because you're currently not a member or anything
We
like that.
can't put anyone, this is a voting, this is the delegates decide who goes. No one can put anyone at the bottom of a list.
Okay, and the final one is, how much time will someone have to repair the not being a national member?
I mean, a reasonable amount of time. We're going through this. We have to release this within 30 days. I mean, it's a $25 thing that you can do online really quickly. So, I mean, there's no set time in here, but it would be done relatively quickly.
I have a point of order to that then. If this motion passes, it means that at this convention, when people cast their votes, the people they're casting their votes for are, by all intents, per our bylaws, eligible to be members. So that would not give them a 30-day kind of time period to suddenly become a central or a national member. So I still, regardless of
Sure.
whether there's a possibility, I want to make my amendment.
Sure, that's fine. So this would be a courtesy that we would just do. We're just going to use common sense here and let it prevail. We release the names of the delegates within 30 days. Obviously, we would know that ahead of time. The officers are planning to get that done this week, as it does say on the sheet, so we can release this as soon as possible. If this would pass, we would find out who was not a national member, fairly quickly. We could find out that day, just run through the numbers, reach out to everyone, give them, up until that 30-day period. We're not trying to disenfranchise people here. Okay, so it just gives everyone a chance to become a national member that needs to become a national member, just to be clear.
One clarification. Ms. Robson, did you already propose an amendment, or are you about to do that?
No, I
No, she
proposed
did.
it, and we haven't done a
So we haven't
standing
done a standing
second yet
second
because
I left for the point of information
the point
first.
of information.
So-
Can you restate your amendment, please?
My amendment is it doesn't change anything in the actual proposal other than the proviso that this would take effect at the start of the next convention.
Okay, thank you.
It would not take effect immediately.
Okay, so just to make sure that everyone understands, there is an amendment that is on the table right now to add a proviso which would prevent anything that is voted on for this proposal to take place until the start of the next convention. So that would be 2025, just so that everybody's clear. Is there a standing second for this? We would need 13.
Oh, yes, I'm standing.
All right,
I'm a
that looks like we have
spotter, so no, I'm
13,
standing.
so everyone can be seated. All right, so actually, before we go to a vote on this, while we're on this, because we are running close to time here, I do want to remind people that as soon as we recess or adjourn for evening, ballot box is closed. That's when business is done for the day. So if you have not submitted your nomination ballot, go ahead and do it. I know verbal confirmations were done by the secretary earlier today. We can go through the list, and we don't have to, once we have access to the ballot box, time was not our friend. We lost about an hour earlier this morning. So we can go through and just get verbal confirmation from people to make sure that they're on the ballot. Everyone's going to be around for, either the POTUS panel, or the gala, so we can figure that out and just make sure that people have verbal confirmation that they are going. The biggest reason for that is we don't want to put people on the ballot that were just nominated, and then we don't know if they even want to go. That's really the reason for the confirmation. You can't just nominate people willy-nilly and waste everyone's time in a spot as a delegate. Anyway, don't forget to do that. And then we're going to go to now we're moving
At some way, I want to be recognized for requests for information.
okay.
I get to speak to my amendment, though, right?
Yes, you do. Yeah, so
Okay.
I just wanted to pause and remind everyone, since this
Okay.
is what we're talking about right now. But
Okay,
please go
but
ahead.
really, really quickly, I'm going to do a point of order. So just to be sure, because it's in our bylaws, tomorrow there will still also be nominations from the floor for delegates.
At the appropriate time, there will be, yes.
Okay, so
but
if they miss the box today,
Correct, but traditionally speaking, I just want to be clear to everybody, you can, of course, nominate someone from the floor tomorrow at the appropriate time, but that means that people have to write you in on the ballot in real time, and the chances of you getting a delegate spot are very close to nil. So I'm just thank you for pointing that out. That is on the delegate sheet that was handed out, and that is available at credentialing, but I just want everyone to be aware that if you don't do it now, the chances of you making it as a write-in tomorrow because you forgot are very, very small. If you're not sure if you were nominated, write yourself in, and go nominate yourself. You're well within your right to do that.
And one more point, because when I turned mine in, I was told that by nominating yourself and signing it, that counts as notification that you're actually wanting to accept it. Is that
I would
correct?
hope so, yes.
Well, because you were saying talk to the secretary, so I just wanted to make that
Yes,
kind of.
when all else fails, common sense should prevail. Let's just use
It
that as a,
should,
that's going to
but
be
I'm
a
just
standing rule
asking.
that I just made up right now. No
Okay,
one's thought of it until now. But Ms. Robson, please speak to your
Okay, so
amendment.
I think I've already said what I want to say on this. I think this is a fairly easy thing to understand, to change that proviso, and so, I don't know if other people want to speak on that, but once we get back to the main motion, I want to speak on that as that.
Thank you. So we are speaking just to the amendment right now, the proviso, just to be clear. Anyone in line right now, are you speaking for the proviso? Okay, I just want to give an opportunity to speak to the proviso, the amendment, not the motion, just the main, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Starr.
Thank you. So
I'm used to seeing you there, it was just weird.
I know, I'm sorry. So I guess I really have a question of this body first, just so that I understand. First of all, I don't want to disenfranchise anybody either. So, but I'd like to ask you this, ask the question of the body. Is there anybody in this room who intends to be a national delegate who is not a national member right now? So 3 people. And I guess my question, the subsequent question I have is there any, are you, I don't mind, I hate putting you on the spot. Are you willing within the next day to become a national? Okay, so basically that, okay.
And also, there's people that have been nominated that aren't in the room right now.
It was a request for information.
No, I know, I'm just.
Okay. So anyway, I'm fine personally with the altered proviso. If you're, if you think there are some people that will be disenfranchised, I don't want to do that. So I'd be okay with the provised amendment to proviso.
I mean, I don't think it's a disenfranchisement issue. I think we know why certain people don't want to donate to national. So let's go ahead and move on to, okay, so is there any more discussion on the amendment? On the, right. So is there any further discussion on the proviso amendment? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. So all in favor of adopting the proviso, which means that just the proviso, right? So that the amendment that we're going to vote on next would theoretically take into effect at the start of next convention. Please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Man, that's weak, but that's probably 2/3. So we'll say that the amendment passes.
It only needed
Only
a
a
majority.
majority.
Oh, majority. Sorry, that was an amendment. Okay, so we're good anyway. That's fine. Now we're moving on to the actual proposal number 12. So who would like to speak? We've heard a lot of negative comments. Does anyone have a positive thing to say?
Parliamentary inquiry?
You can come up to the mic.
That's privileged, so yes.
I have a parliamentary inquiry. So in the reason paragraph, it says, ensures that only those who have a majority approval shall be selected as delegates to national convention. But that is actually one of the pitfalls of approval voting, is that somebody could be selected without a majority. So I'm curious, I was confronted, does Roner like kick in and force a majority? And then second question, if so, then doesn't that mean anybody who did not get a majority of the delegates' votes would not become a delegate, and then you would potentially struggle to fill the delegation?
I can answer that.
So
just so we're clear.
I missed the first part. Ms. Madico, you need to come up to the mic. I can't.
Okay,
Mr. Starr, did you hear the question?
I think most of it.
Can you just repeat a brief summary of the question so we can, and you're
Yeah,
addressing
so-
the chair, Ms. Madico, just to be clear?
I'm sorry, yeah, so on the screen here, it says.
I'm sorry, can you stop for a minute? Can everyone please be silent? We're here at the tail end here. I need to be able to hear the questions. So guys, quiet down, please. Ms. Madico, continue.
So on the screen under his reasoning, it says approval voting, which ensures that only those who have a majority approval shall be selected as delegates, blah, blah. But that's actually one of the pitfalls of approval voting, is that somebody could be selected without getting a majority of votes. So is there some rotor that kicks in or something that says these delegates need a majority?
So let me
Approval.
address that.
And then Well, then I guess I have a follow-up to it.
Okay,
Let's do one at a time. Let's do one at a time.
And then come back to the
I'll
second
let
one.
Mr. Starr answer that
So-
question, then he can follow through.
So here's the concept behind approval voting. Let's say, for example, we have 200 candidates that want to be delegates at the National Convention, and we have slots for 103. You could vote for up to 200 candidates if you wanted to. You could vote for every single one. You're not limited. As far as the majority goes, it's a majority of the ballots cast. So it's not plurality, because it sounds like you're saying plurality, really. What would be required is, let's say you had 100 people voted for, 100 people cast ballots to not to elect people as national delegates. Each person would have to get at least 51 votes in order to achieve a majority.
That's actually not my understanding of approval voting.
Okay,
is
so
that it's just,
hold on. We're not going to do this. We're already at time, so we're not going to argue.
I'm just telling you how it actually works.
Does Roner force an
Hold on,
approval?
Ms. Mayatico. We're not doing a back and forth here. We're not discussing the merits of approval voting versus
So
ranked
my
choice.
follow-up question
Hold on,
then.
Ms. Mayatico, please stop. We're already at time, so we'd have to move to extend time. It's very clear.
Can I
Look,
move
I'm
to
going to, hold on.
extend
I'm
time,
going to just be, let's use common sense again. The majority of the room does not seem to like this proposal at all. We're arguing something that's a
understand.
moot point. If you want to talk about that with Mr. Starr afterward, that's fine. We're done with this topic anyway. We're at time. So unless there's a motion to extend time to debate something that we all know there doesn't appear to be an appetite for, then are we going to move to extend time? Not at the, I mean, after time's expired, can you divide the question? You can't, right?
Okay.
You can or you can't?
Dividing the question will double the amount of time it takes us to reject.
So, I mean, you could, no, you could divide the question. It would just, there would be no discussion on it. We would just go, everything would be a vote straight through at this point.
Okay, can we get is the proviso?
Can you, Mr. Brown, can you come up to the mic, please? I can't hear you.
Is the proviso on the screen, the new proviso that we're working off of?
Oh, that's on the other sheet, the minute sheet. Oh, unless you put it, you copied it.
Okay, yes, the motion would be amended to modify the proviso to state that the amendment would take effect at the start of the next convention.
Okay, well, I'd like to divide the question if I can, and if I can, I'd like to move to extend time.
So would it be? I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I was just informed that the motion would have had to been made before time expired. So you could move to extend time, and then we could do so it would be backward. So if you'd like to move to extend time, we can give it a go.
To extend time by 5 minutes.
Okay, a motion has been made to extend time by 5 minutes. Is there a standing second for this? We would need 13. Man, I've never seen people hurt their back so much. Kind of oh, Mr. Kiss, of course. Very, very loud and proud indeed. All right, so the motion to extend time fails. We're moving to a vote on the main motion on the floor because time has expired. So again, the motion on the floor is the bylaw proposal number 12 in Mr. Starr's report with the proviso that was added by Ms. Robson's amendment that passed. Everyone understand what we're voting on?
Did we adopt that amendment already for the proviso, or is that still?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
So everyone understand what we're voting on here? Okay. We're going to do this with no one seems to have the desire to stand anymore, which is kind of funny because you're all going to have to get the hell out of this room soon. But let's save you guys the extra trip. Let's do a hand raise. All in favor of adopting this proposal, please raise your hand. Ah, shit, here we go. All opposed.
It's close, but I don't think.
Libertarians are, I'm going to leave that just there. All right, all of those in favor, please stand. We're going to do a count off. Mr. Bird, count us off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We're at 9, 10, We'll start here. 11. That's okay. Mr. Osborne is 13. We'll start here with Mr. Tom. 14.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
And then that was 21 for Ms. Dorfman.
22.
Anybody over here? Are you guys paying attention? No one knows? Okay, no one on that side? Oh, 26. Okay. Anybody else that I missed on this? I think we're at 26, is that right?
Up here.
I'm sorry, 27,
27.
28, 29, we're at 30. Okay, so 30 in favor. All those opposed, please stand. I did not. Oh, so we're at 52 then. Ms. Hayes and Ms. Halsey, so we're at 52.
32.
Or 32, I'm sorry. I was like 102 actually. I think 1,805 million too. All right. Let's start here. Mr. Dean, kick us off.
1, 2, 3.
I'm sorry, I screwed this up. We're here with Mr. Ferrer at 3.
4, 5, 6, 7,
8.
11, 12, 13.
Ms. Lightfoot, are you standing for? Okay. Let's start here. Mr. Castaneda.
16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25,
Oh,
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36.
All right, is that everybody? All right, so the proposal fails.
Okay.
All right, so actually we're going to go ahead and so we'll pick up first thing tomorrow morning with the rest of them. And okay, so this is the absolute last call to get your ballots in. It's going to be the same procedure as before, so everyone, you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. Pick up your stuff, please, and you'll exit out. Security, you'll have to go through the screening again and come back in. Same process as before. We are recessed for evening at 4:48 p.m. Ballot boxes closed.
Yes. Yes. Yes, well, that's more of a note to myself anyway, because, yeah. Yes, it'll be in the minutes.
To be Hilton doesn't really matter. If you'd like to, we're going to have time for maybe 2-ish questions. So if you want to ask a question, it can be to a specific candidate, I assume, or about a specific policy. It can be to all three. We will have time for that. So if you'd like to, if you have a burning question that's just like that you have to have answered, and it's a good one, then it'll get asked. And you can't, this is the one thing that you can't blame me for, because he's picking the questions, not me. I'm just collecting them. So I'm going to go around at some point and just start. Actually, I'd like to do that fairly soon and get those out. So if you guys write those questions out, I'll walk out right now, start collecting stuff so I can give it to Larry to sort through, and then we can get going. So, all right, thanks.
But don't forget, you can still blame him if you want. Just you can still. It's okay. Yes.
And then how do you want them to come out? Like one by? Are you going to just have them
One by one.
here?
You can come out one by one.
Okay.
You want me to announce them? I was going to wait till they were here and then announce them, but if you
Oh,
want me
that's
to
no. It's literally however you think. It's
they
best.
come on in,
This is
I'll
your-
then intro.
This is your show. I'm not going to tell Casso how to fucking paint. This is-
I'll intro them. All good. No good.
Okay, so you want them to?
They'll just come in.
I'll come in and then you're gonna.
Yeah. I'll introduce each of them. Then I'll go right into questions. I'll introduce each, do a little intro, go right into questions, and they get a 90-minute wrap up at the end, 90-second wrap up at the end. I'm sorry? Yeah, Adrian's taking them all, but I'll grab them. I'll grab them. Yeah.
Do you want to just run the format again really quickly, like to do time frames, not tonight?
Yeah, I got them. As I'm collecting up. It is, if I'm not mistaken, it is Michael Tremont, Michael Rectenwald, and Mark taking it out of here. Oh, okay. He has a hard copy of it. We should be done before 7. You come sit down. Come sit down. You want? Whenever you like. If you of course. There's no rush. Yep. Oh, and I am. So I'm gonna put.
have a few here.
After that Ovens, she is the best photographer in this fucking entire group. This is the biggest thing we've done.
She didn't pay. She shit on me so much for this thing and talked. I want to fucking. Dude, I really hate the president doesn't. The campaign has been so fucking shitty to me, and then they want me
She's
to
gonna
bend
take
over
pictures of all
backwards.
of us.
So is everybody else in there, mother.
She's
Calvin's
nowhere
here.
near as good. She's the best. There's nobody fucking close to her. Have you seen the shit she puts out?
I will do this as a personal favor. I want a fucking apology from her after this.
Done, whatever, yes.
Good. It's fine.
She's good at what she does, dude. She puts out beautiful shit.
I'm tired of rewarding shitty behavior for just whatever. I don't find it as valuable. I know you do, and I know I know that other people agree with you. I'm just saying that I'm just tired of the entitlement that fucking these people have had,
Agreed.
especially after all the fucking party business today.
Good. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying she's fucking good.
All right, I'll do this. Yes, let me grab some from this. I'll get some from there. I'll bring some. I'll get some bottle water.
You are not going to be unhappy with the photos. You're going to be like, it's a fucking waste. You're going to be happy with the photos. And they're going to look good. They're going to look good on your social media.
All right, you're a salesman. You're
Tell
looking
her.
at fucking.
She makes you too. You look good
I
too.
don't care. I look good regardless. Where is she?
Regardless. I'll go grab her.
Tell.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, good.
That's for you.
Perfect, thank you. Got a lot of questions.
Any good ones?
Yeah, this is a good one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Someone went to the talk.
It is a good one. Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes, that's a good one. Okay.
Kinda gay.
Yeah. I'll keep it maybes. These are maybes.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
That is a good
actually,
one.
though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Silly. Good, perfect. Thank you. Ready to bring them on? Ready to bring them on? Guys. I am very happy that we have these three gentlemen here. As you can see, I have next to me Mr. Robert Kennedy Jr. Kennedy24 is the website, Kennedy24 if you want to. Please have a seat. Next to him is Dr. Michael Rechtenwald. Yeah! WreckTheRegime.com also. And lastly, Michael Termott at MikeTermott.com. Yes, please. Have a seat, gentlemen, please, have a seat. Why are we here this evening? We are here this evening to talk about one of the most important things that's happening right now in America. And if you look at the two political parties, the legacy parties right now, you will see something. Democrats are supposed to be about civil liberties. They're not. Republicans are supposed to be about less spending and less taxation. They're not. But why aren't they? Why do they not even believe in the lies they tell? Right? Why? Because no one holds them accountable. All that matters is other guy bad. That's it. I'm not as bad as the other guy. I know he killed one guy, but I only wounded him, so I'm better than him. And that's where we are right now. What can break that? What can break the legacy parties is independent parties. That's what we can do. You should be clapping now. Yes. And these three people here are running non-legacy. I'm going to talk about how we can fight not just the legacy parties, but also the legacy media. And third, and the hardest one, is the legacy voters and how they think and why they don't make a step, why they don't want to make a change. So I want to ask the first question, if I could, and that question will start with Mr. Kennedy, if I could do so. How do we handle the way the mainstream media ignores and disrespects us?
First of all, thank you for being here. I would say the answer to that is that the mainstream media is less important now than it has ever been in history. CNN's total viewership is, I think, around $400,000 people an evening. And during prime time, Tucker Carlson is getting 40 million viewers. Joe Rogan is getting 10 million per episode. And I think one of the reasons that I'm doing well, I'm now beating President Trump and President Biden among young people, people under 35 nationwide. The last poll that was taken on that issue shows me beating them both of them with people under 45 in the 6 battleground states. And I'm also beating both of them among independents. And independents this time around are the biggest political party. So it's 52% of the vote are independent. I think about 24 and 24 Republicans and Democrats. It's the first election in American history where independents have been the biggest cohort. And I think the reason I'm doing well with those cohorts is that they're getting their news from non-traditional sources. So they're getting it from podcasts. The one group that I'm doing poorly with is the people I should be doing best with, which is baby boomers. And it's because baby boomers get their news from MSNBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, The Washington Post, The New York Times. And if I was living in that information ecosystem, I'd have a very low opinion of myself too. I'm not allowed to do interviews on those, I'm not allowed to do live interviews for the last 10 years on any of those platforms. So they'll report about me, but they've occasionally done live to tape, but they can then edit that and cherry pick it and then put it in their own context.
So let me step in for a second. So if I hear what you're saying that they're not even that important, is what you're saying.
I don't think they're important, and I think, I have to figure out how to reach those other people those baby boomers in order to win, and there's other ways that we can reach them, which we're doing now. But I just tell you this, and then, let other people talk. I have a 28-year-old son, Connor, who's very, very well informed. And I asked him the other day when I was thinking about this issue, I said to him, have you ever seen an evening news show? And he said, no.
Yeah.
And I think that goes for that generation. It is just not a place where they get their news. So there's an aging group that is getting their news from mainstream media.
I think you're right. Let me move to Dr. Rectenwald if I could. Dr. Rectenwald, answer that same question. How do we handle that? They ignore us or they disrespect us to the point that Mr. Kennedy's saying they will only do something that's taped so they can cut and paste. How do we handle that?
Well, I've been cited by Mr. Kennedy's Children's Health Network many times, the defender, and for that I appreciate that, and I've been on Tucker Carlson 3 times and many other alternative media sites. But I should say, if the day ever comes that the mainstream media begins to respect us, then we'll know we've taken a wrong turn.
Okay.
The mainstream media, let's be real, is a propaganda arm of the state and the ruling class. They're professional propagandists and liars. The media serve up official state narratives that bolster the causes of the regime, as they do with all the wars, with the COVID, with everything else. Frankly, I don't want their respect. I hope they don't approve of me. And of course, they're going to smear all true dissidents. There's no question that all dissidents will be smeared, or they'll utterly black them out. But that's their job. I expect nothing less. And so they also cultivate controlled opposition purposefully.
But hold on now. But we do know that a lot of people who vote do still watch them, right? We know that's true. So are you also agreeing with Mr. Kennedy and saying, you know what, I don't care, they're not that important?
I think they're not nearly as important as they had been in previous years and previous election cycles We have a huge mediascape of podcasters and X Spaces and all kinds of other venues to reach people. But the mainstream media still matters because they are, in some cases, considered, you know, the papers of record in their various domains. We will be smeared by them, and that's the way it goes. We just have to get our message out more broadly to through other venues.
So let me ask you, Mr. Termott, it seems like that two of the people on this stage kind of think like it's not that important. Are you in the same boat as them, or do you disagree? How do we handle the disrespect and ignoring?
It's obviously not nearly as important as it used to be, right? It is not completely without its significance, and the reason for that is, as you pointed out, for a lot of folks, CNN, the Foxes of the world, they are in some sense media of record. And in that sense, it is not our job to try to please them, right? It is not our job to try to suck up to them to find common ground with their interests or their anointed politicians. It's not our job to see if we can say the right thing to get on their channels. It's our job to see if we can make their heads explode. It's our jobs to see if we can get a little bit of attention in a negative sense. I really liked what Michael just said here. If we get their respect, we know that we have made a significant wrong turn. Look, they are not as important as they used to be, and that is worth bearing in mind. We're going to have to let them go. For those of you in the room with a little bit of gray hair that might miss these organizations, sorry about that, but it is time to let them go. There is a little bit of hard work that exists today that didn't exist a generation ago. A generation ago, you'd be able to hit 2 or 3 media outlets and you were doing a good job, right? Over the past 18 months, I've had to do over 100 podcasts. That's a little bit of work, right? And I'm not suggesting it isn't a great pleasure to last week, shoot the BS with Kim Iverson for an hour. But the truth is that you have to get out there and reach a number of outlets because the media is splintered in a way that it didn't used to be. That means once in a while you're going to make a head explode, and once in a while you're going to find an ally.
So let me go back to you, Mr. Kennedy. If you're saying that they will sometimes take you on, and they will sometimes cut and paste and kind of put you in the light that they want to put you in, does that mean we should avoid them? In other words, am I so worried that if I go on to Fox or CNN or MSNBC, they're going to make me look bad by the cut and the paste? Should I avoid them, or should we still go there and say, who cares, we'll take it, any press is good press?
Well, my practice is to talk to anybody who will talk to me. There's some times where I'll say, I'm only going to talk if you put me on live. But normally, I'm going to talk to anybody, and I've always done that for many, many years. I was the only environmentalist who would go on Fox. I had this weird relationship with Roger Ailes, who was the founder of Fox, but when I was 19 years old, I spent 3 months in a tent with Roger in East Africa. And I had this weird relationship afterwards forever because we were like diametrically opposed on every issue, but I had great affection for him. And he felt the same way about me, and he was a very, very loyal friend. So he would get all the Fox News hosts to let me on, even when they didn't want to. So I was on Hannity all the time. I was on Neil Cavuto. I was on Bill O'Reilly. And a lot of environmentalists would say to me, why are you going on? It's just legitimizing them. And I said, because I want to talk to their audience. I don't care, who they are. I want to talk to everybody. And I think that's the best approach. I think we live in a democracy. The whole point of a democracy is an inefficient system. And the framers knew that. They knew that totalitarianism was much more efficient. There's a lot of waste and spoilage that goes on in democracy to achieve it, wasted energy. But the advantage that we have over totalitarian systems is that we have free speech. And so ideas, policies get annealed in the furnace of debate and then rise up in the marketplace of ideas and become policy. And that is the one advantage we have over totalitarian systems. And if we stop talking to each other, it's just going to polarize our country and divide us.
So let me
more
move to
and more.
Dr. Rectenwald for good. Dr. Rectenwald, what he's saying to me is that we should still go there anyway, and maybe getting the respect is a good thing. I feel like what you're saying is if they start to say, hey, Dr. Rec, you're the right guy, let me give you some attention, you're kind of like saying maybe no. Am I reading you right or am I reading you wrong?
Well, I mean, when the New York Times went to the Mises Institute to talk to Lew Rockwell, he said, "Get out of here, you regime puppets. I want nothing to do with you." But I'm not Lew Rockwell, and he wasn't running for office. So I'll talk to anybody. I'll talk to anybody that'll listen, and I'll tell them the unvarnished truth in all cases. And I will utter the freedom philosophy with every breath that I make. And that's the key here. We need to make sure we're telling the unvarnished truth in all cases. I noticed I talked
There we go.
recently.
Okay,
Yes,
you can
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
and clap.
It's fine, you can go ahead. Go ahead. I like truth. It's good.
When I talked to Forbes Breaking News recently, I noticed when I got onto the topic of the war in Israel, they didn't want to hear about it. But I wasn't going to relent because of that, and I will not relent. That has to be addressed. No exceptions. Always, all interventionism we must oppose in all cases, period.
So let me go on to you, Mr. Tremont. You're saying heads explode. Well, if heads are exploding, they might not want to talk to you if the head's going to explode. I mean, are we still on board or no?
Yeah, we're still on board. Part of the reason that we want to be able to make heads explode is to help define us, and we need to be defining our party and our philosophy and our campaigns in our own context, not in the context of other parties. This is a mistake that I believe that we have made as a party in the past, seeking common ground with Republican politicians or Democratic politicians. We need to be the party of a good story. There really is no such thing as a journalist out there worth his or her salt, even if they are controlled by one party or the other, even if they're controlled by some corporation, distant or domestic, that is not interested in a good story. We're going to be a good story. The reason we're going to be a good story is, number one, we're completely differentiated. We present a different choice. As Michael said, we need to present a completely principled choice. That's going to make us different because there is no such thing as another campaign in this race that's going to be as principled as a libertarian one. We are not going to be one of those campaigns that decides, well, in this theater we're pro-war, in that theater we're anti-war. We're not going to be the campaign that decides the Federal Reserve does some things right and some things wrong. We're going to cleave a very hard edge against the other parties because we're going to be distinct. That's what's going to present a good story. The media likes a good story, and that's what we're going to be.
All right, let me move on to the second piece, if I could. This starts with Dr. Rechtenwald. I know you've heard this 1,000 times, but how do we handle this? How do we handle the, I can't vote for you, you're a wasted vote, or you're a spoiler, a vote for you is a vote for Trump, or a vote for you is a vote for Biden, or whatever is the thing. I know you hear it. How should we handle that argument? And this is with the legacy voters, right? How do we handle that?
Well, as with everything else, I will tell them the truth. Their vote is already wasted.
Okay.
Does it really matter who wins if we end up with Trump, Biden, or another regime-approved candidate? Really? I will tell voters that unless they vote for someone who espouses the freedom philosophy of private property rights, prosperity, and non-intervention, they're wasting their votes, period. The dominant players are nothing but statists who will expand the state scope and penetration of the federal and central government. They will claim to oppose the military-industrial complex but send arms to other countries. This cannot go on. So I would dissolve the Zionist lobbies. I would stand up to the Zionist lobbies or even make them register as foreign agents.
Foreign agents? Wow, okay.
Whereas none of the other candidates will dissolve the intelligence agencies or eradicate the security state or end the regulatory regime. So this is what I'm going to do, and that's
Hold on,
why
I get what you're saying. I'm just kind of curious, how does that stop the spoiler piece? I mean, I get what you're saying, but that's still, if I'm afraid that you're the spoiler, if I believe you're the wasted vote, how does that change my mind, right, as a voter? I'm the legacy voter, right? I've been voting Democrat or Republican for 20, 30 years. How does it stop that?
Well, listen, it's not enough to just tell people what they want to hear. We need to tell them what they need to hear.
Okay.
And what they need to hear is the truth, period. They're throwing away their votes as it is. What are they getting in return? They're getting $34 trillion worth of debt. They're getting a completely runaway economy that's headed towards the drain. That's what they're getting in exchange for their vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me move to Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, I know you hear this. You hear, well, I can't vote for you. I like you, but I can't do it because a vote for you is a vote for Biden, or a vote for you is a vote for Trump, or whatever they're saying each day. How do you handle that to a voter?
Well, I would, I would agree with what was just said, that I think 80% of the American public doesn't want to see President Trump or President Biden run again, doesn't want to see this contest. So if you're voting for them, you're already wasting your vote. You're throwing away a vote. And, aren't we all tired of voting for the lesser of two evils? Don't we want to vote for somebody? Somebody who you like, and my favorability ratings are now higher than President Trump or President Biden or any politician in this country. Mine are 20 points ahead of the other candidates in terms of net favorability. The other thing I say to people is, number one, President Biden does not need my help to lose the election of President Trump. And I intend to take votes from President Biden and President Trump. I intend to win the election. My polling numbers are now in the battleground states are averaging 24 points, and that means, and all I have to do is get to 34. I'm gaining votes by 1 point a month on average since August. All I have to do is get to 34 to win the election. So, that means I have to take about 4.5 points from each of the candidates. And I feel that is within my reach, and that the American people should be able to have a chance to vote for somebody that is actually going to change the system.
So your answer actually is that it's not a waste of vote because you can actually win. That's your answer.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Mott, how do you handle it? I mean, I know you're out there. I see you out there hustling. I see you doing the work. So I know you're doing the work, and you've got to hear, Mike, I love you, but look, your vote for you is a vote for Biden, or a vote for you is a vote for Trump, or whatever they're going to say. Wasted vote. You hear it, right?
A vote for me is a vote for freedom and a vote for libertarianism. The reason we need to encourage people to recognize that a vote for the legacy parties is a waste of their vote is because when you vote for a Republican, you're sending the signal that the Republican Party platform and, parenthetically, the Republican Party actions are okay with you. Is that really the signal that you want to send? Because they assume that when you vote for them, you're in love with them. The same thing with the Democratic Party. So if you are in love with them, knock yourself out. You should vote for them. But the truth is, you're wasting your vote if you don't vote for your values. When you vote for your values and you support someone who's not a member of that duopoly, you force the other parties to take into consideration your principles, your positions, your values, where you want the nation to go. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity to send that signal don't get sent. That's what's so important about it. One of the things that I really enjoy about Mr. Kennedy being in the race is that now we're going to 3 choices, we're going to be up to 4 choices. That gives people more choice in order to better align their own values and principles with the choices of the politicians that they support. The reason this is so important is because we don't want to be stuck in this position where, well, I need to either vote for a duopolist so that I can vote for a winner, or I need to vote for someone as a protest vote.
Yes.
No, we don't want either one of those. We want you to vote for someone that you really are in love with, whose values do align with yours, so that you can push the American political system in the right direction.
Well, let me bring that up, though. Don't we also want, the protest vote? Don't we also want the person who, and this personal experience, I remember back in 2000, I voted for Nader. And I couldn't tell you one of Nader's policies. I couldn't have told you any of them in 2020. I had no idea what his policy. I knew he wasn't them, so I was like, that's my guy. In fact, I thought that Nader replaced Perot. I thought they were the same party. That is how ignorant I was to politics. I just voted for him. Don't we want that too, though?
Well, we want a protest vote, but we want it in the following way. We recognize that our philosophy, our principles, our solutions, right, are completely counter to the way that our government has been run for the past 3 generations. That's the type of protest that we want, not a blind protest. It's okay if people vote for us blindly as a protest. That's okay, right?
Kind of
But that's
agreeing with
not
you on that
really
one.
what we're talking about. What we're talking about is recognizing that our platform is a protest because it's in such stark contrast to the status quo.
Dr. Rectorwell, do you want the protest vote or no? I mean, you're about principle, I know, but if someone's like, I don't know what REC stands for, I have no idea, but he's not one of them, I'm going to vote for him. Is that okay, or is that not good enough?
I'm not going to turn it down. I would take whatever votes we can get, but let's talk about what we really need to be doing here. It's not just, waiting till election day to get votes. We need to create more libertarians at large so that when it comes time for the election, we're not waiting for these protest votes at the last minute. We need to be operating far down upstream from that. We need to be operating and creating the culture that develops libertarians out of ordinary people, because there is a real thirst and a hunger for the libertarian message, and that's what we need to get across.
So let me go to Mr. Kennedy here. You know that there are a lot of people who are happy you're running because they know your name, you're not the other two, you're not the legacy party, and they're jumping on board, and they may or may not know your policies. Are you okay with people just going, hey, love the name, yes? Or do you need to get people to understand what you're standing for?
I mean, the odd thing about what the polling shows is that my strongest support is with young people, and those are people who are not that familiar with my family. The people who are most familiar with Camelot, who lived through that era, and who ought to support me because they also all strongly support me.
Whose phone is that? Sorry. Please turn off all your phones. So please turn off all your phones. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I better make sure mine is not.
There we go. Yes, please, go ahead.
That was me calling you.
There we go, yes.
That was good.
I'm sorry,
there are
please, go
people who, who you would think would vote me because they're familiar with they would live through Camelot. They have affection for my family. They loved me, when I was the environmental leader. Those groups I'm least popular with. And the groups that I'm doing best with are young people who, and also a lot of Trump voters, people who aren't particularly enamored with the Kennedy name. But you know what's wonderful for me is when we do rallies and, we're selling out virtually every venue that we go to. There's thousands of kids there, and they're coming in almost every day. People come up to me with tears in their eyes and say, you're the first person who's given me hope. And in 2013, there was a poll taken of Americans under 35, and they were asked, are you proud of the United States of America? 85% said yes. The same poll taken 4 months ago, 18% said yes.
Wow.
Oh, this is a generation that's completely lost hope in our country, and that's the generation that's coming to my speeches. Those are the kids who stop me every time I walk through a grocery store, through an airport, down a sidewalk, and they say how grateful they are that they had withdrawn from the political process, that they're in because there's somebody finally who's giving them hope for their generation, for their future, and for our country. And, that is, for me, the most touching experience, and the experience for me that's made all of the, there's many challenges in a campaign for my family. There's a lot, for all of these gentlemen, they're all should be tremendously respected because this is a hardship on
Yes,
them.
yes, yes.
And they're all
yes.
standing up for something they believe in, which is really important in this country. But for me, all of that, whatever sacrifice that I've made has been compensated 100 times over by seeing these kids come up to me every single day in every venue.
So I appreciate that. I see what you're doing. I want to move to the next question if I could so we can stick to time. I want to start this one with Mr. Termont. This is a hard one that we all deal with. Anyone who's running non-legacy party will deal with this issue? We worry in separate states, we worry across the country. How in the world are we going to handle, Mr. Tremont, this horribly rigged ballot access system?
Is the ballot access system really rigged against us? I hadn't
No,
noticed that.
I made that up. It's not true.
Yeah, it's not true. Lars Mabstead, thanks very much. The system is rigged against us. I view the ballot access issue as a part of an overall cycle, right? We are stuck in this vicious cycle of we need ballot access so we can get wins, we need wins so that we can get more attention, more media attention, more money. We need all of that to gain power so that we can affect the ballot access issue. We need to arrest that cycle and reverse the momentum, right? To make it a virtual cycle instead of a vicious cycle. That's not so easy. It's not even easy to describe, let alone make it happen, right? To make it happen, we need a party apparatus, like we do, that is serious about a long-term challenge. In this sense, I would point to examples like Ross Perot, who, yes, in 1992, did get a little bit of success, right? But it did not turn into a movement that sustained either the development of a brand that could challenge the duopoly. It did not result in supporting down-ballot candidates that believed in what he believed in. It did not result in ballot access, which was your specific question. I
didn't even know what party he was part of.
Well,
I thought Nader was him with the same party. You're right.
Exactly. And that's why I believe that, you know, the way we're set up here inside the Libertarian Party has a great deal more opportunity for success, and it's one of the reasons why it's such a responsibility running as the nominee, as one of us will, running as the nominee for the party, to correctly brand this party for the benefit of down-ballot candidates and for future candidates.
Mr. Rechtenwald, Dr. Rechtenwald, I apologize. Dr. Rechtenwald, how do we handle it? This is a problem for us every year, particularly in presidential years, but every year we're fighting. Sometimes we're fighting the same state 2, 3, 4 times in a row. It's a problem. How do we handle that?
Well, the only way the Libertarian Party is going to gain and maintain ballot access is by creating an army of libertarians. Libertarians who will knock on doors, who will get signatures and gain trust and demonstrate proof of governance at the local level. I want to make this perfectly clear. I don't think there's a top-down solution for this country. This is not the answer. We need to build power at the local level and invest power in the people there. It is not about a white knight riding into D.C. and fixing all our problems. That's not going to solve the problems for our country.
Mr. Kennedy, you have a tougher spot and not tough spot, both. You don't have the same infrastructure that the Libertarian Party has, or even the Green Party has, but you have a huge chunk of volunteers. It's got a different issue for you. How do you handle this ballot access piece?
I'm not worried about ballot access. We're going to have ballot access in every state. We're way ahead of our projections. We're getting 3 times the number of signatures we need almost everywhere we go. And we projected that New Hampshire would take us a week to get 3,000 signatures. We got 5,000 in a single day. In Utah, the state of Utah, or the party in Utah, put unconstitutional restrictions on the length of time that we were allowed to get ballot access, and we challenged that and won in court. But we still got all the signatures we needed in 1 week, and in the middle of a snowstorm. So our signature gatherers had to go out, ask people to take off their gloves, get them to sign legibly, and we're getting a minimum of 60% cushion in every state. We got Hawaii today, and again, we get many, many more, double or triple the number of signatures that we need. So I'm not worried about getting ballot access. We're going to get it. And we have almost 100,000 volunteers right now on the street, and we're not going to have any problem getting ballot access.
Well, there we go. There we go. So let me go back to you, Mr. Kennedy, for a question that I think is a challenging one that we all deal with, but you've dealt with a lot of it yourself, but libertarians do all the time. I remember when I was running for governor in 2018, when I started to do well, all of a sudden, the two legacy parties started lying about me. Literally telling me I was a plant from the other side, I was anti-this, anti-that. They said me, Libertarian Larry Sharp, I was anti-gun. That was actually a thing they actually said. So lots of lies. Lies come out all the time. It's happened to you also, Ms. Kennedy. How do you handle the lies that come from either media or consultants or operatives? How do you get around that?
Do you mean personally, how do I handle it in terms of how do I internalize it, or how do we handle it in a strategic
Ooh, I
sense?
like both of those. Let's do, ooh, you just gave me, I like them both. Let's do, I was thinking extra, but do internal, that's a great one. How do you handle it when you know someone, and I'll go one step further, it's happened to me personally. People who I thought were my friends, people who I thought supported me, literally lying about me because they're so scared I might make impact. Starting and getting behind people who are absolutely lying about. How do you handle that personally? Yes.
We love you, Larry. We still love you.
Yeah, but now you do. No, I'm kidding. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I've had, since I started talking about vaccines in 2005, I've had pretty much a steady campaign of defamation against me. And you know, if people don't want to debate you, and so they defame you. And that's a way of silencing, you know, character assassination is a form of censorship, a strategic form of censorship. And but I feel like as long as I'm doing the right thing, that what other people say about me is not my business. I have to be strategic.
But let me push back a bit if I could. It has to bother you. You're still human. When someone who you thought was either your friend or your ally or in some way close to you is either not defending you from the lie or jumping on board. Do you dismiss that person at the end of that person?
I don't. First of all, I try not to hold grudges or have resentments. I think resentments are corrosive if you hold them. It's like swallowing poison and hoping someone else will die. But everybody that I've ever admired in my lifetime, you know, people, historical figures, whether it's, you know, Humboldt to Alexander the Great to Charles Darwin to St. Francis of Assisi, all of them were, everybody who achieved something important started out went through valleys of death in their careers where they were despised and hated and turned on by their friends. Oh, if you're doing something worthwhile, that's just part of the cost. And the lower you go, the more beneficial it is. You have to look at that as a gift. You have to look at the betrayals or whatever as a gift and not hold on to them and say, this is part of my journey. And the journey, in order to be worthwhile, has to be difficult. And all of us are on some kind of journey like that, and everybody in this room has made a decision to challenge the orthodoxies. And I'm sure everybody in this room has lost friendships, has lost respects, lost professional affiliations because of your ideas, because you do critical thinking. You're willing to question authority. You're willing to question orthodoxies. And so everybody here knows what I'm talking about. You made a choice, and that is important. That's important for the way that that's what we want to achieve in our lives. We want to be able to.
Let me go to Dr. Rectenwald if I could. Yes, thank you. Dr. Rectenwald, you have had this happen to you. Is that what he's talking about? You've lost, some professional issues have affected you, personal issues have affected you. You've had this happen to you too. It's got to bother you, doesn't it? How do you handle that?
Well, I lost my publisher because of my stance on Israel. I lost my fellowship at Hillsdale College because of my stance on Israel. I practice, and I'm going to be honest with everybody here, I will practice rigorous honesty, okay? I'm going to tell you the truth, period. I can tell you how we shouldn't handle the lies that come from the duopoly. We shouldn't handle it by repeating them. We cannot repeat the lies and the propaganda that they spit out.
But hold on, but I want to, hold on. Stop. Stop. You are going to be removed if you don't stop. Then get out now. Get out now. I will. Sergeant Arms, get rid of him. I will.
We didn't come here to listen to Kennedy. We want to hear the other guys.
I am. Get out. Thank you. What I want to ask you about is tell me personally. Yeah, that was well. Good job. What I want you to do is tell me personally. This has affected you, right? Give me personally.
Personally, it hurts. I've suffered consequences, and I agree with Mr. Kennedy that taking stances that are unpopular is difficult, and you will lose things. You will be stripped of things, and that's the way it goes. But I have dealt with that valley that he was referring to, and I've trudged through it, and you get spiritual regeneration from that. That's where it comes from. You have to be honest, and you have to face it, and you have to deal with the truth at all times. And that's not easy. So I'm saying that, look, I will continue to tell the truth in all cases. Let the chips fall where they may. Thank you.
Great. Michael, how does it deal with you? I mean, you've seen it in the party. People have said things about you that aren't true. That's
not true.
I'm sorry. Only I have said things about you that are not true. Just me. Only I've lied about you, but other people I haven't. But how do you handle that when people who are supposed to be your allies, they sometimes aren't?
Mr. Kennedy said something really important about when those conflicts arise. You know, you need to view those as real opportunities. You're right, Larry. But I got to say, you don't have to wonder what it's like for people to say bad things about you if you're a police officer on the road for 11 and a half years in Broward County, Florida. And I got to tell you, you don't have to wonder what it's like to have people lie about you if you're a registered libertarian the entire time. Yeah, I've lost friends and had bad moments with coworkers, but it is all worth it because in the end, these conflicts need to be something that we adopt as our bread and butter. These are opportunities, and I know that you've had lots of conflicts, Michael, in your work life as well, and I know that you have viewed these as opportunities to set the record straight, to let people know how you feel. It's only when those conflicts come up that it is really the truest opportunity to make your point. Something else I believe needs to be said. In the past, this is my own personal view, our party has not done a good enough job standing by our principles, even when people are trying to say negative things about us. I do believe that in past cycles, we have lost the opportunity for as much success as we could earn because we have not found the opportunity to cleave that very hard edge based on our principles, that very hard edge against Republicans and Democrats. Might as well warn each other right now. You better put your seatbelt on. Because when we're out there telling the truth about how we feel about our values, our principles, our solutions, and how we want to change the way the American government is run, there's going to be a lot of pushback.
Hold on, Mike. I want to ask an important part here, and you tell me if I'm wrong here. I feel like you being a cop in this case may have given you some extra advantage, maybe some things you've learned from having to deal with that. Is that helpful or is it not? Or am I just making this up?
No, it's completely helpful in the sense that you learn that what you're doing is not because you're looking for, gratification, because of a lot of people think, you're swell, and a lot of people are going to say really nice things about you. It's sort of like being a libertarian. You don't become a libertarian because you're interested in making thousands and millions of friends and everyone's going to say really nice things about you. That just doesn't happen. Now imagine if you become a police officer and a libertarian at the same time. That's a whole lot of mashugana. I'm lucky that my mother still speaks to me. So you do get used to it, but it reinforces the idea that you don't do these things for yourself. The reason we're libertarians is because we're interested in standing up for others. It's not about us, and I love these guys and Larry, but it's not about us. And it's not, to be honest, I know this is not going to hurt anyone's feelings because that is, after all, what we're discussing. It's not about you folks either. It's about people out there whom we call brothers and sisters, we said this earlier today, for no other reason than the fact that they are fellow Americans. People who are among those least able to stand up to the world's most oppressive criminal justice system, least able to afford the resources that are taken from them by the American government, least able to make ends meet when institutions like the Federal Reserve
I
undermine our ability.
want to move on back to what Dr.
Thank you.
Rectenwald was talking about, if I could. Now, Dr. Rectenwald, tell me now, you gave me the personal. Now, what do you mean, how does the party then, how do we handle it, right? Not you specifically, your personal, but how do we handle this as this happening? How do we handle lies, right? How does the campaign, how does the party handle lies, not you personally?
No, the party handles lies by telling the truth. I mean, look, it isn't, this isn't just about representation here and like how we come off and being strategic and coming off and having a nice image. We're talking about vital matters here. Vital matters that are dealing a blow to people all over the world. It isn't just the United States that's affected or the citizens here that are affected by United States policy and our proxy wars and our Federal Reserve that's funding these endless wars and you name it. This isn't just about our image. We need to be fearless truth tellers that absolutely cut through everything and get to the bottom of the matter. Okay, the state is a parasite. Let's be real about this. It is robbing people. It is destroying lives. We're looking at a situation in which we have people on the brink of complete destitution and people being murdered using U.S. military aids and bombs. This has got to stop. We cannot allow this. We must stop it. That's the message we need to get out. It isn't enough to be nice guys. I'm sorry.
So you're saying that even though they do the lies, we just keep telling the truth no matter what, right through it. Am I giving you right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just keep telling the truth, make it better, make it more poignant, make it sharper, and make it stronger, and make it stick.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, I got to ask you, how does your campaign handle it? You've been slandered. Your campaign's been slandered. How does your campaign handle it? Not you personally, but how does the campaign get around it?
We just try to tell the truth.
Dr. Rectenwald, you were correct. There we go. You were correct. I love it. Let me, if I could, move to our next question. This is from the audience, and I'll start with you, Mr. Tremont. The solution to the 2 corrupt political parties is not 3 corrupt political parties. If you became president, what would you do to what would you do to weaken the power and influence of 2 centuries of partisan power? Mr. Mack, could you start that?
Sure. There's a couple of things that you need to do. One is obviously lead the federal government to a position of having less power to itself. Part of the reason the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are so very corrupt is because they have so much power. It's the old saying about power corrupting absolutely. That's what happens. So one of the things that we need to do is just per se live out what it is our platform says that we're going to do. In a regulatory sense, in a size and scope sense, and especially, as Michael just pointed out, in a foreign policy sense. We need to cut back the footprint of the federal government, both in terms of how much resources it takes, as well as the imposition that it provides on us in not standing up not only for our values, but for not standing up for our civil liberties. That's number one. Number two, we need to go after the ballot access issues, and we need to do so explicitly, in my view. I'm not certain that this is the big political issue that we want to push now as a third party. But if we were in power, absolutely, you got to pound that all day long.
Good. I like it. All right. Dr. Rectenwald, how do we weaken the power, really, of, again, 2 centuries of these 2 parties?
We do it by promoting decentralization. The central government is the issue. We need to weaken it. We need to get power away from it. And I would be wary of any candidate that doesn't explicitly promote decentralization and local governance. The object here is self-governance, period. What that means is the state has to disappear. So self-governance is the key. Anybody that's aligned with the big central government, adding layers, tinkering with it, or whatever they're doing, is aligned against liberty. Liberty is our object. That's the key. Politics is just a game that they play to get there, but we're not playing games here.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, how do we weaken it? How do we weaken this power?
Okay, but is the question, how do we weaken federal government power, or
It
how do
could
we
be.
weaken the power
I
of the
think-
two political
I
parties?
think Mr. Tremont was more talking about the system, right? He was talking more about the system. I think Dr. Rectamo was talking more about the federal government in general. But I think both are the appropriate answer. The question is, how do we weaken the two-party grip, right? The corruption that's happening right now in our country. We don't want to have a third corrupt party. So is it we've fixed the system? Is it we make the federal government weaker? Both are appropriate, whatever you think.
I mean, well, I don't think fixing the federal government has anything to do with the parties.
Okay.
I mean, if the question is, how do we break the hold of these two parties?
Yes.
I think that's what we're all trying to do, which is to try to give the public an alternative. And I think this election, we have a better chance than almost any time in our history, because whoever runs, we're going to run against the two least popular political candidates in American history. So both of them would win the record as the least popular candidate in American history if he wasn't running against the other one. And so there's opportunity, I think, here to break this hold. And I think more and more Americans are seeing how corrupt it is, because of what they've done to what they're doing to President Trump. I'm not a fan of President Trump's, but I also don't want to beat him by having him legally removed from the race when, a good portion, maybe 40 or 50% of the American public wants to vote for him. That's what they do in banana republics. They remove candidates from the race who they don't want to run against. I don't think it's right that the Democratic Party, which was supposed to be the exemplary party of democracy around the world, and our country is supposed to be the exemplary democracy, I don't think it's good optics that the Democratic Party really didn't hold primaries this year.
Mm-hmm.
It canceled several of the primaries, including essentially canceled New Hampshire and Florida and other states as well.
So I get where you're coming with.
And then, the other part of your question is, how does a political party, if you challenge that, then do you then become part of that corrupt system? And I do think that is a conundrum, because George Washington, in his farewell address, had this very, very beautiful condemnation of partisan politics. And he said, if people gravitate toward political parties, they will become corrupt. They will subsume the patriotic impulse and replace it with a partisan impulse and an impulse of self-interest, and that's a danger to our country. And I think this election really has been a template for what Washington predicted would happen. And I do think, it's a conundrum in our system if it's not a parliamentary system, which does not really have this problem like we do.
I want to move to Dr. Rectenwald. Dr. Rectenwald, you had something you want to say. Please, go ahead.
I just have to make a point of significant difference with what Mr. Kennedy said in his answer, and that he said he doesn't think that the problem of the parties has anything to do with the federal government. I mean, the thing is, the state is a parasite on the people, and these parties are a parasite on the state. That's how they survive. That's how they live. They're actually deriving their power from the state. That's the problem right there. So they're riding the state and riding the people into the ground. That's what they're about. The state is their vehicle for being parasitic upon us. So
you're saying we have to affect the federal government, and that we have to get rid of the party system, basically.
The thing about the federal government is we need to wean it to zero eventually. We need to make it anemic. The point is not to build it up or to take over it, like to ride it like the other parties ride it. So what we need to do is undo it. We can't ride the state. We need to actually just, eventually abolish it. But in the meantime, our goal is obviously abolition. But in the process, we must, shrink it and find a way to make it anemic. We don't want to feed it. So these parties feed off of state power. We can't do that.
Okay, Mr. Tremont, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. It is true that the power of the state is what's driving the corruption inside the Republican and the Democratic parties, but it's not merely a conundrum to say, how are we going to keep this from turning into a third party that's just as corrupt as the others. The idea of a duopolistic system is inherently corrupt. We know that authoritarianism grows in a democracy when a politician stands up and leverages your fear to say, what you really have to fear is not the loss of your civil liberties, but that other idiot coming to power. That's how it works.
Yes.
It's how it works all over the world.
Yes.
It's how it works here. And that can only work in a two-party system. So the idea is that we have to not merely break these parties because their politicians are unpopular. I appreciate the fact that they are. That is absolutely true, but that's not enough. The fact is that they remain corrupt because it is a two-party system. We need to unrig the system and get ballot access for other parties so that in the long run, we have a multi-party system.
I like it. All right, thank you. Go, please, go, yes.
Let me add something here, and this may not be popular even amongst you, but the party's merely a vehicle. It is not the end here. It is merely a means. The end is something else. What is it? It's liberty. Okay, so the real object is self-governance, not riding the state and making it run roughshod over the public. The point is self-governance, and liberty is the object.
So let me bring that up then. Do you want to say something, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, on reflection, I like what you said about, I think that it is, the worst corruption probably comes from just having two parties. And that if the Libertarians actually won an election, that it would probably make the other two parties less corrupt. Mm-hmm. Because you then would have real competition, and they wouldn't be able to have two monopolies running it. So that makes sense to me.
Thank you. Let me move, since you said it perfectly, to this next question, and I'll start with Dr. Rechtenwald, if I could. What message do you take concerning the election of Javier Milei, president of Argentina? President of Argentina. What message do you
Afuera.
Abuela, yes.
It's amazing that you would ask that question, because this was just on my mind at this minute.
I knew that. I know you, brother, of course.
What does the Javier Milei moment mean?
Yes.
What it means is, and Javier Milei ran as an anarcho-capitalist, okay? He ran as an anarchist. That's the message. And now he took as his metaphor a chainsaw. Mine's a wrecking ball. That's what I mean to take to the state, a wrecking ball. That's what we need to do. It isn't enough to just tinker with the federal government. The federal government needs to be smashed. So all of these things, he said, afuera, 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 and it's working. This is working in Argentina, and it will work here. We can do this. Let's take it apart.
There we go. Mr. Tremont, please.
People are ready for this message. They're ready for this message in the United States. I think a lot of you know that I got my feelings hurt earlier this year when, despite having lots and lots of videos out there that are getting a few thousand views at a pop, just by emulating this guy Milei, we got 1.5 million views in the first 2 weeks. I'm like, I'm putting out original stuff all the time. How come I'm not getting 1.5 million views for my original stuff, right? Just making fun of, and not making fun of, but emulating Milei. He is, after all, an Austrian economist delivering a cool, clear, crisp message. The message, I believe, the lesson to be learned is that he was not running against other politicians. He was running against the way things have been done in Argentina. Remember that Argentina was the 5th most prosperous nation in the world 100 years ago on a per capita basis. That is a nation that has declined hard. People are sick of it. And I believe that increasingly Americans are recognizing that we are also going in a bad direction. And we all hope that before we descend as far as Argentina has, that we eventually recognize that we need to go in a profoundly different direction. He did not water down his message. He ran based on principle, not based on, oh, that other guy is, you know, really unpopular, so this is my big chance. No, that's not what it was all about. It was about actually changing the way government works in Argentina, and that's the attitude that we need to adopt here.
There we go. All right. Mr. Kennedy, what message do you take?
I would
from this?
agree with what's been said. Milei had a populist message. He was running against corruption. He was running against crony capitalism. He was running against an entrenched oligarchy that has dominated politics in Argentina for many generations, in which certain families dominate the country and trade the executive branch back and forth with each other. And he was representing common people. And I think it's heartening that he won. And I do like, I think his rhetoric, the clarity of his message is really inspiring. And I love his energy. I think it's heartening for our country that kind of, optimistic, idealistic populism can actually prevail in a very entrenched system.
Here we go. Dr. Rectamo, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, Milei was running not just as a populist, not just trying to get the popular will behind him or having the popular will behind him. He ran explicitly as an anti-statist. He said, and I quote, and I'm sorry if this offends anybody, "I wipe my ass with the state." That's what he said.
He did say that. It's true.
And so this is what we need to run on. This is not a message of just, political headwinds. We're talking about a principled statements that he made all together, all the way down the line, based on the Austrian School of Economics and based on anti-statism all the way through. That's what he ran on, and that's why this is the message for today. It's no longer, we don't have time for anything less right now. That's what we must aim at.
There we go. All right. I want to get one more question, if I could, in. And this is, someone obviously was watching your lunch today, Mr. Kennedy, because the question is, what is the most durable and moral framework for managing the commons? And if so, how do you prevent corruption over time? Tough one, I know, but...
What I think is that, when you're regulating, and I was talking to Chris Rufo about this today, that there are examples around the world where the commons has been protected successfully through privatization. It's not, there's a lot of kind of bad side effects. In England, for example, many of the rivers are privatized, but you need to, it denies access to those rivers to common people. So to fish in England in a salmon stream, you may have to pay $20,000 a day. In this country, you couldn't do that. Everybody has access to that stream. There are fisheries that have been privatized, for example, off of Australia, marine fisheries, and have managed the fishery very, very well. I think probably the way that the most obvious way to do that is that you need a regulatory framework in the commons. You need a framework that allows the use of the commons, allows even consumption of the commons, but make sure that it's in the interest of all the people. So you can dam a river, you can get a permit to dam a river, you have to make a showing that it's going to benefit all of the people who are benefiting from that river. And that's how we do it today. We say, yeah, you can put pollution into the river, but you have to pay a price for it. The best way to do it is through market forces, that you pay for any cost you impose on the commons. But that would take a whole new regulatory framework. Right now we do it through a permit system, and unfortunately the agencies that administer those permits are captured by the industries they're supposed to regulate. So they allow those companies to break the law all the time. That's what, this Department of Environmental Conservation and EPA did with General Electric Company. They knew that it was illegal. You can't do it. You can't put toxic chemicals into a waterway no matter what. And they let them do it because GE had political power. So,
Okay. Let me grab Mr. Termont, if you would. Can you answer that question? Do you want me to repeat it, or do you got it?
No, I get the basic gist here.
Okay.
Look, the problem with the way that our nation and around the world, nations have managed economic issues with regard to the environment, with regard to management of the commons. The problem is not that, once in a while we privatize something and it didn't work out perfectly. No, I'm sorry, that's just a complete misreading of history. The problem is that we haven't privatized enough. The problem is that courts and private capitalistic markets have not been able to take over enough of these properties, enough of the commons, and therefore created a method by which to internalize these costs. So for example, in the example that was just cited, somebody pollutes the river and they know that it's illegal and they go ahead and they do it anyway, and it's very difficult to hold them accountable. Yeah, in the system that we have today, it's very difficult to hold them accountable because we don't have someone downstream with private property rights who gives a damn, who will bring that tort, who will bring that case to court. We need courts and markets to do their job. That means we need more privatization, not less privatization. It is true that the system that we have today, if you just, once in a while privatize a property here or there, or once in a while you resegregate something that is ostensibly in the commons and you privatize it and you spin it off to a group of citizens, and then it doesn't work so well. That's right, because our system is not set up correctly to bring these cases through the court system and through negotiations in the private market.
can I just ask a question about that?
Good.
How would you, for example, privatize the air? And, which is a key part of the commons. And then I would add another issue, which is that, I'm a litigator. I've brought thousands and thousands, over 1,000 lawsuits. And they're very expensive, and most people can't afford them, and most lawyers won't bring them unless there's a big return. If you're using a stream and you're washing your clothes in it, your cattle are drinking from it, and pollution kills a couple of your cows, it's almost impossible in this country to bring a lawsuit that would pay the expenses of the court case in order to justify minor injuries that, I can't use that river anymore. I can't swim in it because there's pollution in it.
Okay.
I'll go someplace else to swim. And what is the damage for that? Is it $1,000? Is it $2,000?
Let me see if I can get a couple answers.
It's hard to address that in court.
Let me get some answers. Let me first do with Termont, then I'll go to you, Director Wells. But I think he was questioning.
But I'd like to hear about the air first. How do you privatize it?
Termont, you okay?
He wants to go first.
Go ahead.
Let it go.
Yep, no worries. Dr. Go ahead, please.
I'm right here.
With all due respect, this notion of the commons is a quaint but antiquated term. It comes out of the 18th century and the enclosure laws and in Great Britain. And it's not really that doesn't really pertain to the situation we have. What we have is state property or state-controlled property, so-called. That is not commons per se. Now, the best custodian of property is the property owner, the rightful property owner. The state, and there is no commons, it's state property. The state fails miserably at protecting property, including on environmental issues. If you want to know the worst environmental polluter in history, it was the Soviet Union, where there was no private property. That's where you had the worst environmental record of all time, including the Chernobyl accident. So, look, we don't need to have more protections of this. We need privatization. Who will best take care of property? People who own it. Who is the best custodian of your home? You. And so
But
privatization.
who would own the Hudson River? Would you give it to all the boats that use it, all the commercial boats, the recreation boats, the fishermen, the swimmers? Would each one, who would own it?
You could have joint stock companies that would own that, and that would, of course, they would take money for the use of it. And this would not be some sort of wealth draining situation, because if we had privatization, we're going to have so much more wealth than we have right now.
So then you would have a board of directors of that company that controls who can use the Hudson and who can't for every purpose?
I mean, you're going to have you need to have privatization and such that you would have a joint stock company that would give out use leases for that property, yes.
So you would have a board of directors that could tell you, we're not going to let you sail on the river.
They wouldn't do that because that's how they would make money, through these leases. It's not like they're going to sit there and protect it and not let anybody use it. That's not how it works. So once you have this kind of...
Presumably, they could block some people from access to the river. So people, you'd have to pay this company in order to catch a fish.
We're talking a nominal fees, most likely. The thing is,
right now, you don't have to pay anybody to fish in the Hudson.
With all due respect, the regulatory capture that you refer to all the time, the problem is not these corporations, this boogeyman that comes in and destroys the public property and so forth. It is the receptacle for those people. That's the regulatory agencies themselves. That's where the capture comes from. If you get rid of them, you get rid of the capture. So it isn't like the state has done a great job in regulating property. In fact, it's done a miserable job. So why should we trust it to do it any further? As I said, in the Soviet Union, everything was state-owned. Look what happened. It was a total disaster.
You would privatize the air?
Now, the air is that's a non-starter. I mean,
let me move to Mr. Tremont if you want to say anything on this one. Dr. Rector, I want to give Tremont a spot if he wants. Do you want to say anything, Mr. Tremont?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there are ways to privatize relatively large things. The air is a particular challenge. I'll give you that one. But when it comes to things like rivers, dams, big projects, you do not grant a monopoly. You assign property rights in various bits and pieces, and so you don't have, one single organization controlling access. It also needs to be said that people at a local level do have a right to come together and bid in a way that brings people together, either in a stock corporation or partnerships, or however. Now, some people would call that a homeowners association, some people would call that an LLC, some people would call it a county, some people would call it Nebraska, some people would call it Exxon. There are different forms that can be created when Americans come together to acquire these relatively large assets, even though they're pieces of rivers. You're not going to grant a monopoly over the entirety of a river.
As a matter of fact, the state is what creates monopolies, period.
We are up against time, so I want to shift us, if we could, now to our 90-second closing statements, please. I want to shift now. If we could start with Mr. Kennedy, please, 90 seconds.
Well, thank you for having me. My campaign is about redressing many of the issues that that the Libertarians traditionally are concerned about, ending the war machine, ending this corrupt merger of state and corporate power, protection of freedom of speech, of all the rights in our Constitution, ending the chronic disease epidemic, which is an assault on all of us, and restoring the moral authority of this country around the world. And I'm very, very happy to be here and honored to be on the stage with these two distinguished gentlemen. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rechtenwald, 90 seconds, please.
Well,
Sorry,
isn't
Dr.
this
Rechtenwald.
what liberty is all about? We had a chance to actually have a debate, a real debate in the realm of ideas, and that is what we have to do. So let's take it from there and expand our liberty from here. Let's expand liberty as much as possible. Today, not tomorrow. And how do we do that? I argue that it's really about self-governance. We need to try to resume and take self-governance as our main principle. That's what we want to do. We don't want to be governed. And we don't need to be governed. That's even more important. We don't need to be governed. We are not the waifs of the state. We do not need to be their little children that they would like to make us out to be. This infantilizing sense of the citizen, where the state lords over them in every respect. So it is time to begin, at least begin, this process of vesting power in ourselves, locally and throughout, across networks, in localities, and across localities through networks. And that will be undertaken by virtue of several things.
10
Local
seconds.
government, but also, I should say, using parallel currencies and wresting power and eroding the power of the Fed's monopoly over
And the
money.
Fed, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Tremont, 90 seconds.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Larry. Thanks, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you, Michael. This was a lot of fun. We've had a number of different questions, I think with all the same answer. You know, we were talking about what happens when people lie about you, what happens when they disregard you, how do you break the corrupt cycle, how do you gain ballot access, how do you change the way the politics works in the United States? And I think the answer, I think we all recognize that a lot of our answers were not only the same among the three of us, but they seem to start to feel like the same from one question to the next. The answer is that we need to run a campaign that's completely based on our principles as libertarians. That is naturally going to lead to a number of conflicts. There are a lot of people out there that don't want to hear it. And when we start to gain traction and success, oh boy, put your seatbelts on. They are really not going to hear it. When you run a platform based on principle, you have given up your opportunity to say, well, you know, I support an anti-war message, except in this conflict. I support a deregulation effort, except I need to knuckle under corporations in this particular realm. I don't like it when science and the government are all mixed up together, except in this one circumstance. When you give that up, you're naturally going to get a lot of pushback, and that's our opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to say thank you to all three of you for an amazing conversation. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your questions. Have a great night. Okay.
Sorry.
The gala will be in about 20 minutes, right next door for those of you going to the gala. Right there, 20 minutes. Thank you.